Okay, looks like we're ready to begin. All sergeants, if you could please start your recordings.
PC recording rolling.
Recording rolling.
Backup is rolling.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone, and welcome to today's remote New York City FY22 fiscal budget, preliminary budget committee on finance, jointly with the subcommittee on capital budget and the committee on contracts. At this time, would all panelists please turn on their video? Once again, all panelists, please turn on your video for verification. To minimize any disruptions, please place all electronic devices to vibrate or silent mode. If you wish to submit testimony, we ask you to do so at testimony@council.nyc.gov. Again, that is testimony@council.nyc.gov. Thank you for your cooperation. Speaker and chairs, we are ready to begin.
Hey, good morning and welcome to today's hearing of the Committee on Finance on the fiscal 2022 preliminary budget. I am Councilmember Daniel Drum and I'm the chair of the committee. We are joined by the subcommittee on the capital budget, chaired by Councilmember Helen Rosenthal, and by the Committee on Contracts, chaired by Councilmember Ben Kallos. We will hear from the Office of Management and Budget, the Controller, the Independent Budget Office, and the public. I'd like to now introduce our colleagues who are here with us today. Of course, we are joined by Speaker Johnson, Chair Rosenthal and Kallos, Council members Darma Diaz, Grodenchik, Koo, Lewis, Matteo, Chin, Jonai, Koslowitz, Rivera, Powers, Amphrey Samuel, and I think that others will be joining us shortly. I'd like to begin with a few brief thank yous. First, I'd like to thank Councilmember Vanessa Gibson, who was the former chair of the subcommittee on the capital budget. Vanessa, it was a pleasure working with you on the budget over these past 3 years. You were great, and I really appreciate all your love and support. I'd also like to welcome Councilmember Helen Rosenthal, the great Helen Rosenthal, to the role of subcommittee chair. Helen, I know we'll do great work on this budget this year together. Congratulations to Helen Rosenthal. I'd also like to give a well-deserved public thank you to the entire finance division of the City Council. Your knowledge and expertise are invaluable to this council as a whole and to me as the finance chair. Starting with the director, Latanya McKinney, and to all the deputy directors, the assistant director, the councils, unit head, financial analysts, economists, and support staff. Thank you, thank you, thank you. It could not be done without you, and you are my rock. And I deeply appreciate everything that you've done to bolster me and to support me and to educate me on what finance does over these last 3 years. So thank you to everyone for the fantastic work that you do. And of course, I'd like to turn it over to my favorite speaker, Speaker Corey Johnson, for his remarks now. Corey Johnson.
Am I unmuted? Yes. Okay. Good morning. Thank you, Chair Drum. I want to thank the chairs for holding this hearing. Council members Drum, Rosenthal, and Kallos. Thank you to all of you. And I want to thank the finance division at the City Council as well for all of their hard work in preparing for today's hearing. We're here today to open our preliminary budget hearings for the fiscal 2022 budget cycle. This is also the first budget hearing for the new OMB director, Jacques Giha. Jacques, this is certainly not the easiest moment to step into a role like this, so I want to thank you for taking this on, and I look forward to working with you. Before I get into the details in this budget, I want to take a moment to look beyond the numbers. Even in the darkest hours of this pandemic, city government never stops serving New Yorkers, and that's because of the dedication and hard work of city employees. I know it has taken a tremendous toll on them. They've struggled just like the rest of us. They're supporting their families. They've lost loved ones, and many of them have lost their lives to COVID-19 during this pandemic. Thankfully, we are finally seeing some light at the end of this dark tunnel. But I hope that throughout these hearings, we remember that we're not just talking about dollars, We're talking about policies that impact our workers and the New Yorkers they serve. And that without the tremendous effort and sacrifices of those city employees, we would not be on the road to recovery. So I just want to say thank you to all of them. None of the good work that we're going to talk about during these budget processes would be possible without you. I'm happy to say that we are finally on that road to recovery. This budget isn't nearly as grim as I thought it would be after the CARES Act, the second stimulus package, and now with the Biden administration in the White House and Democrats controlling the House and Senate, it looks like we'll be getting some of the help that we need. But I'm also concerned that this budget is going to take advantage of new federal money to just do the bare minimum. Yes, the mayor presented a balanced budget, but there are still some very, very worrying signs. We are not out of the woods yet. We're seeing declines in tax collections for every major tax other than property taxes. And that's only up because the assessments are based on pre-COVID values. But next year, we're in for trouble. Property taxes are set for their biggest decline since 1998. Worse than after the Great Recession or 9/11, tax revenue projections for fiscal 2022 are down by $5.4 billion. OMB is projecting out-year gaps of more than $4 billion. So I know we've got to get through this budget, but we can't just squeak by here. There are a lot of questions that I have and the council has about how we're even getting to a balanced budget. We need to know about the labor savings that the mayor has discussed, how we'll deal with potential cuts from the state, and what happens if the economic recovery slows. We also need to discuss how we are prioritizing dollars in this budget for the programs that will preserve our social safety net, to ensure that our youth, our seniors, and working families receive critical services during these trying times, and that we are placing not only our economy, but all New Yorkers on the path to recovery. I know we're seeing some positive signs that the economy might be rebounding, but we have got a long way to go. Between February and December, we've lost more than 600,000 jobs. Our unemployment rate is still over 11%. And those losses, like almost everything else associated with this pandemic, were not felt equally. 68% of those lost jobs were held by workers of color. The city has been through too much for us to just do the bare minimum here. I don't want us to just go back to normal. I want us to build and work towards a new, more equitable future. If the Senate passes a stimulus bill without significant funding for the city, if the Senate passes a stimulus bill with significant funding for the city, we'll have an incredible opportunity, not just to restore cuts that have been so devastating to communities across the city, but to get a budget in place where the city isn't forced to make some of those difficult decisions. So I look forward to hearing from the administration and to getting to work. Again, I want to thank all of the members of the council that are here today. And I especially, of course, again, want to thank Chairs Drum, Rosenthal, Kalos, and the entire Finance Division. And I turn it back to you, Chair Drum.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And I want to thank you personally because you were the first person about a year ago, I think it was on March 11th, when we were in the members' lounge at Democratic Conference, to have the foresight to know what was coming and to understand the seriousness of this pandemic. And you alerted us all and you alerted the city. And for that, I think you saved many lives. So we are most grateful to you for that. I want to also announce now that we have been joined by council members Cornegy, Ayala, Lander, Van Bremer. And now I will continue with the program, with the hearing. The fiscal 2022 preliminary budget totals $92.3 billion. The financial plan is conservative given the uncertainty about the length and depth of the pandemic-induced recession. Although the city's financial position isn't as dire as projected last June, there remain several concerning risks and unknowns that will impact the fiscal 22 preliminary budget. First is the uncertainty of federal stimulus funding. As the speaker noted, there is reason to be hopeful that $5.6 billion could come to the city, but we cannot count our chickens before they hatch. Second is the risk of unaccounted for potential reduction in state aid. The fiscal 2022 preliminary plan does not reflect the proposed cuts in the state executive budget, which OMB estimates $2.4 billion across fiscal 21 and fiscal 22. Most of the cuts, or $1.9 billion over those 2 years, would hit the Department of Education just when our schools and our students need more funding than ever to overcome the challenges imposed by COVID-19 and remote learning. Support for public health programs and social services would drop by another $577.4 million. Third is the risk that the administration has underfunded several areas of the budget. These include spending projections for pandemic-related costs, the NYPD's overtime, and the DOE's special education and pupil transportation spending. The ongoing costs associated with busing and special education should be funded across the financial plan. And lastly is the fact that the preliminary budget doesn't include any of the council's fiscal 2022 discretionary funding or any one-time PEG restorations and programmatic additions included in fiscal 21 at the council's urging. Altogether, that adds up to another approximately $730.5 million. As a result of all of these risks and uncertainties, there is clearly a lot for the administration to address in the executive budget, and we look forward to hearing from the OMB today about how they plan to get it done. At this time, I would now like to hand it over to Chair Rosenthal for her remarks. Chair Rosenthal.
Chair Rosenthal, you're on mute.
Okay, am I unmuted now?
You're good now.
Okay, great. Thanks so much. Thank you, Chair Jum, and thank you very much for the kind words. I'm Councilmember Helen Rosenthal, Chair of the Subcommittee on the Capital Budget. When we talk about the need to make strategic investments in these uncertain times, we are, of course, speaking about not only the city's expense budget, but its long-term investment in capital infrastructure, the streets, sewers, parks, libraries, and schools that will both lift the city's economic recovery and sustain its future. Less than 2 weeks ago, my subcommittee held a hearing with the Department of Design and Construction on the challenges of restarting the capital process in light of COVID-19. We learned that the city's process to build out this critical infrastructure has largely been stalled since the onset of the pandemic. And I'll be curious to know from the budget director when the certificates to proceed will really get back to flowing as we need them to be. Because for the preliminary capital commitment plan for fiscal year 2022, it only reflects partially the current reality. The plan shows significant movement of plan commitments from fiscal year 23 and 24 into the last year of the plan, but it shows small increases in the current year and fiscal 22. While I'm hopeful that the city will be able to execute its capital plan at pre-COVID levels as soon as possible, fiscal year 2021's $17 billion plan may be too ambitious, especially because we've learned from many agencies that their projects are simply being held up at OMB. I'm anxious to hear how OMB intends to help agencies achieve at this level. The city has steadily increased its capital commitments over the last several years, reaching a high watermark of $12.6 billion in fiscal year 19. In fiscal year 2020, commitments were on pace to exceed this amount when the pandemic hit, causing commitments to stall at 8.1 billion, which is very respectable given all things considered and the governor's pause. But in the first half of fiscal year 2021, actual commitments were just at 2.4 billion through December. While this pandemic's impact has been devastating, the progress that the city has made in executing its capital plan over the last few years is equally encouraging. With the city's financial health on the mend and plans to ramp up the capital process beginning to take shape, the challenge will be how to restart the capital pipeline in the most efficient and effective way possible. As the new chair of the subcommittee on capital budget, I look forward to working with this administration to make it happen. I'm so excited to hear about OMB's strategy for the capital restart and how it will provide guidance and technical assistance to agencies navigating these challenges. Thank you. And with that, I'll turn it back to Chair Drum.
Thank you very much. I'd like to say that we've also been joined by Council Members Miller, Gibson, and let me just double check, and Miller as well. Thank you very much for joining us. And thank you, Chair Rosenthal, for your remarks. I'd now like to turn it over to Chair Ben Kallos for his remarks. And thank you, Ben, for joining us and lending us your expertise on contracts.
Thank you. Good morning. I'm Ben Kallos, and it's my honor to join Speaker Corey Johnson, who saved countless lives by being the first to sound alarms when the pandemic began, my good friend and Finance Chair Danny Drum, as well as my predecessor on the Contracts Committee, Chair Helen Rosenthal, at this virtual hearing of the fiscal 2022 preliminary budget as the current chair of the Contracts Committee. For those of you who are watching online or on TV, please feel free to make your voice heard in this hearing by tweeting me. That's at Ben Kallos. As chair of Contracts, I'm interested in correcting the drastic cuts made to the indirect cost rate funding initiative. This initiative debuted in late 2019 as a joint accomplishment led by Chair Rosenthal, Speaker Johnson, the City Council, and the administration. However, cuts to the initiative in 2020 are compounding problems for our nonprofits providing human services on the front lines, and we're already hurting as a result of the pandemic. While the pandemic has cost our city billions, we can't balance our budget on the backs of our neediest New Yorkers. I look forward to discussing proposed contracts budget, the proposed reduction to the city's workforce, and the proposed 3-to-1 hiring freeze. I understand that there needs to be savings in the city's budget, especially at this critical point in time, but I question the actual value of these labor savings will provide, and I'm concerned about positions being outsourced through contracted consultants. Before we begin, I'd like to take a moment to thank the Contracts Committee staff, Finance Unit Head John Russell, Finance Analyst Frank Sarno, Legislative Counsel Josh Kingsley, and Policy Analyst Leah Skrupiak for all their hard work. I'll now turn it back to Chair Drum. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair Kallos. And I wanted to say that we've also been joined by Councilmember Moya. So now we will hear from OMB's Budget Director, Jacques Gia, and the First Deputy Director, Ken Gardner. After they are sworn in by Council, I'll now turn it over to the Committee Council for some procedural announcements and to swear in the witnesses. Council.
Thank you, Chair Drum. My name is Stephanie Ruiz, and I am counsel to New York City's Council's Committee on Finance. Before we begin, I want to remind everyone that you will be on mute until you are recognized to speak, at which time you will be unmuted by the Zoom host. If you mute yourself after you've been unmuted, you'll need to be unmuted again by the host. I will now administer the affirmation, and our witnesses will be called on to affirm at the end. Do you affirm that your testimony will be truthful to the best of your knowledge, information, and belief? Director Jihad?
Yes, I do.
Thank you. And Deputy Director Gardner?
I do.
Thank you. Director Jihad, you may begin when ready.
Okay. Well, thank you. Thank you, Speaker Johnson, Chairs Drum and Kallos, and Subcommittee Chair Rosenthal, and members of the Finance Committee for the opportunity to testify today concerning the fiscal year 22 preliminary budget. My name is Jacques Gia, and I'm the director of the New York City's Mayor's Office of Management and Budget. I'm joined today by OMB First Deputy Director, Ken Gardner. Before I discuss the budget, I want to thank you for your partnership in renewing the city's tax lien sale. None of us wanted to add to the challenges that homeowners have faced over the last year. The bill supported by the administration and passed by the council created a new federal program for property owners and at the same time ensures that we are able to collect revenues that support vital services citywide. We look forward to working with you throughout the year on many more issues that reflect our shared goals, which include rebuilding the city and forging a recovery for all of us. In crafting this preliminary budget, we have remained focused on strong fiscal management. This is critical in light of the fiscal impact of COVID-19 and state cuts and cost shifts. First, I would like to discuss the state of our economy and its impact on the budget. We have recovered nearly 1/3 of the job lost since we became the epicenter of the pandemic. This is slightly faster than we projected in November. However, the city's real estate markets are still down. Residential sales and rental prices have softened substantially. On the commercial side, demand for office space was weak last year, with shrinking new leasing volume. Tourism, one of the New York City's greatest assets, remained anemic. We hosted 2/3 fewer visitors last year, which drove hotel occupancy down by half. Growth will be weak this quarter because of the pandemic second wave. However, we expect the economy will gradually pick up as vaccination coverage expands, the second wave eases, COVID restrictions are carefully lifted, and the economy benefits from new federal stimulus that will put money directly into New Yorkers' hands. So what does this mean for the city's budget? Because the value of commercial and rental properties has decreased, we lowered the fiscal year 22 property tax forecast by $2.5 billion. This reduction drove the overall tax revenue forecast for that year down by $1.5 billion and substantially increased the budget gap from $3.8 billion in November to over $5 billion in January. To close the newly widened budget gap, we leaned aggressively into our savings program and balanced the fiscal year 22 preliminary budget without deficit borrowing or assuming fiscal stimulus. In the preliminary budget, we achieved more than $2 billion in savings across fiscal year 21 and 22, which includes more than $1 billion in PEG savings. Nearly $600 million will recur annually beginning in fiscal year 23. This brings total savings across the 2 fiscal years to $3.6 billion since June. As part of our continuing effort to reduce headcount, our savings plan includes a strict hiring and attrition management initiative. Going forward, agencies can only add a new employee after 3 step down. This will reduce planned headcount by 5,000 in fiscal year 22, which saves nearly $350 million over 2 fiscal years. In total, we have taken actions since January 20 that reduce next fiscal year's headcount by 12,000. On top of our efforts, the city's actuary has proposed a package of changes to strengthen the pension system that will save $730 million over 2 years. We will remain focused on savings throughout the budget process as it is critical to our fiscal recovery. However, cuts alone are not enough. it is important to make strategic investment that will strengthen the economy and help bring the cities back. We must pull ourselves out of this crisis. That is why, in the preliminary budget, we have deepened our commitment to the Test and Trace program and the New York City Vaccine for All campaign, which are essential to our recovery. We have increased social and emotional learning programming for students who need the help. We have funded 70,000 summer youth employment slots to offer opportunities for young adults. We have established the Learning Bridges program, which provides free childcare and learning options for young students on days they are scheduled for remote learning. We have prevented hunger with Get Food NYC. We have expanded Wi-Fi in shelters to promote broadband equity and made sure that the 311 call service, which has helped millions of New Yorkers navigate this crisis, continues to operate efficiently. These initiatives are included within the new agency spending of $885 million over fiscal years 21 and 22. Now, I would like to discuss capital planning and the status of the city's infrastructure projects. Every other fiscal year, we outline our long-term capital outlook. The fiscal year 22 preliminary 10-year capital strategy is $118.8 billion. This reflects a nearly 2% increase over the 2020 10-year capital strategy. The bulk of the investments are in education, environmental protection, transportation, and housing. They include building and improving school facilities, improving wastewater treatment facilities and sewage control measures, expanding resilient infrastructure that addresses the impacts and risks of climate change, enhancing pedestrian and cyclist safety, improving roadways and traffic flow, building and preserving record level of affordable housing, and investing in repairs and improvement to nature developments. To improve capital planning and smooth project funding, we redistributed $3.8 billion in projects throughout years of the plan. We also continue to make sure that the capital plan is affordable by cautiously estimating debt service and making sure it does not exceed 15% of the city's tax revenue, a hallmark for responsible debt financing. Restarting capital projects like vaccinations is essential to our recovery. On January 25th, the administration lifted capital restart restrictions that were imposed in conjunction with the governor's pause order and in response to concerns about cash flow and access to financial markets. We have authorized a gradual return to pre-COVID capital approval process that will be completed by the end of this month. In the interest of transparency, my team has prepared a list of projects and restart dates to share with the council. Because of cautious and prudent planning, expanding vaccine access, investing in the safe reopening of schools and the economy, and restarting the capital process, we can now see the light at the end of the tunnel. However, strong headwinds from Albany threaten our progress. The governor presented his executive budget 5 days after we released our January plan. As in previous years, it contains substantial cuts and shifts to education and programs that serve some of the most vulnerable New Yorkers. You may remember last year when the state shortchanged New York City of more than $700 million in education aid. It is happening again. The state proposed budget supplants $800 million of the $2.1 billion in federal aid that was set aside for New York City in the second stimulus package last December. This leaves us with substantially less education funding than we expected and need. This aid would help keep schools open, increase academic opportunity across the 5 boroughs, restore critical programs, and more. Like the mayor said in his recent appearance before the state legislature, Our students, their families, and educators have experienced a challenging year like no other in the city's history. Our 1 million school children deserve better. The state budget also makes more than $600 million in cuts and cost shifts to our financial plan over fiscal year 21 and 22. This includes shifting approximately $280 million in mandated charter school costs to New York City. And even though we are just in the very beginning stages of the recovery, the state wants to cut over $50 million from core public health services in fiscal year 22, which is less than 4 months away. This includes reducing our Article 6 public health aid reimbursement level by 50%. We would lose $35 million that could be invested in school-based health centers, protect New Yorkers from outbreaks of contagious disease, and more. Programs funded through other sources suffered too. Support was reduced from mental health care and the nurse facility partnership, which provides care and assistance to first-time mothers. Social service programs were not spared either. The proposed budget cuts more than $7 million over 2 years from domestic violence services, resources for youth in foster care, shelter operations, protection for seniors, and other vital programs. On top of cuts to our budget that I just discussed, the state executive budget threatens to slash nearly $500 million from the city's health and hospital across fiscal year 21 and 22. I want to emphasize that the state wants to cut resources in the midst of the pandemic, from a hospital system that has led the fight to save lives and protect New Yorkers from COVID-19 since last spring. As the mayor recently highlighted for the legislature, these cuts could mean closing 19 H&H clinics, which treats 140,000 patients a year, and losing 900 doctors and nurses, resulting in longer wait times for patients. We'll work with our partners in the legislature to fight all cuts that hurt New Yorkers, especially the most vulnerable. I also want to thank the Speaker and the Council for your help in opposing state supplantation. While we have faced an avalanche of challenges over the last year because of COVID-19, and the state has put roadblocks in our path, there is some good news from Washington, D.C. For months, we have been clear that the federal government must provide a stimulus that makes up for the revenue we have lost. Without additional help, we would have to make truly awful choices, including cuts to vital programs. Now, in light of new leadership in the Senate and the White House, we are optimistic that Congress will pass a new stimulus package that includes $350 billion in relief for states and localities, in addition to funding for other programs and needs. And thanks to the tireless advocacy of Senator Schumer and others in the New York congressional delegation, FEMA announced in January that it will increase its reimbursement rate to 100% of eligible courses. This puts more than $1 billion in the city's coffers. While this is a very welcome change, nearly $700 million of the $6.2 billion we have spent to date on COVID relief still may not be eligible for reimbursement. These costs will be paid for from the city's resources. Though I have finished on a somewhat positive note, there are good reasons to remain concerned. We balance the preliminary budget despite unprecedented economic disruption and diminished revenues. Looking forward, we face billions of dollars in budget cuts and shifts from the state, and we are still in the midst of an unprecedented health and fiscal crisis. However, we firmly believe New York City will recover faster than many people expect, as social distancing requirements ease, as the stimulus impacts are felt, and as consumers unleash pent-up demand. As this happens, workers will return to their offices, Broadway shows will sell out again, tourism will flourish, and hotels will fill with guests. This is a resilient city, and we'll be back better and stronger than ever before. Thank you again for the opportunity to testify today.
Thank you, Director Jiha. Before we go to the speaker for questions, let me announce that we have been joined by council members Barron, Cumbo, and Riley. Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Director Jiha. At the end of your testimony just now, you mentioned the President and Congress's $1.9 trillion stimulus package. And as you said, that package includes $350 billion in aid to state and local governments. Majority Leader Schumer's office estimates that roughly $12.7 billion of that $350 billion will flow to the state, with $5.6 million separately in direct aid to New York City. Now, hopefully it gets through the Senate without any changes or cuts to local aid. But assuming that it goes through, what is our budget strategy if that is delayed or spread out over 2 or 3 years? And I want to know, does your economic or tax forecasts include the impact of the stimulus package?
The preliminary budget, as you know, is balanced without any assumption of federal aid. Okay. And so we are fortunate. So it's basically what you would call the worst case scenario, but we managed to balance it without any aid from the federal government. So if there is no aid coming from the federal government, we'll continue to do what we've been doing, which is continue our aggressive savings programs, basically to eke out as much saving as possible to make sure that the city's budget is balanced. But if, on the other hand, we were fortunate enough to receive the aid, we are basically just beginning to phase of planning process for the executive budget. We haven't made any decision one way or another. And I'm assuming as part of budget negotiation and resource allocation decisions, we will definitely work with the council to make the best decisions that I believe will be in the best interest of the city in the long run.
But my question, Director Jiha, is assuming we get that $5.6 billion, which it looks pretty likely we're going to get some amount close to that. Do you have any sense at this point, you or Deputy Director Godner, on if we should be spreading that aid out over multiple fiscal years or using it all in a single fiscal year, this upcoming fiscal year?
As I said, we have not made any decisions. We are in a planning phase, and we have not received anything at this point in time, so we don't know for sure. But as I said, any budget allocation decisions will be made as we negotiate the budget. And at that point in time, we'll decide in terms of what to do and what to do with the resources that we have, how best to allocate those resources that we have. But at this point in time, we have not made any decision one way or another. This is the beginning phase of the planning process for the executive budget.
The reason why I'm asking is, of course, and I don't think it was mentioned in your opening testimony here today, but the out-year gaps that we are seeing are very, very significant. One of the things that concerns me the most about this budget is that we're staring down serious gaps in the out years, and there's still a tremendous amount of uncertainty about our economy. But the budget proposal that we are seeing, it seems to be pretty short-sighted. And what I mean by that is we're pulling from our reserves still, promising labor savings, reducing debt service costs, and hoping that the feds come through. I hope they come through as well. But what I don't really think that we're seeing are serious efforts at identifying efficiencies or long-term ways to reduce costs. And I'd love it if we got new tax revenue streams, but I don't think that we can bank on that right now. So I don't want us to be in a situation in a year or two where social safety net programs and essential services like trash pickup are on the chopping block again. So, so my first question in following that is, do you have any updates on the labor savings that was identified by the administration and that the mayor had promised?
Well, I mean, we have always focused on achieving both immediate and recurring savings. I mean, this is the plan that we presented to you, the preliminary budget, contain $1.3 billion, okay, in PEG savings over 2 years. We have a rigid 3-for-1 attrition hiring program that allows us to reduce headcount without resorting to layoff. And this by itself would reduce headcount by 5,000 and will produce savings of about $350 million over the next 2 years. So we're never shy in terms of, we're not shy in terms of making tough decisions with respect to savings. We continue to look for savings, but as you know, it's any savings program that you see, any savings program that you implemented has to be implemented gradually. Otherwise, it could prove counterproductive. We cannot make all the necessary adjustments all at once. It's a process. It's a process. We have to give agencies a little time to adjust their operations to the new budgetary constraints that otherwise they could end up making disruptive cuts to vital services, which would be counterproductive to recovery. So again, it's a process. We'll continue to add savings in the executive budget and in the adopted budget. We'll continue to, we're always looking for savings and working every day with all the agencies to make sure that we could identify savings. So we're going to have a savings program as part of the executive budget and also as part of the adopted budget.
And do you have any updates on the labor savings that the mayor and administration?
We continue to work with the labor unions to identify savings. And as I said, as we go forward, we will make new announcements as we settle with the labor unions with respect to savings that we could identify.
I mean, that seems pretty amorphous, and we're going to need more specific information about that as we move forward.
Yes, of course.
As I said before, we're staring down some very significant budget gaps in the next few years, not just this year.
Sure.
Over $4 billion a year through fiscal year 2025. And now you're calling for us to draw down our reserves. Sorry, I'm having allergies. And now you're calling for us to draw down our reserves even more to close the gap this year. I'd rather be putting more back in. Do you think it's a responsible state to leave the budget in, given that we're seeing so large of out-year gaps?
Well, yeah, again, listen, we have worked in the past, the council and the administration, basically to build up a very strong record reserve that the two of us, the administration and the council, have worked together to build. So it is as part of the strategy, if we have enough resources and when it comes time to make discretionary allocation to reserve, if necessary, we would do so. So we understand your concern. We see the long-term outlook. We see all the risks out there, and we also know, fully aware of the out-year gaps that we have, and that were basically expanded because of what happened with the property tax revenues. So we are fully aware of the challenges. And as I said, if needed, as a part of the budget negotiation process, we'll discuss, and if we have resources and enough resources, because at the end of the day, right now, the budget that we created was a budget created in the worst case scenario. Budget assumes no federal aid whatsoever. And so therefore we have to tighten our belt, okay, and use all the resources at our disposal to craft this budget. But if we happen to be lucky enough to, fortunate enough to receive significant federal assistance, we will definitely work with the council as part of the budget allocation to see if, when necessary to add to the reserves.
I mean, thank you, Director Gia, but it's sort of a given that you'll work with us because we are the ones that have to adopt the budget and vote on the budget.
course.
What I'm trying
course.
to understand and hear today is what your thinking and strategy is on managing these very significant out-year gaps, because even after this mayor and this council's gone, we want to make sure that we are leaving the city in good hands for a future mayor and a future council. And $4 billion a year in out-year gaps through fiscal 2025 seems extraordinarily alarming and concerning, because we don't know if additional federal aid will come in sizable ways after this $1.9 trillion plan. So could you talk a little bit about how OMB right now is thinking through different scenarios of managing these out-year gaps beyond the upcoming fiscal year?
One of the things that you have to realize is are aggressive. Okay, this is in the preliminary budget. What we presented was a very extremely aggressive $1.2 billion peg. We will continue to have a peg program in the out years, and we'll continue again, as I said, to adhere to the 3-4-1 attrition policy that we have in place to make sure that we bring the headcount down. But more importantly, from my perspective, what we currently doing right now is basically looking at every aspect of the city's operation, every agency, look at their operations, okay, to see where the operations can be restructured, okay? But these are things that can only happen in the long run, okay? You cannot do these things in the very short term. We're looking at every single agency operations, see what aspect of the operations can be restructured, how can we do things better, so we could basically try to generate as much saving as possible from the operations of the agencies. But again, these are the some of the things that we want to do. But I don't know, Ken, you want to add that to what I just said?
Yeah, I think that we've had a program of continuous savings. We're not going to stop looking for savings whether or not we get federal aid. Obviously, that's the way we're going to manage bring those out-year gaps down, is through finding recurring savings. We've done that in the last two plans. We'll continue doing that. Obviously, looking for efficiencies and ways to find savings that don't impact services.
Okay, so I mean, hopefully the vaccine distribution program continues to ramp up and we get closer to more of a state of normal over the summer as more and more New Yorkers get vaccinated, but there is still a lot of uncertainty about how we're going to recover as a city. I want to ask, in doing your economic and tax revenue forecasting, have you made any assumptions about the pace of private sector office workers returning to commercial spaces or central business districts?
Well, our forecast basically is vaccination is from our perspective is a central aspect of the recovery program. And that's the reason why we have been so aggressive with the vaccination campaign, because that's the only way you could make employees feel comfortable that it is safe to come back to the office. Right now, our forecast for the year is we are looking at employees coming, like the mayor indicated. We expect employees to come back to the office as our own city workers to set the example, sometimes in May. And so it's part of the same, and as employees begin to come back to the office, we expect to the economy to begin to pick up. And this is where we the focus is about 3.1% this year,
Director,
We're
just,
looking at forecasts of about 4.6% in 21, and we expect the economy to accelerate to about 5.8% in 22. So altogether, we're looking at to add about 517,000 jobs by the end of 22. So again,
just Director, the reason why I'm asking that about the pace of private sector office workers returning to commercial buildings and central business districts is because if we end up seeing a significant portion of workers continuing to telecommute, do we have any estimates on how that will impact our revenue forecasts? And what I mean by that is, are we thinking about secondary impacts in our forecasting? Because if we have a good portion of employees from Midtown, for example, that continue to telecommute, that could be devastating to a whole ecosystem of businesses that exist because of those workers. What I'm trying to understand is OMB looking at secondary impacts? Are our models looking at these type of things on what it will do to our tax base? These are the things I'm trying to understand.
Yes, of course we do. But as I said, it's until and unless employees feel comfortable about feel safe about coming back to the office, it's something that it's unlikely to happen. And that's the reason why as I said, we are as aggressive as we are with the vaccination campaign, and also with the mayors taking the lead in bringing city employees back to the office in May, because you have to set the example. You have to lead by example. And as we're going to see, as more folks are inoculated, and then you're going to have you're seeing people coming back to the office, coming back to New York, and as they come back to New York, you expect not only to see income tax, sales tax, all of these things to pick up, but you would also begin to see property, commercial property, okay, value of commercial property picking up in New York City. So again, from our perspective is, as I said, we're looking at the economy. We see the economy picking up in 2021, and it's going to get stronger in 2022, because as I said, we're looking at about 4.6% growth in 21, because just assume the economy began to recover. You also have the stimulus coming from Washington. So you have all these things going to add at some point. That's the reason why I said New York will begin to recover faster than most people anticipate, because of the impact of the vaccine, the stimulus, okay? And as people begin to come back, have the confidence to come back to the office, from our perspective, the city is going to recover much faster than we anticipate. And at this point in time, our forecast is more or less conservative, okay? Because we only anticipate to get about 517,000 more jobs by the end of 2022. But with these additional jobs, I'm expecting tax revenue to begin to pick up, property tax, because as folks come back to the office, as people come back, I'm expecting retail sales begin to pick up again, restaurants begin to pick up, as people come back to work, come on a day-to-day basis in the business districts in New York City.
But just lastly, are we incorporating these things into our models? The questions
yes,
that
they are.
Okay.
Of course, these things are incorporated into our models, yes.
Okay, I have a couple more quick questions, and then there's a lot of members that are here. Before COVID hit, we had over 65 million visitors to the city a year. It was enormously important to our economy, our hotels, our nightlife, our restaurants, Broadway. I don't see any of them fully recovering back without a major resurgence in tourism. Do you have any forecasts on when we expect to see anything close to pre-pandemic levels on tourism? And are you guys working with NYC and Company on a plan to get us there more quickly?
Yes, we, as I said, we've been working with NYC and Company, and NYC and Company, they published a roadmap for recovery, basically outlining what they expect to be. Their strategy basically is the same as ours, which is basically based on the containment of the virus, and then see how many restrictions are lifted in New York and also in the source markets. So their current focus right now is on what they call staycations. They spend, spending by local in support of business sectors, but they also expect to ramp up their promotions in key visitors markets, okay, as conditions improve. In particular, they're looking to invest in the second half in marketing to attract tourists in New York, particularly in the second half of 21.
Do you have any forecasts on when we expect to see anything close to pre-pandemic levels of tourism?
Well, I think they're looking at it, I think sometimes around 2025. That's New York and NYC and Company. But again, as I said, from my perspective, I think we will pick up faster than we anticipate, because again, as I said, once the traveling public feel that it is safe to come to New York City, and with our aggressive vaccination campaign, I think people will begin to come to New York City. Okay, so I think the 2025, I think it's, from my perspective, is a bit too conservative.
Okay, I'm going to just end with sort of a big picture question. This past year, as you know, has been absolutely devastating for us as a city, for the country, economically, socially, physically, emotionally, spiritually. And I don't think we've really begun to understand the long-term impacts that the last year has had on all of us collectively, and how we'll need to support students coming back in the fall after a year and a half of interrupted education, how to deal with the mental health crisis that has been brewing, how to support the families that lost breadwinners, how to make up for the economic losses of women who had to leave the workplace, and many of whom became caregivers, how to care for New Yorkers with long-term health impacts from COVID, how to handle the end of the eviction moratorium. Those are just some of the big issues that we continue to grapple with as a city. And so what I'd like to just end with my questions is, how do you think this budget starts to prepare us for a post-COVID world? What's different about our approach to a COVID crisis budget versus a COVID recovery budget, and how we're adjusting our thinking about these things? We were in sort of the crisis mode last year during the budget, when the pandemic was hitting. Now we are going into a COVID recovery budget, and all those issues that I just outlined. How do you feel like this budget really responds to that and is taking, those set of things that I mentioned into how we're thinking about planning as a city with our tax dollars?
Yeah, I mean, it's as I indicated in earlier in my testimony, and these I believe we have. It's not a budget that we could only. We had made some significant, from our perspective. We have deepened our commitment to the test and trace program and the New York City vaccine. We have increased we made some significant investment. We have increased social and emotional learning programming for students who need help. Okay. We have also funded the summer youth program. We have established the Learning Bridges program, which provide free childcare and learning options for young students when they are scheduled for remote learning. Again, we continue to make some serious investment, but as I said, we were also constrained. Don't forget, we're also constrained by the fact that we had limited resources in that particular budget, in preliminary budget, because it was a budget. Okay, we know we had to make some significant cuts. Okay, because it was a budget that was crafted. Okay, in the midst of a pandemic. Okay, we had very limited resources. Now we're coming out of it. Okay, so again, as we move into the executive budget, as we begin to plan, okay, for the executive budget, and with the hope of getting more resources from the federal government, we'll have more flexibility, okay, more latitude, okay, to begin to plan for a post-COVID era, where we begin to set priorities to set New York City in the direction that I believe it deserves.
Okay, thank you, Director Jiha. If there's a
Okay.
second round, I'll come back. I want to turn it back to Chair Drum.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, for your questions. I have some questions now, Mr. Director, and then we're going to be followed by Councilmember Rosenthal and Kalos. The preliminary plan imposes a hiring and attrition management program that says for every one employee hired, there must be 3 employees lost. I know the speaker and you began to talk a little bit about that, but let's talk about that a little bit more in depth. In fiscal 2022, the plan baselines this reduction at 4,937 positions, but does not break it down by agency. So how did you get to this exact number? And why don't you break it down by agency in the plan? And can the agency detail be provided to the council?
Well, this is currently being managed centrally, okay? And the reason we're doing this is because we want to have as much flexibility as possible when we are dealing with agencies. We are still in the midst of a pandemic, so we must be very nimble if we have to give some agencies some leeway in case there is an emergency. So that's the reason why it's been managed centrally. With respect to sharing information, we will share information with the council as we move closer to fiscal year 22. But you must also remember that the system is built for maximum flexibility, and therefore we may not have exact data, okay, by agency. Again, as I said, we have a target, okay, we're centrally managing that target, okay. Whenever an agency needs, we move resources to that agency, okay, but we don't know for sure at this point in time. But as we move closer, okay, to 2022, we'll have more information, and we could provide the information to the council by agency, so we could have a sense of the headcount reduction by the different agencies.
Will you share those targets with us?
Yes, as I said, as we move closer, okay, to fiscal year 22.
So these commissioners now will have more discretion, from what I'm understanding you saying, to avoid service reductions. Is that correct?
Yes, we are working with the agencies so to minimize as much as possible any service disruption tests.
Okay. And what about what agencies are exempt from the plan?
Currently, it's uniformed teachers and any positions that basically relates to health, safety, as well as direct revenue generating positions.
Okay, so out of the total city headcount, how many positions are subject to the 3-to-1 hiring plan?
I think all civilian male agencies are subject to it, except for uniform and teachers. And as I said, any positions related to health and safety, and also revenue generation.
So every other position is subject to it?
Every civilian position, except, as I said.
Okay, now I'd like to just talk a little bit about special education and the Carter cases. The largest new need in the preliminary plan is $220 million for DOE's budget for Carter cases, bringing the total fiscal 2021 budget up to $625.6 million. This is well below the $710 million the department spent on Carter cases in fiscal 20, but well above the fiscal 2022 proposed budget of $445.7 million. In this area, we chronically see both overspending and under budgeting. So what collaboration exists between OMB and DOE to mitigate the under budgeting for Carter cases? And have you worked with DOE to assess if the special education budget is adequate? I know that this has both good and bad implications. I mean, in one sense, we wanted to see Carter cases, worked out so that parents didn't have to wait so long for the service to be provided. But on the other hand, of course,
Sure.
we'd like to see more of these services be provided in-house, where we wouldn't have to spend, maybe we wouldn't have to spend quite as much money.
Yeah, as you know, we working very closely with DOE to monitor the catechist budget. And based on current information that we have right now, we believe that the amount that we budgeted for is appropriate because the FY20 amounts that you just highlight reflects prior year accruals. Okay, there are some prior year accruals. Okay, in that 20 numbers, FY20 numbers, that makes it that basically overstate the amount.
That's because of the
So,
backlog?
yes, so we are continuously, yeah. So, we are continuously monitoring this budget and we'll make an adjustment if necessary. So, it's something that we watch closely. Okay, we work with DOE and necessary we make the necessary adjustment. But we believe the amount that we have at this point in time is very appropriate.
Are there any plans for a comprehensive review or an audit of the Carter cases and how the DOE is handling them?
Yeah, DOE is continuously reviewing its capacity to provide special education services. As you may recall, the administration and DOE recently invested $33 million in the creation of a new special education programs within DOE, within K-2 and early education. And we also hire additional employees to increase DOE in-house capacity. It's making a difference, but we have not seen a major change in the trend, the Carter case spending trend at this point in time. But again, we'll continue to work with DOE to make sure that we are addressing their needs. But this is an issue that we constantly monitor.
So during the height of the pandemic, one of the major concerns that a number of council members and myself included had was the provision of services to students with special education or IEP plans. Moving forward, is there any way to address some of the gaps in those services that you see in terms of the budget moving forward?
Yeah, yes, definitely. I agree with you. We budget about $7.5 billion, I believe, in terms of special education. And this includes funding for special ed in district schools, related services. And so again, we will continue to, and we'll work with you to see, areas where we need, where there is a gap. Okay, what can we do to, together and to address these issues?
Sure. I know that when we get to the preliminary budget hearing on education, we're going to go more into depth on those questions. But obviously,
Yes.
It's a matter of very serious concern to all of us, particularly myself as a former educator. Let me talk to you now a little bit about some of the property tax rebates that the mayor had promised. As part of the preliminary budget release, Mayor de Blasio announced that he would like to do a property tax rebate for Class 1 homeowners with market values below $500,000. Then later in the day, as part of the announcement regarding the increased FEMA reimbursement, the mayor said that he would definitely do this for next year. So what is the status of the rebate? And it would obviously require state legislation. So where are you in the process and discussions with the state on this?
Yeah, currently we are drafting legislation and we're working with our state partners to move this as quickly as possible.
In the mayor's plan, I don't believe that co-ops and condos were included in that. Why are co-ops and condos not included in that? I seem to recall from the past that when there were rebates, similar rebates done, co-op and condo owners did receive the rebate as well.
Yeah, the premise of the rebate is the fact that the mayor was concerned because of state tax laws that basically cap the growth in assets value, okay, for Class 1 properties. As a result of that cap, even though you have market value declines in certain areas and to some extent for Class 1 property owners, because of the caps that these homeowners, class one homeowners, would experience a tax increase even in this environment, that we are in now. So the mayor decided, to come up with a policy to basically make sure that property home or low-income property owners do not experience an increase in taxes as a result of the tax law. Okay, so that's the reason why we come up with a policy to provide a rebate to class one property owners. We don't have the same experience for co-op and condos. Okay, all right. So co-op and condos are not facing the same challenges that class one property owners are facing. That's the reason why co-op and condos were not included as part
Right.
of.
I think that our estimate is that about a third of them have seen their assessments rise on the tentative roll. So are you disputing that?
Yeah, some of them, basically a high end, the high end. That's probably why you see some increase. But on the very low end of the spectrum, we don't see major increases that would warrant to include the co-op and condos as part of the rebate.
Okay, and can you explain why would you base the threshold on the market value rather than on the income of the property owners?
Just because we want to provide, we want to distribute the rebate as quickly as possible, because it's it's a lot easier to do this way because that's information that we have, whereas we don't have the income and property information at the same time, in the same database. So this is just basically to allow us to quickly distribute the rebate to property owners. That's the reason why we limit it to market value instead of doing it as income. The assumption here is, the lower market value of the property, implies that the property owner is not a rich person.
Okay. So in the prior rebates the city has done, homeowners who had fallen behind on their bills were denied rebates. However, considering the difficulties many residents are facing, do you plan on making the same requirement?
We are in the process of drafting legislation. It's a good point. We will take that into account as we draft the legislation. It's a valid point. It's a very tough environment, and we have to see if what can be done to make sure that these people receive the rebates. Yeah.
Okay, and finally on this question, do property owners have to pay taxes on the rebate? That was part of, I think, what happened in the past.
No, they would not.
They would not. Okay, and that would be put in the state legislation, or?
We could put it in the state legislation, but it would probably lower the deduction for a group of people. But for that particular group, the income level is so low that I don't believe that they even would, be able to use the local property tax deduction to take advantage of property tax deduction. So therefore, I don't believe these people will be impacted per se. Theoretically, you could make a case that it would lower, the property tax deductions that they use to offset, the income taxes. But given, the income range of many of these folks, I'm assuming they are not using deduction. They're using the standard deduction most likely. So, so it's unlikely they be impacted.
So when you're talking about the rebate, you're saying it would be a deduction in the taxes due, or would they actually get a cash check?
Well, we have to discuss how best we're going to do it, whether or not we're going to do it through a rebate or whether or not we're going to issue a check. Folks, the easiest way to do it would be to do it to a rebate. To a credit. Okay. But we would have to, make a decision on whether or not we should do it through a credit or through a check, issuing a check to the taxpayer.
The reason I was asking that is because, in the past, I think the state viewed it as income, and then you were taxed on it. That's where I was going with that.
Yeah.
So just on that, will you promise to show us on the draft and discuss with the council prior to going to Albany on it?
Sure.
Okay, so
Yes.
you'll work with us on that?
Yes.
Okay. And let me go now to some property assessment questions that I have. Fiscal 22 is an atypical year for property assessments, which fell by 3.9% according to DOF's tentative assessment roll, driven mainly by large market value declines in class 2 and 4 properties. The mayor has spoken a lot about this. DOF bases market values on these properties on income and expense data collected directly from property owners, though due to time it takes to collect and analyze data, there's a 1 year lag between the data and the date of the valuation. So typically DOF looks to historic trends to make up for this lag. However, considering historic impact of the pandemic on real estate, DOF switched to using economic indicators to update the data. While a smart way to address this issue, the lack of real-time data makes it hard to judge the accuracy of DOF's method. Further, there's only a downside risk here, as the tax commission can reduce assessments if they find them overvalued, but there's no recourse if the city undervalued the property. So considering that there's no real-time data for comparison, how confident is your office in DOF's for class 2 and 4 market values? And do you believe that there's a greater risk of the tax commission reductions this year?
With respect to, the filing deadline for challenges with the tax commission is March 1st. That was yesterday for class 2 and class 4, and March 15th for class 1. Is it possible that you could have an increase in challenges? It's possible, but at this point in time, it's unknown. But I think the larger question you asked with respect to whether or not I have confidence, yes, I have full confidence in what DOF is doing. Because what happened is, as you know, is income and expense data are critical inputs in the valuation method that are used by the Department of Finance to do their valuation. However, like you said, there is a 1 year lag between the financial data that are submitted by commercial property owners and used by DOF and the status date of the valuation. But to bring the income and expense data up to date, what DOF usually does is basically they usually trend forward, okay, the income and expense data using basically economic indicators such as the unemployment rate of the region, just a good example. But this year, because these economic indicators do not usually have a huge swing from year to year, they don't typically have a material impact on the DOF projected income and expense in a normal year. Unfortunately, last year, because of the pause order, the lockdown, these indicators basically the city's economy experienced some significant deterioration. And as a result, they were reflected in the indicators. For instance, the city unemployment rate was from 3.4% in February pre-COVID to about 20% in June. So with that kind of swing, that kind of a swing had significant impact on the forecast of income and expense that DOF published. So as a result, that's what you have the issues that we dealt with. So next year we will have the actual data, at which point we will know whether or not it's much worse or much better. But from my perspective, I have full confidence in the methodology that DOF uses. And this is not something new that they have done. This is something that they do every year. It's simply that the economy has deteriorated so much, that when you use these indicators to basically forecast the income and expense statement data that they use, to do valuation, they're going to influence, in the wrong direction. Okay, and that's what happened. So it's I have full confidence in their ability to do the job. They know what they're doing. They're very good at it.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Director. I just have a couple of more questions. Mayor de Blasio's 2021 State of the City address included several new initiatives, all of which presumably would require additional funding. The announcements included reopening schools fully in September, expanding the Deepening Journey Home program to end street homelessness, and doubling the workforce for the Cure Violence and Crisis Management System, and creating a city cleanup corps, which proposes to hire 10,000 new workers to clean up neighborhoods. I think the speaker began to address some of this as well. So what is the price tag for all of those programs, each individually? And are any of them fully funded in the preliminary plan?
Yeah, the school reopening is basically it's funded at we have $516 million included in the preliminary budget, but we think the cost is going to be much higher. It's about $767 million. That's something we will have to deal with in the upcoming plans. That's with respect to school reopenings. With respect to the Journey Home program to end street homeless, there are no new unanticipated costs to this program. We're just doubling down on the commitment that we made to find safe havens. The Cure Violence and the crisis management system, we are still working with City Hall and Mark J on the necessary funding. We roughly have about $17 million right now, but Mark is about to issue an RFP. So once we have all the details once we have the response of the RFP, we would get a better sense of what to expect. With respect to the creation of the city cleanup corps, which the mayor announced in the State of the City, which is a program that the mayor basically says it's contingent on the city receiving stimulus, federal stimulus. We are working with City Hall and with different folks to find out exactly how that program is going to be structured. And once we have a better sense on how it will be structured, and if we have received the federal stimulus, we will come back to you with an update in terms of how much we expect it to cost, which agency will house that program, okay, and how many people in general we're going to have to hire, and how quickly we could hire them, so we could give you a sense of how much it will cost.
You're muted, Chairman Joe.
See, you said I'm muted?
I'm sorry. Yeah, I'm sorry.
Okay, I'm sorry.
Is the cleanup corps, is that the one that you're referring to that depends on federal aid?
Yes, that's
okay.
Yeah.
And the others do not?
No.
Okay. All right, thank you, Mr. Director. I'm going to turn it over to my colleague, Chair Rosenthal.
Great, thank you so much. Thank you, Chair Drum. I appreciate all your questions. I'm looking forward also to getting good concrete answers from OMB to your questions. And mine are gonna similarly be, I hope we can get some details soon. Director, it's again, so great to be working with you. The mayor announced yesterday that the city will be restarting the $17 billion in capital projects, which will be overseen by the newly appointed recovery czar, Lorraine Grillo, which is terrific. This is great news for the city and for the construction industry. I'm wondering, do you have a list of those projects or types of projects? And how, well, first of all, do you have a list of those projects?
Yes, as I indicated in my testimony, we have a list of all the projects and the timeline. and available for the council members if they're interested.
Oh, very interested. So
Yes.
we're interested. If you could send that list over, and it
Sure.
includes the timeline. And so only because I haven't seen the list, does that mean the timeline, just quickly, is the timeline in the current year or over the 2 fiscal years?
The timeline in terms of when we're starting those projects. All projects will we'll have all projects started by the end of the month. By the end of this month.
$17 billion worth of capital projects, will the certificate to proceed will be signed by the end of the month?
What we're doing is this is the capital program that we have. It's part of our strategy to speed up the recovery. We're gonna do we're gonna try our best to get as much of that registered with the controller. We're working with the law department. We're working with the marks. It's a whole hands on deck approach in terms of pushing as hard as we can, as humanly possible, to get as much as possible into other contracts.
Thank you. Are you saying that if at the end of June, which is the end of the fiscal year, the projects, we don't have $17 billion worth of projects registered, that the fault lies with the law department or
Oh, no.
controller or MOX?
No. It's an entire process. As you know, you have to go through a registration process with the controller. You have to go through review with OMB, with MOX.
Right. So I mean, what I'm saying, Director, is that you and I both know that, right?
Yes.
So knowing that, I thought I heard you say that the goal is to commit all 17 billion by June 30th.
No.
And I just wanted you to confirm that, yes or no?
No. That's not what I said. I said, we're starting the entire process. Okay, the process was on pause. Okay, we're starting the entire process. Okay, and we basically going to work with all the agencies, whether it's MOX, law, controller's office, to try to register as many contracts as possible.
Yeah,
I cannot guarantee we could do 17. I cannot guarantee you can do 17.
Sure.
I cannot guarantee.
But you and I both know
yes,
all the details, all the steps that go into getting it to the point where it registers with the controller. If I recall correctly, cobwebs in my brain, that he has 30 days which to approve or disapprove or send back. So hypothetically, he could send all of them back, but let's not make any assumptions about the controller. My question is, given that and given that we now have Passport, and I hear many of the contractors on the construction side are signing up in Passport, I guess my question is, how far along will each of the $17 billion worth of projects be by June 30th? Will they all be by then at least at the controller's office for registration? Again, we can't know what he'll do with it. He might send them back, but will they have been processed and at his desk?
I don't know. I can't tell, because as I said, we're starting the projects. We have to work with the agencies.
Okay, so
we have to work with the agencies.
I hear your answer, but I just want you to know it's like mind numbing that, because I know OMB is better than that. And I know OMB, when they talk about timelines, know that it's going to take this much time at MOX, this much time at the law department, this much time at DOI, and all the steps. And I'm confident your staff has that information today about all $17 billion worth of projects. And the reason I'm animated about it is because I'm just trying to understand that yesterday, when the mayor announced that we would be going with $17 billion worth of capital projects by the end of this fiscal year, I'm just trying to see, is that realistic?
The mayor says we will restart the $17 billion capital program. Okay, there's,
So we
we
have
will
to
start the
read
17
between the
billion.
lines. We
I'm
should
sorry?
be reading, so we have to read between the lines when the mayor
No, it's not,
announces
it's not
this
reading between the
stuff.
lines.
I mean,
We're
that's
gonna
a little
try our,
bit, that's a little
we're
too
gonna
cute
try
by
our
half.
best. No, we're gonna try our best, we're gonna try our best. I mean, the
Okay.
concern that you told me you had was, you want to restart the program as quickly as possible. You and I had that discussion. Okay, you want to restart this as soon as possible, as quickly as possible. We share the same goal. Okay, we believe that as part of the strategy to speed up the city's recovery, okay, capital program should play a critical role. So what I said to you is we're going to do our best, okay,
Okay.
to move
So what
as
does
fast
that
as
mean?
humanly possible. Okay.
So what does that mean? For example, do you already have the list of projects? Do you already have them in priority order?
Yeah, I have as I said, I have the list of projects. Okay, by the end of the month, okay, we would have restarted all capital projects that were on pause. Okay, all of them that were on
All
pause.
17. Does that mean CPs?
All
will
projects,
be
all
signed?
projects that were on pause. All projects that were on
Will the
pause will be.
certificates to proceed be signed by OMB by the end of the month?
The project that were on pause. Okay, that's what I'm saying to you. The project that were on pause, all of them. Okay, we'll have restarted. Okay, we'll have giving all of them a go. Okay, we will basically begin to review all CPs. Okay, all the CPs that we have. Okay, and then engage and then have them begin the registration process. So
Okay.
all of the
And
projects
so
that were
have
on
you
pause.
begun those discussions with your deputy directors and with Lorraine Crillo? I know she just started, or with the agencies. Is that what your staff is now, is working with the agencies to get those started?
They're working with all the agencies, okay, all the projects that were on pause, okay. We have a staggered schedule, as I said to you before.
Sure,
Okay,
sure.
Some of them will be released on March 15. Some of them will be released at the end of the month, which is March 26, okay? So staff are working with all the agencies, okay? Start doing the reviewing process, okay? See what can be done to help with the registration process as much as possible. As I said, it's all hands on deck, so we could do as much as possible, so we could capitalize, okay. On the capital program that we have to speed up the
Great.
recovery.
No, I support you 100%. And with that, is OMB subject to the attrition plan? And will that affect OMB's ability to, move along these projects?
OMB, like every other agency, is subject to the 341 attrition plan, yes. And
how is that?
obviously, because that's of course going to have an impact because we have the, all the capacity to do it. But with what we have, we're going to try to be as productive as we can be. Okay.
Yeah, I see
And
that because
I understand you're skeptical. I understand your skepticism.
Okay.
I understand. Okay, I understand your skepticism.
Let's move on.
No, it's warranted, but at the same time, we also, like you and I, we share the same goal, which is try to accelerate that process as quickly as possible. And we're going to try our best. That's all we can do. Give it our best shot.
Mm-hmm. Oh, okay. I'm gonna move on. The pandemic continues to have a major impact on the city's financial health, as you know, as well as the health of the citizens. The state's pause order, along with the city's cash flow issues, brought the majority of the city's capital projects to a temporary halt, as we've been discussing, and OMB naturally has played a key role in those actions and the decisions behind making them. I'm wondering what factors related to the city's cash flow, and I really just want to focus on cash flow, not the governor's list of what things could continue or not, what building projects could continue or not. I'd like to focus on cash flow. So what factors related to the city's cash flow caused the administration to decide to halt most of the city's capital projects? And again, really focusing on cash flow now.
I mean, as you can imagine, when in the midst of the pandemic, there was a lot of uncertainties with respect to One, what's going to happen with tax revenues? Okay, how bad things will get. There were questions about whether or not we would have access to the capital market. Okay, because nobody knew at that time what was going to happen to the capital market. Okay?
Sure.
So therefore, in the name of, because we're all trying to be as cautious as we can be, which is which was warranted at the time, OMB put a pause on all major spendings, all major contracts, because of their potential impact, okay, on draining cash, because the city at some point had to make the decision whether or not to continue to keep the lights on, pay employees, okay, or put a pause on these projects. And
Sure.
on top of that, yes.
So, what was the cash on hand then when you were making those decisions? I think those were mid-May to me, but you'll know better.
I wasn't here, so I don't remember per se.
I know, but your staff
what was the
knows.
cash
They're
position?
here.
Yeah, I don't remember per se what was the cash position at the time, but it was a legitimate concern. It was a very legitimate concern at that time.
Yeah, I'm just trying to hurry it along because I know my colleagues have lots of questions. So I really apologize for interrupting you. It's truly no disrespect. In the back of my head, I can see all my colleagues glaring at me on the panel. So I really apologize on that. But I guess what I'm asking and from your staff is, when was, back in February, the city's bond rating was the highest it's ever been. And so when did the city go to market with that bond rating? Was it any time between February and May 15th? And what indicators were there? Yeah, just that first question. And then how low did the cash reserve go before you went to market again? And when was that?
I'm just going to talk to you in general, because again, as I said, I wasn't there at the time to answer the specific question. Let me finish. Because I wasn't there at the time, but to give you a specific answer to your question. But in general, okay, the city's cash flow basically is at its lowest points, okay, around at the end of fiscal year, okay, right before the July property tax payments, okay, typically.
Well,
okay.
Then why does HPP issue a close on all its deals in spring? I mean, there's a plan of action. We all know the seasonality of cash going into
yes,
it.
that's my point. My point to you is, it has nothing to do with the city's rating. Okay, nobody knew whether or not the market was going to freeze. Okay, nobody knew at the time, because the only thing we know, stock market collapse. Okay, everything was collapsing at the time.
Oh, I don't know about that. I mean, this is why I love the financial transfer tax. Wall Street made out like bandits. And
no, but at the time when
quite immediately, Trump took credit for all of that.
Yeah, when the pandemic hit, okay, the market collapsed. Okay, nobody knew at the time what was going to happen. Okay,
I mean,
so therefore,
we can go back and fact check. Let's not go back and forth on this.
Yes.
I think, I'm sorry that you weren't there, because I know how hard you work, and you've been amazing at Department of Finance and how many details you know. I really wish I knew when the last time was that the city went to market.
We will provide you that information.
Given that you go to market at least 4 times a year, what was the cash reserve at the low moment? And really, what were the reasons why you didn't go to market, and therefore we all were in a panic about cutting SYEP, et cetera. And of course, you stopped all the capital projects. And, probably because the governor said you had to stop them all. But I guess I'm getting to, were there other players involved that kept you from going to market? I'm not sure the answer is Wall Street. I think, the controller has a role as to whether or not they approve you going to market. I don't know, but perhaps we can sit down another time with the staff.
Well, listen,
Were
I
there?
we will provide you the specific information that you requested. But what I'm trying to say to you is, first and foremost, there was a governor's pause order. So
Yeah, yeah.
therefore, whether we like it or not, we couldn't go forward with construction. Okay.
But then why did
Secondly,
you cut SYP? I mean, you can't have it both ways.
no.
I just
Secondly,
think- let's take this offline so my colleagues don't,
all right. Okay.
kill me.
Okay.
So is there anything in particular that OMB is doing to speed up this process? And do you have any thoughts, again, we could talk offline, for how we could responsibly speed up the CP approval process?
Yeah, we basically, on our part, we are basically asking agency to send us a full complete package, okay, with all the information that, we asking them not to give us information piecemeal, just send us a complete package. We will review the complete package all at once and make a decisions, whether to go forward or not right away. So it's not a question of we're sitting on, they're sending us a piece of information. This is the most critical aspect of it.
Yeah,
Just send us the entire package, fully complete.
For sure. And
now-
did agency heads know that was coming back in February or January? That that point was coming down the pike, that they had
That's been a change. That's been a change in our process. Yeah, that's been a change in our process.
Okay,
And
great.
that's the reason why that's good.
When did that start?
Now that's been a change in our process even prior to the pandemic. Okay, that we requested that agencies send us all complete package to review instead of sending us to us piecemeal and thereby consuming a lot more time than necessary.
Okay, thank you. Two more quick questions. I will try. The fiscal 21-25 preliminary capital commitment plan totals 84.1 billion, again with 17.6 billion planned in the current fiscal year. As of December, the city had actual commitments of approximately 2.4 billion. And as I said in my opener, before the pandemic, the city was making amazing strides in increasing annual commitments, with a high point in 2019 of 12.6 billion. The delta between 17.6 and 12.6, when we were at our best, obviously is 5 billion. If you were able to get to 12.6, is anyone working on a priority list or the lowest priority list of what won't be committed this year?
Let me update the information that you just had, because for fiscal year 21, we currently, it's like up to $3.2 billion through January in terms of commitment. Okay. And as I indicated before, we everyone is working as hard as they can to
I know,
see.
but that's $14 billion to go in the span of 4 or 5 months.
I understand. We're trying, as I said, we're trying our best.
I know you are. I know you are, and I'm rooting for you.
We're working. You are skeptical about. As I said, the only thing we can do is
are asking love for OMB and the city's capital commitment plan, and the city winning. Really issuing all this. So,
as I said, it's as part of our strategy to speed up the recovery. The capital program is critical. So we're going to do it. We're doing this by design. Okay, it's on purpose. We basically going to try our best as much as humanly possible. Okay, to get as many contracts as possible registered.
But I'm just not hearing any.
We're working with the different agencies. As I said, working with law, marks, okay, OMB, and we also will be working with the controllers as well. Okay, to get as many of these contracts registered as possible. So, so we're working with the agency. I don't know what else to tell you. It's a collaborative process. It's a collaborative process. We're telling these folks, we're giving them the go ahead, the green light, okay, to restart the project. Okay, They're gonna submit the CPs to us. We will review those CPs as quickly as possible, okay, and turn them around, okay, and turn them around as quickly as possible. Get all the players are gonna do. We're gonna do not. We're gonna do this
I've
thing
been
not
told-
sequentially,
I've
but
been
in parallel.
told that despite your not being able to give us the exact design and actually what you're doing to get it better, that I need to stop now. So
Okay.
I have a last question. Maybe we'll do it at second round. Thank you so much for your patience, Chair Drum.
No
and all.
problem.
Thank you very much. Now, just want to remind everyone of time. Also, we're going to now go to Councilmember Kalos, Chair Kalos, and then we do have council member questions as well. So thank you, Chair Kalos.
Good to see you, Director Jiha. I'm told your new position is a step up from Commissioner despite the change in title. As mentioned in my opening, I'm only going to ask 4 questions about indirect cost rate initiative, contracted headcount, outsourcing, and performance-based contracts. First, I want to thank both Speaker Johnson and Chair Rosenthal for the work you've done in fighting for the indirect rate funding our human service providers need and deserve. In fiscal year 2020, the administration agreed to cover the actual cost of indirect rate for human service providers and budgeted $54 million. This is to cover all the things that nonprofits need to provide services, whether it's ending hunger or helping the homeless or helping youth or seniors. There's a lot of overhead that weren't covered by our contracts. And what happened is last year, the administration ended up cutting the indirect cost rate initiative by $20 million baselined across 11 agencies. The cut hit the indirect rate increase, and it wasn't moving forward. It was actually retroactive. So we actually cut funding that we promised people they would be getting. The administration should honor our deal on its promise to the human services sector and restore indirect rate funding in the upcoming budget. How much is needed to fully fund the indirect rate initiative at the approved rates this year and in the baseline? And will the administration commit today to restoring and fully funding indirect cost rate funding in this year's budget?
Yes, like you said, savings were taken.
I heard yes, we're good.
You good? Okay.
I'm kidding.
Okay. Like you said, savings were taken during the executive budget last April for the indirect rate initiative. It was reduced by $20 million, and it was baseline in the adopted budget. Initially, this was done as a right-sizing effort, and based because on providers' enrollment at the time, which was very low. But by the time the adopted budget come around, and enrollment at pickup, and at the time, we realized it was basically a reduction instead of a right-sizing, okay, exercise. But since then, the economy had worsened, and the decision was made at the time to keep funding level and at the reduced level. Listen, the initiative is still active. We have providers submitting their claims and document. And from our perspective, if the budget picture improves, we'll work with the council to find a solution for this.
Amazing. How much?
I don't know at this point in time. As I said, we have to see what's going to happen in terms of the economy, whether or not we have secure more resources. But as I said, if the budget picture improves, we will work with the council, okay, to find a solution to this issue.
If you could provide the number, we're negotiating a budget, so we do have to get a specific number, and whether it's restoring the 20 million or if it's 40 million, that would be incredibly helpful to just know what number we're talking about.
Yeah, as I said, at this point in time, I don't know, because we're still waiting to see what's going to happen. We're still looking at the overall picture because we have a lot of needs. But to the extent that things improve, we continue to work with you, and not for profit, because it's a sector that we appreciate what they do on a day-to-day basis for New Yorkers.
Let's move on to the head count. The city's $17 billion contract budget lacks transparency around consultants and the work they are hired to do. Many of these contracts include positions which fulfill similar or the same role as city employees. For example, at a hearing in January, the president of DC 37's Local 2627 testified that a consultant at the FDNY was hired and trained to perform the same duties as a city employee sitting in a chair next to them at a desk. What is your estimate of the number of consultants who work for city agencies doing the same work as city employees who work right alongside them with the same training and assignments? And have you imposed any hiring controls or hiring freeze on consultants, or issued directives to convert consultants to staff or excess consultants before laying off city employees?
This is an issue of major concern to us as well, because at the end of the day, it costs us a lot more to hire a consultant than to hire a city employee. So this is not an issue that we take lightly. However, we also recognize that there are certain circumstances when you may need to, reach out to get a consultant on board, because a project could be a very short-term project. Okay, it's not a very long-term project, so therefore you don't need to bring a new employee on board if you could hire a consultant in the short term to do the work. Sometimes you don't have the skill set in the house to do the work, so therefore you have to outsource to find, the appropriate consultant to do the work. But as I said at the beginning, we share your concern. Okay, this is something that we're trying to do as best as possible, and we understand the challenges imposed by the 3-for-1 attrition. Okay, and the pressure that it puts on agencies, because if they cannot hire employees, if they cannot replace employees to do the work, so the natural tendency is to gravitate toward outsourcing to find somebody to do the work for them out there. So we'll work with the agencies to see, as I said, where to relieve some pressure, okay, to give them particular certain agencies where there's a huge need for this kind of outsourcing effort, to look at the operation to see how much relief we could provide them so they could hire, okay, instead of hire employees, instead of hiring consultants. So we're in a process of reviewing the different agencies to see, whenever it's needed, wherever it's needed, to make the appropriate adjustment in terms of the 3-for-1 attrition. We are very flexible in terms of the way we're approaching it. And, so therefore, as I said, on a day-to-day basis, we are working with the agencies to see how best to tackle that issue. But this is an issue of concern to us as well, because it costs us a lot more to our consultant and to our employees.
Director Jihad, how dare you? You stole my third question. This specifically, I just really appreciate the honesty that I think one of our concerns is that the 3-to-1 hiring plan would lead to agencies just hiring contractors, and you were very honest about that concern too. So I guess going back to one piece of the question, I'm open to any management tool for this. Right now, we do have headcounts by agencies for the city employees who are on a line called personnel services. The contractors end up on a line called other than personnel services, even though they're technically personnel, but we don't have a head count for the contractors sitting in city offices currently in the budget. Would you be open to trying to get a handle on how many of these contractors exist sitting at city agencies? I'm not talking about education, I'm talking about Department of Finance, NYPD, FDNY, DoIT, like DCAS actually sitting in those. And so I guess that's one idea. And if you had a different management tool, I'd be very interested in that.
Yeah, it is. I'd be more than happy to share that information with you, but it's not easy to get that information because you have to go through every single contract. As you can imagine, to know how many contractors are required by approval for the contract. But again, it's an exercise that's worth doing. If once because I'm glad you bring it to my attention. So once we do, if I have how quickly we could get it, but it's going to require us to go basically through every single contract. But it's not but it's something that we should definitely have at disposal in terms of information. So I have a better sense of how best to manage it.
I love going through contracts. If you have a different way to get at it, that's fine. It's just trying to get a sense of it. So let's move on to the fourth question. We've been hearing from our nonprofit human service providers that they have performance-based contracts, which often measure success by the number of clients served rather than outcomes or quality of their programs. We've heard a lot of concern that these may be inaccurate measures of the work our providers are doing, particularly during the pandemic, where providers might have fewer clients, but those clients now have higher needs. And another question is just focusing on outcomes and contracting rather than just the simple count of people served. So an example would be when we're doing homeless outreach. If we have one vendor that reaches out and talks to 100 people on the street, but only gets one person for every 100 versus another contractor that goes out and has 100 contractors and gets 10 people off the street, maybe we should be looking at those outcomes. And that's just one example. Are you aware of any human service providers losing city funding because of their work does not tie precisely to contract performance measures? And have you considered adjusting contractual performance measures to match service costs and keep providers whole?
I'm not aware of any providers, not getting paid because of their target or not performing. So, but again, if you have any information about this, I would be more than happy to take a look at it. Again, conceptually, I agree with contract. Performance contracting is a good tool to use, but you also have to have the right measures. Okay, if your focus is on the wrong measure, you could have a performance. You could have metric. You don't know whether or not the contract has performed as you were supposed to if the focus is on the wrong metric. So therefore, you have to have the appropriate metric as you develop this type of contract. But again, as I said, I'm not aware of a contractor or provider who's not getting paid due to as a result of this kind of an issue. So I'd be more than happy if you have that information to take a look at it and see.
We'll pass that along, and if we could ask you to review contract payments to human service providers to see if reimbursement rates have dipped during the pandemic.
Yes, we will do.
Director Jiha, you're now officially my favorite director of the Office of Management and Budget. You can tell Dean Houlihan that. And let's keep it up in the follow-up. Thank you. I'm done with my first round of questioning, and I will reserve second round to ask some questions about the district.
And that's a real compliment from Chair Kalos. Thank you.
Yes.
We'll now go to committee members, council member questions. I'm going to ask our council to call their names.
If any council members have questions for the administration, please use the Zoom raise hand function. You will be added to the queue. Council members, please keep your questions to 3 minutes, including answers. And please wait for the Sergeant at Arms to tell you when your time begins. The Sergeant will also let you know when your time is up. We will now hear from Councilmember Gibson, followed by Councilmember Ayala.
Time starts now.
Thank you so much. I'd like to ask for permission to pass to Councilmember Ayala as I gather my questions. Thank you so much. I apologize.
We will now begin with Councilmember Ayala, followed by Councilwoman DDES.
Just before we start, let's take a 5-minute break so that everybody can do some things that they need to do, and then we'll come back. I know that the chair needs the director needs a break for 5 minutes.
Sure.
Okay, I believe that we are ready to reconvene and start again. Council, are you ready?
Yes, Chair.
Okay, do you want to call the witnesses? I mean, the council members for questions.
Yes. We will now hear from Councilmember Ayala, followed by Councilmember Gibson.
Time starts now.
Okay, thank you. Good afternoon. Trying to figure out what time it is. So I'll be very brief. I'll ask my questions up front because we only have 3 minutes. So the Mayor's Office of Thrive NYC, in consultation with the FDNY, New York City Health and Hospitals, DOHMH, and the NYPD, has created a mental health response team's pilot program to strengthen mental health crisis response by having trained mental health professionals respond to calls. This action removes police from mental health crisis calls, and the NYPD will only respond when there is a weapon or an imminent risk of harm. If the program yields beneficial results and is expanded citywide, will police be utilized less? Would a citywide expansion of this pilot redesign mental health response and replace the NYPD's co-response teams? And then secondly, on February 22nd, we had a hearing where we introduced my bill, Intro 2210, to create the Office of Community Mental Health. Has OMB done a financial analysis of how expensive creating this office would be? And how does that compare to the existing pilot program?
Okay. With respect, let me start with the second question first. Okay. We, at this point in time, we do not have a number for you right now, but we can get to you later on. That is in respect to the financial analysis, how expensive it is. We do believe that this bill will have significant costs, okay, though, and we would prefer a way to find a way to have them supplement the work that is planned and already underway in these areas. But at this point in time, we do not have a cost associated with that. And what was the question? The first question again? I'm sorry.
The first question was regarding the co-response teams that currently exist. If assuming that the new pilot program that was recently launched by Thrive, that is, assuming that it works, right? Would a citywide expansion of that pilot redesign the mental health response and replace the NYPD's co-response teams?
Well, in 2020, you said the NYPD responded to about 160,000 mental health emergency calls. Okay, so we would have to come back to you with a more,
Time expired.
It's fine. You can continue.
Yeah, we'll come back to you. We'll come back to you with an answer. Okay, given that.
So you're going to come back to me with a response to both?
With a response, yeah.
Okay, and I did understand that you don't have the numbers yet. You haven't yet started to estimate
The analysis, yes.
Yeah,
but we'll come back to you.
We're expecting to do that soon. We're in the middle of budget. We're expecting to pass that bill.
We will do that very soon. Very soon we'll provide you an answer.
Okay? I appreciate it. Thank you.
No problem.
Council, next council member.
Yes, we will now hear from Councilmember Gibson, followed by Councilmember Diaz.
Time starts now.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you so much, Chair Danny Drum and Chair Helen Rosenthal and Chair Ben Kalos and all of my colleagues and those who are watching. And thank you to our Director of OMB. Welcome to you and your team. We are optimistic about the federal support that we expect to get. And I certainly am grateful that the administration decided to restart $17 billion in capital. You know the impact that will have across the city on jobs and economic development, which is super important to our communities in our city. I just have 3 very quick questions that I wanted to ask about some of the priorities that we have this fiscal year. So the 17 billion in capital restart, specifically as it relates to housing and prioritizing a lot of housing projects, whether it's through the rezonings, the neighborhood plans, the Seniors First initiative under NYCHA and HPD, or some of our Article 11 projects. What is the direction that OMB is giving HPD as it relates to contracts and pushing out a lot of these awards by the end of this year, as many of us are leaving and want to see a lot of these projects up and running? That's my first question. My second question is related to a lot of the signature priorities that the mayor talks about. Last year's budget, we had to delay the expansion of UPK and 3K in parts of our city. And he talked about getting that back up and running in this budget. So I want to know where that is as it relates to UPK, 3K, and also the agency cuts. I am extremely concerned about the future of the Parks Department and sanitation moving forward. A lot of us have had to clean our streets, clean our parks with volunteers. It's been a challenge over the last year. Are we going to see some restorations in many of these city agencies that were decimated? And my last question relates to the summer season for 2021 and what that looks like. What are conversations we're having now with Commissioner Chung at DYCD as it relates to summer youth and youth employment, work, learn, grow, Compass, Sonic, Beacon, all the cornerstone programs that we care about? Are we talking about what a full program looks like, or will it be a combination of in-person and remote? Because the city council wants to be very helpful in moving that forward so that we can have as robust a summer season for young people and young adults as best we can. So those are my three questions, and thank you so much for your work.
Thank you very much. Again, I'm going to try to my best to answer all these questions all at once. With respect to HPD, COVID-19 caused some slowdown in the pipeline last spring, but the development pipeline is back in full swing, and we are committed to meeting our goal of producing the 25,000 units this fiscal year. With respect to, let me remember now, with respect to sanitation and parks, again, we share the same concerns that you have, because as I said, recovery, this is critical to the city's recovery. So we will see as we go to the budget allocation cycle, and to see what can be done. Okay, with respect to some of the services that were cut. But again, all depends on the financial situation of the city as we get closer to fiscal year 22. With respect to the summer youth program, as you know, we added about $132 million in the budget for 70,000 slots. So again, it depends, depending on this health conditions in New York City at the time, and depending on how quickly we recover and how many folks get vaccinated. That's going to determine exactly the kind of program we're going to have, whether it's going to be online or whether it's going to be in person. At this point in time, I cannot tell you. I know for sure it's a program that is of priority for us, and that's the reason why we already allocated the resources in the preliminary budget for this. I don't know if I answer all of your questions.
What about UPK and 3K, Director? 3K expansion.
Again, this is a priority project for us, like you know. And the mayor, we had that during the budget, the preliminary budget, we had basically delayed some of pre-K expansion of the 3K program for this year. But on the day of the announcement of the budget, once we find out we receive the FEMA 100% match resources, the mayor announced at that time that we would open 3Ks in District 1, 12, 14, and 29. They will come online in fiscal year 22. which will bring us to about 16 districts. But again, this is a program that is of priority to us. And as long as we have the resources, we will continue to expand.
Okay, thank you so much. My time is up, but I thank you and certainly want to emphasize, my colleagues and I want to make sure for many of us, this is our final budget and it has to be reflective of what we care about. We have to invest in children, families, youth, seniors, and so many vulnerable New Yorkers that have been devastated by COVID, traumatized. So when we talk about social emotional learning and trauma-informed care, we have to focus on these programs and not look to add, law enforcement in schools. These are conversations we have to have, and we have to be very deliberate about our priorities. These streets are not clean. They need to be clean. Parks need to be clean. All of these things that we care so much about, they have to be prioritized in this budget. So I thank you. I thank you, Chair Drum, Chair Rosenthal, for your work, and I look forward to our continued conversations ahead this month during the preliminary budget process. Thank you so much, everyone. Thanks.
Thank you, Councilmember Gibson. And Councilmember Gibson, I don't know if you were on before, but I did acknowledge your service as the chair of the subcommittee, and I want to thank you. It was a wonderful 3-year experience, and I know you're on to bigger and better things, but thank you very, very much.
Thank you, Chair, as well.
Okay.
Me too.
All right, Council, let's go to our next question. Our next council member, please.
Yes. We will now hear from Councilwoman Diaz, followed by Councilmember Powers.
Time starts now.
Colleagues, and we've been at it for 2.5 hours. Thank you for staying on top of your game and not losing focus. It's definitely asking good and tough questions. I want to thank Chairman Drum for your leadership and your continued commitment, and OPM Director Tahir for taking on this challenge during these troubling times. As I go on to my questions, as the new chair of the Women and Gender Committee, I want to understand the total investment in the area of domestic violence. I'm not finding it to be transparent. Therefore, I'm finding it difficult to see the investment that is indicated that's taking place during these times. Can I get a commitment from OMB that moving forward, a tracking system will be in place so someone like me, a novice, can follow the process?
Yes, we will. I will be more than happy to discuss this with you. I would have Ivan from my office reach out to you to know exactly what you're looking for in terms of what kind of information we're looking for and what is it that you need, and to share as much information as possible with you.
Okay, then early on you mentioned cuts and not cuts. It wasn't clear to me in the area of domestic violence and shelters. Were major cuts to or not to those areas of social services?
That's the state budget.
Okay.
We're discussing about the state budget.
No, okay, thank you. That is all.
Thank you. Let's go to our next council member.
We will now hear from Councilmember Powers, followed by Councilmember Gudenchik.
Time starts now.
Thank you. Hi there. Thanks for your testimony. I wanted to ask a couple questions quickly, but one of the first starting points, I'm not sure if I heard this earlier discussed, but we are expected to be receiving some federal money here. We're hopeful, keeping our fingers crossed, but it does look optimistic. Can you talk to us a little bit about the administration's plan for how to, I think it's roughly in the area of $5 billion, where you see priority areas and where you expect that money to be spent as part of the, I think, and it may straddle two budgets perhaps, but can you just talk to us a little bit about where you see that money being spent in the coming budget year?
Yeah, as I indicated to the speaker earlier, that we are in the beginning phase of the executive budget. We have not made any decision with respect to federal aid because we don't know how much we are going to receive. I mean, it's included in the House budget, and there's we don't have any guarantee that it's going to stay.
Just for brevity's sake, do you have priority areas that you see as needing funding if we are lucky enough to receive it?
Oh yeah, our priorities remains the same. We have health and safety of the New Yorkers, school reopening, and we want to make sure we ensure that we have a swift recovery of the economy. These health, safety, school reopenings, and recovery these are critical areas for us in terms of where we're making investment, and we'll continue to make investment because we cannot reopen we cannot have a fully functional economy, a functional budget, if we don't have a functional economy. So we have to make sure we have, we safely reopen the economy and people start coming back to the office, start coming back to work. And that's how we generate assess tax revenue, personal income tax, and property tax revenue. So these are areas of priority for us at this point in time. But as I said,
I'm glad to hear that. My priority as well. And I representing Midtown and so much of the area that is forward facing to the world, especially when it comes to tourism and attractions here in the city. I've been particularly concerned about the decline in spending in the district for restaurants and other areas that have been ancillary to this and have been hard hit, but also making sure that those institutions and the things that really drive people back into the city are going to survive through this pandemic. One of the things I'm asking for, and would love your partnership, but hear your thoughts on it in the meantime, is around financial support for the institutions like the arts and cultural institutions that make up the city. Talked a lot about live performance venues as one area where their reopening is going to be much longer than others. They can't do outdoor dining or anything like that. Does the administration have a thought or a plan, or willing to work with us around a plan to help provide financial assistance to those institutions that help bring folks back into the city are facing uncertain financial future right now?
I mean, as you know, cultural institutions are a vital part of the New York City economy. I mean, Broadway there's no other place where you could find out a Broadway. Okay, so therefore it's something that it's a key to New York City's recovery. And from my perspective, as personal, I'm saying it's the most important things from my perspective we can do right now for cultural institutions is to safely restart the New York City's economy. And from my perspective, that's why the vaccination campaign is very, very, very important. People have to feel safe to come to New York City. Okay. And once that happens, okay, from Broadway will pick up again. But again, we've done a lot of things with those institutions, but we are happy to partner with you, okay, and to see where we could offer opportunities for cultural groups and artists to program in streets. So, because all of these things will bring as much as possible to uplift our communities. So again, I'm more than happy to partner with you to see, what creative ideas that you have that we could work together on to see what can be done to basically accelerate the recovery process for art and cultural institutions.
Okay, I'll end there because my time is up, but I want to be more clear. I think that there's some need for financial relief for some of these folks, and hopefully with federal money that comes in, being that I think we're about a year away from some of these institutions for being able to fully recuperate vaccinations and slow reopening. So I think anything we can do together, I'll be in touch with your office to discuss that. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilman?
We will now hear from Councilmember Grodenchik, followed by Councilmember Lewis.
Time starts now. Thank you, Chair Drum. Thank you, Director Jiha. I want to thank you personally for working with my office to do two very large property tax workouts for two large co-ops in my district, saving them approximately $500,000 each. And I appreciate that greatly. That was in your previous role. I want to confirm something you said, that District 29 will in fact have pre-K starting this fall?
Yes.
Yes, okay. Before I tweeted that, I wanted to make sure it was correct. And I understand, previously Councilman Powers has asked this, and I think Chair Drum and maybe even the Speaker, about what we would do if we had the money. And I think it would be good, and I'm sure you're doing this already, but I want to encourage you just in case for OMB to be conducting an exercise at least to see where that money could best be plugged in. And we all have our ideas. And one of them that I want to talk to you about today, something that myself and Chair Levin of the General Welfare Committee have been most concerned about, and My dear friend Danny Drum has added his voice, and the speaker has made this a priority for this council, is emergency food. And we did have an allotment last spring of about 25 or $26 million. We have unprecedented hunger in the city of New York, and the pandemic has exacerbated that to the point where some of the people that I talk to in the social service community, especially those who specialize in feeding people, estimate that up to 2 million New Yorkers may now be food insecure. And we need more money. And I know that you mentioned briefly in your opening remarks about food, but I am asking you to go back today to the mayor and to your colleagues at OMB to figure out ways that we can increase and do another round of funding for food pantries. They are the backstop, they're the last line of defense for hungry people in the city of New York. And they are, many cases, they run out of food before all the people on the line can be taken care of. This is a critical need. Despite the pandemic, we are still one of the wealthiest places on earth. And it has long been my contention that nobody should go hungry in the city of New York. So I hope that you will speak to the mayor about this. I know his heart is in the right place on this issue. Now we need to show the money. We need to show us the money. So I ask for that commitment today, Director Jiha.
Well, we share, the mayor shares your goal of to ensure that no New Yorkers will go hungry. And that's the reason why, as you know, we have spent so far, we have spent like over $600 million since March of 2020 on emergency food programs. And again, I will discuss this with the mayor. I understand your concern with respect to food pantry. We allocated about $25 million, like you said, last year in the budget for the food pantry. And I will discuss it with the mayor. And I'm pretty sure, particularly if we have the resources that we need, I'm sure you will find ways to accommodate your requests.
I appreciate your concern, and I thank you for listening to me today and for being here. Thank you, Chair Drum and the other chairs.
Thank you. I just want to reiterate that what Councilmember Grodenchik said is a major concern for me as well. I look out my window and I see people lined up 2 blocks long to get a box of food. And I also want to say that I think that providing the boxed food is probably the better way to go rather than the packaged food, because it really allows for the cultural diversity of folks. Sure. And if we can move in that direction, I would be very happy. So thank you.
Thank you, Chair.
We will now hear from Councilmember Lewis, followed by Councilmember Andrew Samuel.
Time starts now.
Good afternoon, and thank you, Chairs Drum, Rosenthal, and all other chairs for having this meeting today. Happy to see you, Jacques Jiha. I just have 2 quick questions. In January, the mayor had stated that he wanted to commit to mental health screenings for students and provide mental health professionals / specialists in schools once they reopen. So I wanted to ask, what does that look like, and how much has the mayor allotted to this program?
In the preliminary budget, we added about $35 million for a program called Academic Resiliency, which basically goes to support mental health and social emotional learning for students who may have experienced trauma during COVID. So this funding basically would add about 150 social workers and 27 new community schools in neighborhood hardest hit by COVID. So there is about $35 million in the budget for this particular program.
And for those community schools, is that citywide or in particular
it's neighborhood? The neighborhood that were hardest hit by COVID.
Okay.
Yeah.
And can we get that information about those communities where this program was implemented?
Sure, we'll provide them to you.
All right, and last question. So the fiscal 2022 preliminary budget cuts Summer Sonic middle school camp programming for approximately 8,500 students,
while keeping all other camp funding whole in Compass, Beacon, and Cornerstone sites. So I wanted to know what the administration was thinking when singling out the summer programming and cutting $5.7 million.
Yeah, it's not singling out. It's just a question of, we were facing some significant budget challenge, like, as you know. And we had to make some difficult decisions. This is not a decision that we take lightly. Again, these are things as the situation, economic condition changes or financial condition of the city changes, we'll review this to see what can be done. Okay, but these are not things that we take lightly. These are tough decisions that we had to make at some point because we had to balance our budget. And so unfortunately, some of this program had to suffer, but we had to reduce some of these programs, cut some of these programs. But as financial situation improves, we will take a look one more time at them to see whether or not some of them can be restored.
We definitely would love if you could take another look at it because these are kids from the hardest hit communities that will be suffering from this. But thank you so much. We look forward to following up. Thank you. Thank you, Chair Drum.
Thank you very much, Councilmember Lewis. Let's go to our next council member.
We will now hear from Councilmember Ampry Samuel, followed by Councilmember Rivera.
Time starts now.
Good afternoon, everyone, and thanks, chairs, for the time. To OMB Director, you mentioned in your testimony the fiscal year 2022 preliminary 10-year capital strategy is $118.8 billion, which reflects a nearly 2% increase over the 2020 10-year capital strategy, which included investments in repairs and improvements to NYCHA developments. Can you give us a little more detail about the NYCHA investments? And are these additional monies for the ongoing capital repairs allocated to regular Section 9 units, or is this associated with the Section 8 conversions? And my last question, where do these investments sit on your list of priorities? And I ask that because historically NYCHA has not been a huge priority. And we know that with everything we faced in 2020, I'm glad to hear people talking about NYCHA all the time and NYCHA as a priority, but clearly we just want to know where's the money, like what's really happening. So just a little detail about the investments in NYCHA.
As you know, we had to comply to begin with. Let's start with, we had to comply with the agreement, the federal agreement that we had. So therefore we had to add about $250 million a year for the first 4 years into NYCHA's budget to basically comply with the agreement, the federal agreement. And in addition, we added another $200 million a year thereafter for each year after the first 4 years, okay? All right. We also added resources to deal with repairs. And this has nothing to do with Section 8, okay? These are the regular Section 9. So every resource that we added so far has been in, has been resources related to Section 9 housing, nothing to do with Section 8. So it's right now I believe we added another $600 million basically to ensure compliance in fiscal year 29 and 31. It's about like $200 million each. So over the life of the capital plan, we added a lot of resources to NYCHA.
So you said a bulk of it, the numbers that you were given, the 250 million, then you just mentioned 600 million. Is the bulk of it is related to the case itself, related to the federal?
Yes. Yes. Yes.
Okay, so to be in compliance with the agreement.
Compliance, yes, and compliance with the case, yes.
Okay.
Time expired.
Okay, I just wanted that clarification.
Yes.
Related to the agreement. Okay.
Yes.
Well, thank you. We'll go to our next council member.
We will now hear from Councilmember Rivera, followed by Councilmember Landry.
Time starts now.
Good afternoon. Thank you to all the chairs for being here. And I just want to thank you, Director. What a year to be taking over as OMB Director. You know, the city and especially the investments we make this year, it's going to play a huge part in our recovery. And I know we've talked about issues around food access and housing, youth services, and of course, supporting our public hospitals. So my first two questions are related to that. So the COVID-19 pandemic certainly has led to huge investments in our public hospital system. And now that there is some light at the end of the tunnel with this pandemic, we also need to think about the survivors of COVID, many of whom have continuing symptoms of long haul COVID. So H&H has opened 3 centers of excellence to treat outpatient COVID symptoms, but can you explain how the preliminary budget will fund the treatment of long haul COVID system-wide? And my second question is related to, we can also use these vital services to create job opportunities and workforce development by investing in training and apprenticeships, such as the 4-year painter's apprentice with Health and Hospitals that I support. And I really think it can be a model for other agencies as well. Do you know if this program was included in the preliminary budget?
Okay, let's start with H&H. As you know, H&H has been doing a fantastic job in terms of recovering financially, and there was strong management, and they are in a very strong position financially at this point in time, despite the challenges with COVID. And like we indicated, that we open up about 3 clinics. Okay, at a cost of about it's $150 million, $45 million, I believe, to the city. So we'll continue to make investments as necessary, as needed, and this is again, as I said, we have to look at the entire. We have to look at the broader context of the budget constraints that we're dealing with. And
I'm so sorry to interrupt, Director, but I only have a few seconds actually. So do you think the preliminary budget is going to fund a program that deals with long haul COVID? Is that going to be system wide? Do you think that there's going to be an opportunity for programming, for workforce development? And then before my time runs out, I do want to add a question about the commercial lease assistance program. Can you explain why it's not in the preliminary budget when we went through kind of a song and dance fight over $1.5 million, which is the only city-funded legal assistance program that predominantly helps minority and women-owned businesses and entrepreneurs? So if you could just explain the centers of excellence and whether there's a more system-wide plan for long-haul COVID symptoms or people that are dealing with long-haul COVID, and then about the workforce development, and then just the CLA program. And I just want to thank all the chairs for being so gracious with the time, and thank you for answering my questions.
Yeah, that's a commercial leasing program. This is good news. This is going to be in the executive budget. So we will address it at the executive budget. With respect to all the other programs you mentioned, as I said, we'll all continue to review all these things based on needs. But again, we have to look at, as I said, the big picture. We have to look at the context of the financial situation of the city. We have a lot of needs, but very few limited resources. And as I discussed, we will continue to review these needs, and as needed, we'll address them. Like you just said, with the commercial leasing, this would be addressed at the executive budget.
Okay, thank you. Let's call our next council member, please.
We will now hear from Councilmember Lander, followed by Councilmember Ku.
Time starts now.
Thank you, Chair. Director Jihad, it's good to see you here. Welcome. And I want to thank you and City Hall for committing to put money in the executive budget to restore the reckless driver accountability program in the face of so much reckless driving and needless death that we've seen. I want to ask you about 2 areas. First, the Department of Education is demanding back tens of millions of dollars from our schools that they already spent on the teachers they had to hire for remote learning and blended learning. Yesterday, DOE said they would only require 75% back instead of 100% back, but they spent 100% of the money on teachers. So I guess my first, and I know that's mostly schools in low-income communities, despite something the chancellor said. So I guess what I'd like is a commitment from you that we're going to use federal funding to give relief to our schools and not require them to spend back, I don't know, could be $75 million from low-income schools that they already spent on teaching. It doesn't matter if they had registered decline, if they spent it on our teachers, they can't give it back to Tweed. So I'd hope the answer is you'll give it back, you'll give them budget relief. If not, can I have your commitment that by the DOE hearing, we're at least going to get a clear and full list of how much Tweed is demanding back from every school?
I would have to get back to you on this. This is an issue that I would have to discuss with DOE to see exactly what's going on. And but the main point that you make, as long as we have the necessary resources, we would be more than happy to revisit that issue, to look at that issue again one more time. Because if they already spend the money, there is no way the school could turn the money back to DOE.
I'm glad that you see it that way. And I know the mayor basically said as much to Borough President Brewer in the preliminary budget hearing, but the schools are still being asked for it and they absolutely spent it on teachers. So at a minimum, I'd like by the DOE hearing to get the full list. I mean, I hear you that you're going to have to see how much federal aid before you can commit to giving budget relief. But I think you owe the council, DOE owes the council a full list of what is being demanded back from every school. The chancellor said it might be $100 million. If it's 75%, that might only be 75 million, but our schools can't afford it. They already spent it. And then my second area of questions relates to the attrition program and the NYPD. It's my understanding that the 1-for-3 replacement program, covers parks workers and DFTA and Department of Youth and Community Development, but am I right in understanding that it does not cover the NYPD, that we are still replacing every position there? And can you give me an update on what the
it doesn't impact uniform, but it doesn't impact the uniform, but it impacts the civilian.
Tell me what NYPD headcount is projected to be under this budget without a hiring attrition program there?
That's at 35,000. It's about 35,000.
So just more or less where it was before the pandemic.
Yes.
No attrition, no meaningful reductions.
Oh, they have some significant attrition. And they had some significant attrition, and we had 2 classes but it's still behind. It's still way below. But in terms of the numbers, it's roughly around 35,000.
Roughly 35,000 and projected to stay there.
That was the agreement. I believe that was the agreement to keep it at about 35.
Okay, I'll ask more questions about this, I guess, at the NYPD hearing. I wasn't clear what the agreement was, whether it was possible to actually understand what the numbers were going to be. It would really be helpful to understand where they are. I don't think this council, to be honest, I don't think the administration and the council were honest with New Yorkers last year about what the plans were for NYPD headcount. I think we told stories that were not true when we adopted the budget, and I really would like to understand what those numbers are and what the projections for them are. Whatever you think about the issue, it is our obligation to tell the truth. So thank you for that.
Okay.
Our next council member, please.
We will now hear from Councilmember Ku, followed by Councilmember Chin.
Time starts now.
Thank you, Chair and Commissioner Jiha. How are you? Thank you.
Doing very well.
Good. The mayor has constantly emphasized the importance of parks to the city's recovery. And as the weather gets warmer, our parks will see a record increases in visitors again. However, parks was not prioritized in your testimony. Can you tell us why?
Well, as you know, we value parks greatly because and know their importance to the city landscape. We are working with parks to evaluate any requests that they have on a case-by-case basis. Okay. We made some cuts to parks, but they were not baseline. In other words, they will be restored sometimes in the fiscal year 22. So again, we've been working with Parks and as far as we know, to make sure that they have the appropriate seasonal workers that they need, okay, to meet their needs this summer. So, but that's again, that's all I can say at this point in time. Again, it's we have to remember that we have to make some significant decisions because of the financial situation of the city at the time of the preliminary budget. But as far as as best as we can, given the limited resources that we have provided Parks and all these agencies the resources that we believe they need to function as best as they can.
Okay. Thank you. So our understanding is that there is a $1 billion in frozen capital dollars at OMB for parks projects. It makes sense to invest in our parks now to make them safe and accessible for New Yorkers.
I'm getting feedback. I can't hear you.
Huh?
Yeah, can you? Yeah.
Okay, so let me start again. I said our understanding is that there is $1 billion in frozen capital dollars at OMB for parks projects. It makes sense to invest in our parks now to make them safe and accessible for New Yorkers. When will OMB or the administration unfreeze those funds?
As I said, it's we on pause all the capital projects, and I believe Parks is the Parks project will be I believe I think this we started for Parks sometimes around March 26th. Okay, so they would have all so they would have all the capital project we started. Okay, on March 26th. They are part of the list of the projects that we have.
Time expired.
That will be on pause.
I just want to. My last question is like the seasonal workers, right? Are they are seasonal workers for the past? Will the proposed 3-to-1 hiring plan impact New York City park workers, seasonal workers, because they are?
Well, we as I said, we are working with the Parks. Okay, we are reviewing the request for seasonal workers, and we believe again, as I said, nothing is guaranteed in life, but based on our review and discussion with Parks, we're probably going to provide them some seasonal workers because they're going to need them for the upcoming spring and summer season.
Yeah, but it's important. People use the parks more often during the pandemic than pre-pandemic, So it's critical for us to keep the parks clean. Thank you.
Sure.
Okay, thank you, Councilmember Kuhn. We'll go to our next council member.
We will now hear from Councilmember Chin, followed by Councilmember Barron.
Time starts now.
Thank you. Thank you to all the chairs and welcome, Director Jha. I have 3 questions. One is that our senior center, even though they are closed, the staff are still working, doing wellness call, connecting seniors to services, to food, and also even with the vaccine. The message is if you have problem getting an appointment, call your senior centers. So there was $10 million that was promised last year in the executive budget and it disappeared. So I wanted to make sure that that $10 million that was promised will be there this year in the preliminary and in an executive budget, because the senior centers still need that money for the services they do. So that's one. Second is the home delivered meal program. We're asking for $16.6 million to make sure that we're on par with the national average. Right now, a lot of the nonprofit who are doing home delivered meal are in deficit because what the money that they get from the city is not enough to cover the cost. And especially during the pandemic, the home delivered meal providers has been the one that are serving our most vulnerable seniors. And that numbers has grown. A lot of seniors have signed up for the home delivered meal during this crisis. So 16.6 million. And my third question is on the this special vendor enforcement unit. We passed the legislation to increase the cap on food vendor, and one of the most important issue was setting up this enforcement unit. So I want to make sure that it's on your radar how much money are committed. And from the health department, working with the health department and Department of Consumer Affairs. And I want to make sure that, that enforcement unit will be funded this year. Thank you.
Okay. With respect to the senior centers, let me go quickly so I could try to answer all your questions. They are not currently open at this moment in time. But down the road, when the centers reopen, and if the fiscal situation improves, we will revisit that issue with you, including funding. Okay.
But the 10 million was promised before, so I expect to see that in the budget.
We understand, but as you know, the centers are closed right now. But the minute they open, we'll revisit that issue with you. Okay. Vendor, the food vendor, we as you know, with any transition, there are a lot of considerations that must be addressed. We are actively reviewing the needs of DCWP to quickly and sufficiently staff their operations so they could deal with the issue dealing with the vendors, the mobile vendors. Okay.
That's the unit.
Yes. Within the.
And we just want to make sure.
Yeah, we're working.
Yeah, and we just want to make sure that.
We're working with them.
So in the budget hearing with them, do we expect to see that they will get increased funding because the unit, that they have to spend the money on the unit?
Well, that's probably be part of we'll find a way for the agency to, once we give them the green light, to find a way to provide them, for them to find the resources. But the adjustment probably will take place in the executive budget, most likely. But
and you didn't ask.
Yes.
And you didn't answer my question about the home delivered meal, the 16.6 million. I want to make sure that's on your radar.
Okay, it's on my radar. It's one of those things that we're looking, as I said, because food is critical to us, and we want to make sure that no New Yorkers goes hungry. And as I'm as upset as Chair Jerome was saying, it's very upsetting to see people online, okay, struggling for food. And this is something that the mayor is very clear on. We're not going to let any New Yorker goes hungry. So therefore, whatever, we'll do whatever is necessary to make sure that folks.
Well, this is the home delivered meal program that has been in existence before the Get Food program.
Yes.
So I want to make sure that they get the funding that they need and don't just put it all in the Get Food program. This is our most vulnerable senior.
We understand.
Thank you, Chair.
Okay, we understand.
Thank you, Director. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. I just want to say, Director Gia, don't mess with Margaret Chin.
I know.
She is determined, believe me.
I know.
Okay, next council member, please.
We will now hear from Councilmember Barron, followed by Councilmember Miller.
Time starts now.
Thank you, Chair Drum, and to the chairs that are co-sponsoring this hearing. And thank you to the director for being here to take our questions and give us answers. In the mayor's preliminary budget, what can we identify or can we see that there is a provision for funding of the ASAP program? As you probably know, the ASAP program is nationally recognized and has been replicated in various cities across this nation. And what it does is it provides for mentoring and other kinds of support for students in the CUNY system. Last year, the mayor reduced it, zeroed it out, and it was a council that came back and looked at recognizing the importance of it, made sure that it was restored. What is the mayor's position in this budget about ASAP?
Again, this is a project. Happy to have happy to have more discussions with you. It is I understand what you're saying with respect to this kind of program in terms of youth development. These are very critical, and we all know if they don't have programs available for them, or the kids don't have programs available for them to help them, what they end up doing. So I'm more than happy to have discussion with you to see what can be done.
Good. I'll call you when the hearing's over.
Okay.
Secondly, in terms of the budget arrangement, it's very difficult to be able to have any clear lines of identification of where money is going when there's such broad units of appropriation. I don't know if any of my colleagues asked the question earlier. What can be done to have more units of appropriation identified, clarified in the budget so that we can clearly see where money is going, particularly in an institution like CUNY, where the community colleges are lumped together, where it would be much more helpful to be able to track how money is appropriated to each of those community colleges, to be able to, in fact, determine that there's some level of equity in how that money is being spent.
I'm a fan of transparency. I like to have things being as transparent as possible. And so I don't have any issue whatsoever to discuss with you whatever unit of appropriation that you think are needed to make sure that you get the information that you need so you could make the best decision available to you. Okay, based on the information. So again, one of those things that, if you have some unit of appropriation that you think are needed,
time has expired.
I'll be more than happy again to discuss these with you.
Good, thank you. If I could just continue with another question, Mr. Chair.
Of course.
Thank you. In terms of broadband, what is the administration doing to make arrangements to assure that particularly those areas where we know they have been disenfranchised and don't have a steady connection, to make sure that those areas are moving forward to make the appropriate provisions, particularly during this pandemic, a whole year. It's been a year, almost to the day, that students have not been in a situation where they can interact personally, in person with a teacher. And having been a teacher, and Councilmember Drum knows this as well, having been a teacher, there's nothing like the face-to-face interaction where you can sense that a child may be struggling, even though they don't raise their hand to get additional help. What is the city doing to ensure that children are not further disenfranchised and further pushed back in their terms of learning because they don't have consistent broadband access, as well as the devices that they need? So what is the city doing to engage with those providers to make sure that that happens?
As you know, we remain committed to address the digital divide that we have. And that's the reason why in July last year, on July 20, the mayor announced $161 million in capital investment to accelerate the deployment of broadband in all 5 boroughs around New York City. We are in a planning phase right now. The city is about to issue an RFP for the broadband initiative. And, I'm pretty sure once that they find once they have an answer to the RFP, they will select, a company, and then basically to begin to deploy to see, broadband throughout New York City. This is something that is important for the city, and that's the reason why the mayor put that.
What had been publicly stated as a timeline was totally unacceptable. We need to have it yesterday, because children have lost a whole year. So whatever we need to do to step that up.
Sure.
Disappointed that it has not already been presented, but we're glad to know that that's moving forward. And finally, in terms of the money that we expect to get from the federal government, how is the city going to ensure that students themselves, as well as the universities, I'm talking now about higher education community colleges at CUNY, make sure that that money is applied to those programs that benefit students who are struggling with tuition? Because there are several categories that are earmarked for the money to be designated. So how are we going to let City University know, let CUNY know rather, that we want to see it moved so that it particularly benefits those issues that were raised by increased tuition plans that would affect students dramatically?
Again, as I said to everyone on the call so far, is we don't have a federal stimulus money yet. We're expecting something, but we don't know how much we're gonna get. So all of this is when we receive the aid and as part of the budget allocation process and budget negotiation process, these decisions will be made. And we welcome your voice in that process. And at the time, we wouldn't know exactly how best to allocate resources.
All right, thank you for that commitment. And I thank you for your testimony. Good to see you again. And
Good to
thank
see
you.
you
for
too.
the share.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, Commissioner, I want to thank you. We have two more council members, and then that'll be it. And I want to thank you for staying with us.
Sure.
We will now hear from Councilmember Miller, followed by Councilmember Levin.
Time starts now.
Good afternoon, Commissioner. Good afternoon, Chairs Drum, Rosenthal, Kalos. Thank you for the hearing. I have two questions. The first is the city's largest procured contract is healthcare, correct? Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, so that is correct, right?
It's maybe one of the largest, but it's
Okay.
Okay.
All right, so one of the largest. So along that line, could you discuss the healthcare savings? And in discussing the healthcare savings, is the plan that was negotiated, does that reflect the greatest savings, the greatest possible savings, or is there something else or within the healthcare contract that we're missing? And then secondly, I know you discussed that OMB would be releasing or authorizing some of the capital projects that were not COVID related, had been held up. We have a senior NYCHA development that we allocated monies for security cameras and security doors, and back in 2017, and they have been held up by OMB. Will they be released, and can we prioritize it, considering what we've seen with our NYCHA seniors safety over the past few months? In fact, I was there this weekend when the elevator went down, and I was appalled to see the people that were sleeping in the hallways in this development, and knowing the fact that we had allocated $300,000 for security cameras and doors.
Let's start with one point, the last point you made with respect to OMB is not holding anything with respect to NYCHA as capital spending. No, NYCHA was never part of the pause that we put on capital spending.
We're gonna have to send an email to
okay. I think you should definitely, we would take a look, would get back, probably would reach out to NYCHA ourselves to find out exactly where things are with respect to the project. But I don't believe it has anything to do with OMB. With respect to health, we continue to work with our unions, labor unions, to see what can be achieved with respect to savings. But this is an ongoing process. It's an ongoing discussion. And when we find an appropriate agreement, we'll announce whatever we come up with at the appropriate time.
But in the Committee on Civil Service and Labor, each year we do a hearing on the healthcare savings and where we are there. So the plan that we're currently working under now is that have we maximized the savings there, or is there a new savings in being negotiated, and would that include an RFP on the healthcare benefits?
Again, as I said, we're continuing to discuss best ways to maximize savings for the city and to provide city workers the best health insurance possible. So again, it's part of it's part of our labor discussions. You know, we cannot discuss.
I know you're the expert, but that's where the greatest that's where the greatest savings is by far.
Sure. So we have, until we have an agreement, we cannot announce anything. It's part of the discussion, ongoing discussion.
Okay.
In due time, we will reveal what has been agreed to.
Okay. Thank you, Director. It's always a pleasure to see you.
Always a pleasure to see you too.
And thank you, Chair Drum, for your leadership.
Thank you very much. And certainly last but not least, we'll call our next council member.
We will now hear from Councilmember Levin.
Time starts now.
Hi, Director. I apologize. I'm kind of on double duty here with the kids. So, but nice to see you. Congratulations to you on your appointment as OMB Director. And I look forward to working with you in the time that we have here together. Obviously, facing the biggest challenges that any OMB director could imagine. So I wish you Godspeed. I wanted to ask about, I chair the General Welfare Committee, City FEPS vouchers. I recently got data from Department of Social Services and DHS detailing the number of families per month, the number of individuals, families, and families without children per month that actually get an apartment with a City FEPS voucher. And in calendar year 2019, which is the most recent data they had, any given month, there was about a 4 or 5% chance that a family could get an apartment through City FEPS. That's about the on average the chances. The reason that the rate is so low is because we have set the City FEPS voucher limit to about 80% of the fair market rent, compared to Section 8, which is actually about 108% of the fair market rent. But if you were to look around the city, just do a Craigslist search for apartments at the City FEPS level, you'd find very, very few apartments available. And so there are thousands and thousands of New Yorkers that have a City FEPS voucher in hand, walking around this city, trying to find an apartment at a price point that doesn't exist. And this has to change in order to help move families out of shelter. And as you know, the cost of what we're talking about is children spending a year or 2 years of their lives living in a hotel room. That's the reality of what shelter looks like in New York City. And we really owe it to these families to increase this voucher amount. It will cost some money, but it is far past due time that this is done. So I just want to get your reaction to that, please. Thank you.
No, I understand your concern, and it's a challenge. It's a challenge because this is something that could, over time, that would probably be significant.
Time has expired.
That could be significantly expensive for the city. But the larger question is, from my perspective, the state has to step up as well. But in terms of the detail of the questions, to provide you detailed answers to your questions, I would defer to Ken, who could provide you more information. But again, from my perspective, this is one of those things that we should discuss. It's a very good idea, but it could be very expensive. And in the context of the city's budget, we also have to take that into account. Ken?
I mean, obviously, the City FEPS vouchers work because we know we have a large number of people housed in that way. It's important when you look, and I think you raised a great question about, the availability of apartments. And when you look at at those rents, remember that we are also giving landlords a one-time bonus of $4,300 for accepting the voucher. And that really brings up the rent that the landlord's receiving for the apartment. I'm not saying it solves all the problems because We understand that finding an affordable apartment in New York City is a challenge. It's something we're going to continue to work on, and we understand what you're saying about raising the voucher amount.
I'm sorry. My son is crying here. I'm sorry, but I do have to challenge that characterization. The numbers that we've gotten, and I'm happy to share them with you, sir, from DSS clearly demonstrate that they do not work. I mean, we're talking if you have a CityFEPS voucher in hand, a shopping letter, you have a 4 or 5% chance at any given month of finding an apartment. That's just not a successful program. And I'm sorry, but I have to push back on that assessment that they're working. They are quite clearly not working. And I've been saying this since 2017, 2018, I've been saying this. They are not working. And the data is pretty clear about that in any given month, a 4 or 5% chance is not a reasonable measure of success. And I'm sorry.
I think we understand where you're coming from, and understand the question, the challenges, the challenges pose the fact that we're not providing 100% subsidy to finance up to 100% of the fair market value of these units. Again, as I said, everything has to take into context the financial situation of the city, because this could be very expensive. If you have a program like this, when it's fully ramped up, this could add some over $300 million to the city's budget. So again, it's a good thing, it's a good idea, but we also have to take this into the context of the financial situation of the city.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Director. We're very appreciative of you coming and giving your time and your honesty and your openness to all of our questions. I'm sure we're going to be following up with questions in writing after the hearing, but I do want to thank you for everything. So we're going to move on to our next portion. We're going to take a 5-minute break, and then we'll be meeting with the controller. Again, thank you, Director.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Oh my gosh. Good? Okay. Okay, I believe we are getting ready to start.
Thanks, Chair Drum.
Okay, just want to make sure all of our sergeants are ready.
We're ready whenever you are, sir.
Okay, thank you very much. Good afternoon. My name is Daniel Drum, and I chair the Finance Committee. We are joined by Speaker Corey Johnson and the Subcommittee on Capital Budget, chaired by Council Member Helen Rosenthal. We just heard from the Office of Management and Budget. We will now hear testimony from City Controller Scott Stringer after he is sworn in by Council. But before we begin that, let me just also acknowledge that during the previous part of the hearing, we were also joined by Council Members Gennaro and Perkins. Council, would you please swear in our witness?
Yes, Chair. I will now administer the affirmation. You will be called on to affirm at the end. You affirm that your testimony will be truthful to the best of your knowledge, information, and belief, Controller Stringer.
Yes.
And Mr. Preston DeBlack.
Okay, yes, sorry.
I was getting worried, Preston.
I know, well,
You thinking about it?
I was thinking about it.
Good to see you, Preston, as well.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Controller. I just want to say
Chairman.
that we have been joined by Council Members Koo, Barron, of course, our Speaker, Corey Johnson, Chair Rosenthal is here, and as the others, I see Councilmember Anthony Samuel, Chin, Councilmember Dharma Diaz, Gudenchik, Lewis, Perkins, Powers, Riley, Rivera. And I think that's it, Mr. Controller. And we're ready to hear your testimony.
Get ready to be here for a few hours, Scott. There are a lot of members here.
You know, Speaker Johnson, I remember in the early days when it was just you and Danny Drum and a handful of people who would come and listen to me. And that didn't even last long. So I guess we're in new charted territory. But I want to thank you, Speaker Johnson, for giving me this opportunity. And Chairman Drum, I want to thank you for over the years allowing me to present to the City Council. So thank you so much. And it's really great to be here. I want to start out by noting that 2021 began on a much more hopeful note than how we ended 2020, with a new president and vaccines for COVID-19 finally available. But the challenge of the past year isn't behind us, not by a long shot. Our economic recovery has slowed, with job growth actually turning negative in the last couple of months. Small businesses are still struggling. There are 30% fewer businesses open today than before the pandemic, and their revenues are down 50%. The vaccine rollout remains rocky, with unstable supply and inequitable, unorganized distribution stalling our progress to a full economy. And the economic shutdown has taken its toll on property values. These factors have had real impacts on our budget. One of the most notable developments in the preliminary budget was the drop in property tax revenues. For the first time in a quarter century, property tax revenues for the coming year will actually decline. That led to substantially bigger budget gaps, bringing them to over $6 billion. It was in that context that the mayor introduced his FY 2022 preliminary budget. At $92.3 billion, it's almost $3 billion less than this year's budget. But as we'll see, it's going to grow with the addition of new federal stimulus funds. Non-property taxes, especially the personal income tax and business taxes, have held up better than the property tax. And that's helped offset at least some of those bigger gaps. Now, why is it that these other taxes have come in higher than expected? Well, for one thing, Wall Street has raked in $38 billion in profits in the last 3 quarters, more than at any time since the bank bailout of 2009. But at the other end of the spectrum, in the sectors that were hardest hit by the shutdowns, hotels and restaurants, arts and entertainment, personal services, jobs were down 37% in December compared to their pre-pandemic levels. And those jobs earn on average less than $50,000. And that's compared to over $200,000 for jobs in the sectors least affected. So the most vulnerable among us were made more vulnerable by shutdowns. And the wealthiest among us are doing fine. They still have jobs and they're still making lots of money. But even though non-property taxes were stronger than expected, there was still a $5.5 billion budget gap that had to be closed in the preliminary budget. The city closed the gap with an additional savings program of $1 billion, drawing down $1.15 billion from next year's contingency reserves, and refinancing our outstanding debt at lower rates to save another $326 million next year. Now, I'm happy to tell you that I work with the Mayor's Office of Management and Budget to already realize over $800 million in savings this year and next. And I do want to take a moment to thank the excellent public finance team and the Controller's Office for their efforts on this front, as well as OMB. Altogether, lower debt service costs account for over 40% of the citywide savings plan, and I'm proud to have helped achieve this. The budget expects that lower pension contributions will save us $300 million next year. Our early investments in the Bureau of Asset Management and the Controller's Office to make it a more modern and highly professional investment advisor to the pension boards has paid off for retirees and taxpayers alike. Got to tell you one other thing I'm proud of. I'm proud here that last year, 2020, our pension funds earned over 14%. And through December, the pension funds have earned on average nearly 9% a year since the beginning of my tenure, well over the target return of 7%. It's something the office worked hard to achieve, and I'm really proud of this group of people. So thank you, Controller's Office. The biggest component of the gap closing program was an additional surplus of $2.7 billion from the current year. Again, mostly because our income and business taxes have done much better than anticipated. And we did all this without laying off a single worker. And as I said at the time, all those layoff threats to our frontline workers were completely unnecessary. Now, just because we've closed the FY 2022 gap doesn't mean we don't have work to do to get our own fiscal house in order for the future. I'd like to point to some ideas that we have because it's important to remember that even when our economic recovery is fully underway again, we're still going to face substantial budget gaps in the future. And there are some risky assumptions in the mayor's budget that mean the gaps could get even larger than projected. There's unrealistic assumptions about overtime spending. We think there's some underestimating of the cost to place students with special needs in appropriate educational settings. And let's remember, the state budget troubles present additional challenges. Over the last 5 years, the state has already pushed $1.3 billion in costs onto the city. And this year's budget would cut back $800 million in state education funds, substituting federal funds from December's stimulus bill instead. And we also identify another $220 million in other costs. The state's long-term budget prospects could leave us facing even bigger shortfalls in the future at a time when we will need to make investments to build the new economy of our city. We must do the work here at home too. We simply cannot continue with business as usual. For years, I've highlighted areas where we continue to spend hundreds of millions of dollars year after year without proven results. The homelessness crisis in our city is heartbreaking and frustrating. We're spending $3 billion a year on homelessness, twice as much now as we did 7 years ago. But the single adult shelter population has reached an all-time high of 20,000 New Yorkers. And more than 21,000 of our children now sleep in a shelter every night. It is unacceptable to continue spending more than $3 billion a year and not make a measurable difference for New Yorkers in crisis. The money's there, but the strategy and the programs are not. We're spending over $400,000 a year to incarcerate one person on Rikers Island while violence continues to climb there. We must redirect resources to programming and treatment that can help prevent incarceration, reduce violence within the jails, and help people succeed in their communities after they leave. And with the pandemic exacerbating mental health challenges, especially for our young people, we're still spending $200 million a year on mental health programs without sufficient accountability, data, or measurable outcomes to show for it. This spending must be evaluated, and agencies must be held accountable for producing measurable results. Now, there is some good news, and that good news is that we will have federal stimulus funds coming in, which will give us some much needed resources. The same morning the mayor released his preliminary budget, we got word that the Biden administration was going to pick up 100% of our eligible COVID disaster relief spending. And we estimate that's $1 billion in extra funding. And on Friday, the House of Representatives passed Biden's $1.9 trillion American Rescue Plan, which includes $350 billion in aid for hard-pressed state and local governments. It's estimated that we could get as much as $5.6 billion right to New York City. But we have to remember, everybody, an important fact, and it is an important fact. Stimulus money is temporary. It's going to give us some help this year and next, maybe even a little the year after that. But after that, it is gone. So that means we need to strategically use these federal funds to relieve the suffering of New Yorkers, to jumpstart our economic recovery, and to lay the groundwork for a new, fairer economy as well. Now, doing that will be the best use of those one-time stimulus funds. It's going to position us to stand on our own 2 feet when the money is gone, and hopefully to build a better future for New Yorkers. We must use the FEMA reimbursement money to help families who are still struggling through this pandemic, and to give our economy the shot in the arm it needs to bring jobs back for the hundreds of thousands of New Yorkers who are still without one. Families are anxious and suffering. Even with unemployment benefits, they're falling behind on the rent, they're struggling to feed their families. We must make sure they are getting the help they need. We must cancel rent for the hundreds of thousands of New Yorkers who have fallen behind through no fault of their own. And we must ensure that every New Yorker, regardless of immigration status, has access to the benefits and support they need during this pandemic. 2 weeks ago, I called for a $25 million emergency food program for New Yorkers left out of the federal and state safety net programs. I look forward to working with all of you in the council to get this done. Now, we have funds. Now we must feed every family in the city. I also just want to recommend that we invest in our schools to ensure that they're able to operate full-time next year. Many of them will need new ventilation systems, air purifiers, and other modifications. And we need programs to address the learning loss and emotional trauma of the past year. You know, as the father of 2 young boys in public school, I can tell you this has been a challenge, but I cannot even talk about the fact that kids in homeless shelters and in public housing who have broken remote devices and lack of internet access, this is what we have to correct, and we have to do it fast. We also must bring justice to the thousands of taxi medallion owners and drivers who were crushed under a mountain of debt. Many have been forced into bankruptcy already, and we can bring all the parties together and solve this problem before it even ruins more lives. And we also need to help jumpstart our economy. More than 2,800 small businesses closed this summer, and that number has only grown in months since. If they don't reopen, hundreds of thousands of unemployed workers won't have jobs to go back to. So we must use those extra federal funds to help businesses reopen and give our economy the boost it needs this spring. Millions of square feet of retail space currently sit unused, and we should give retailers tax breaks for locating in high vacancy corridors throughout the city. We also need to help struggling restaurants with tax credits or grants until it's possible for them to fill their seats and live with customers again. There are thousands of workers in small firms that support Broadway and the performing arts with costumes and sets and everything else that goes into a performance, good paying union jobs. They need help surviving until Broadway and other performance venues can reopen. Most of all, we need to ensure that all New Yorkers have equitable and easy access to vaccines. Without that, there is no recovery. These are the kind of ideas we need now to take advantage of those federal dollars and get our people back to work and open our city for business again. Now, those are our immediate needs, which can use stimulus funds to help meet. And while the next round of stimulus funds can provide the down payment to start building a new economy, I just want to say to everybody, we cannot simply reopen the same economy that we closed. We need a new economy that is built fairer and more just, with benefits that are more widely shared, that helps right the historic wrongs of the past. For that, we're going to need new investments in new affordable housing, investments to rebuild NYCHA, investments in childcare, investments in healthcare to correct inequities in access and outcomes, investments in public safety to end the criminalization of poverty and mass incarceration and move us towards a new public health focused model. I want us to see, and I know this council believes in this, investments in transit and to make streets safe and friendly for walking and biking, investments in resiliency for all of our neighborhoods and to build a new green economy for the future. And for these investments, we're going to need new resources and new revenue streams. And that's why I support the Invest in Our New York agenda. We can use stimulus funds to start these new investments because we must act now and take advantage of the moment. But we also have to think long-term. We got to carry these investments forward. And for that, we're going to need a stable and steady revenue base. We have reached a crucial moment in the extraordinary history of the COVID-19 pandemic and lockdown. We can start to see light at the end of the tunnel, but we cannot go back to the status quo that wasn't working before the pandemic and is not going to serve us now. We have a challenge before us and an opportunity. The challenge is to create a new, better New York with more opportunity, more justice, more fairness. The opportunity is to seize this moment and to make the investments we need to realize that vision. I am very proud to be here with all of you, happy to take your questions, and let's work together, all of us, to make this city the place we call home, the greatest city that we've ever had. Thank you all very much, and I'm happy to have the conversation.
So thank you, Mr. Controller, and we're going to go right to our speaker who has questions.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Mr. Controller, of course, for being here today. Thank you for your testimony. I asked the Director of OMB when he testified before, and I think you alluded to this in your testimony, even in the best case scenario, if that $5.6 billion in stimulus aid comes to us, as you mentioned, we need to plan for the out years. That one-time aid may help us close a gap this year and a little bit next year, but the out year gaps are looking to be in the order of $4 billion a year going into fiscal year 2025 or later, depending on what happens with our budget forecasting. I wanted to see if you had any suggestions on how we should be thinking beyond just this upcoming budget to plan for our city's future, to deal with those very significant out year gaps, and how we should be structuring this type of money. Potentially, if we get $5.6 billion, maybe we shouldn't use all of it in this budget. Maybe we should use some of it in the next budget. So I want to just get your thoughts on thinking about the stimulus money, a potential, greater PEG program, and how that would fit in with the out year gaps.
Look, I think we would all agree that whatever we do, it can't just be short term, right? So one of the things I would recommend is to start thinking about how we save even in bad times. We have to save in good times, but we have to make sure that we're always thinking ahead. I remember, Speaker, coming to you a year ago, right before COVID, and we talked about how much to save and what we were going to do, because we all kind of felt that we didn't know what would next come our way, and then COVID hit. So I agree with the question, and I think you would agree with me that going forward, it's not enough just to say we have stimulus money, let's spend it, and then we'll figure out as goes along. I do think there's a moment now to go to Albany that will also receive significant money and the ability to raise revenue if we're going to reimagine this New York City economy. Because I will just say this, $5.6 billion seems like a lot of money until it's spent. And then, as you said, looking at the out year gaps, we have got to take an approach that puts us in balance with a thoughtful plan. But also, we need to do more things for our people. People are suffering. Our kids are suffering. They're going to need programs. We're going to need childcare to deal with the new economy. That's going to take real revenue raisers to get this done. And I think we need to organize both the different communities to go to Albany and get us a package outlined in the plan I was talking about before, the Invest in Our New York bills.
I support those bills. I hope the legislature moves on that package of bills to raise revenue for the state and for the city. Your office last week predicted that the delinquency rate for property tax payments would increase to 3% by the end of this fiscal year that we're in right now, by the end of June. I think there's a concern, and maybe you share this concern, that the city may be at risk of never getting these property tax payments because, again, people are really struggling. People are struggling to make ends meet and to pay their property taxes. And so I'm wondering, you may not have the figure on you now, but if we could find out how much interest the city will earn on these delinquencies, and how should the city balance its need to, of course, get paid on time with also working to help struggling property owners, particularly small landlords who are working with their tenants who may also be struggling. And I just wanted to hear your thoughts on that.
So here's what I can tell you. So the delinquency rate was 4.5% in January following the semi-annual payments that were due on Jan 1. We expect a delinquency rate for the year to be around 3%. That's a little above what OMB is telling you. The difference is very small in the context of the property tax. And because we're expecting other taxes to come in higher, I would say to you that the delinquency rate, it poses very little risk to the overall economy. And the $2.5 billion in property tax reduction, part of that has built in or baked in the delinquency rate. We do think that as people are able, they will pay their property taxes, but I do agree with you. We're going to need to make sure that the people who can't pay are not penalized because of a pandemic that was, that was no fault of their own. And that's why we have to make sure that we use federal funds to help families, whether it's cancel rent, mortgages, food security. I'm very concerned about undocumented workers. We also have to strategize about making sure that people who were just victimized by this pandemic are made whole so that they can get on with their lives. But I would say to you that this is not a crisis. This in a pandemic is not unusual, and it's something we've analyzed and prepared for in our analysis.
Thank you. In January, the city's chief actuary proposed several changes to the actuarial assumptions and methods, including a 0.2% reduction to the actuarial interest rate over 4 years and a market reset to bring the actuarial value of pension assets concurrent with market value. The proposed changes already reflected in the financial plan decrease the cost for the city to fund pensions over the next 2 years, but make funding pension contributions more expensive in the last 3 years of the plan. Given your role as controller in working with the pension funds, do you have concerns about the actuary making some of these changes, or do you think they were responsible changes to make at this time?
Well, you're right about the package. So the package of changes that the actuary put forward, there are two main components. There's the change in the actuarial interest rate and the resetting of the actuarial value of the assets. And that would go to the market value as of June 19th. Now, the market value restart rather, saves money, $300 million to $400 million annually. But the change to the AIR costs money, $400 to $500 million a year when it's fully implemented. So I'm not persuaded that either step is necessary at this point. One of the things I talked about, I was proud of this, but it's a reality, is our returns have averaged almost 9% over the past 7 years. And market value restarts can be risky because if they don't give you much ability to absorb losses, if the investments are below target, that gets to be a problem. And given our revenue projections, I don't think this is necessary because I think we could absorb this loss of these savings in the budget. I think we're strong enough to do that. But let me also say again, as it relates to pension funds, we hit our actuarial target. The challenge is to think of the pension fund not year to year, right? But to think of it and its asset allocation in the long term. And that is why I can come to you today and say, look, a year ago we hit 14%. There may be strong wins where we don't hit the target in a year. But in the long term, when you look at the last 7 years, we hit 9%. So I don't think these changes are necessary, and I would defer this discussion.
Okay. And my last question before I turn it back to Chair Drum and then go to my colleagues in the council. Mr. Comptroller, I asked the Director Jiha from OMB sort of a big picture question, and I think you touched on this in your testimony, but I would love for you just to talk a little bit more about this and your thoughts. And I said that, and as you said, this past year has been absolutely devastating for our city economically, socially, physically, emotionally, spiritually. And I'm not sure that we collectively, as New Yorkers, have even begun to understand the collective trauma and toll this has taken on so many of us and the entire city as a whole. And how we think about how we'll need to support students coming back in the fall after a year and a half of interrupted education, how to deal with the mental health crisis that's brewing, how to support the families that lost their primary breadwinners, how to make up for the economic losses that disproportionately many women have faced who have had to leave the workplace to become primary caregivers, how to care for New Yorkers with long-term health impacts from COVID, how to handle the end to the eviction moratorium. Those are just some of the really big issues that we have to tackle as a city. And you mentioned some of the other issues. And one of the concerns that I have in seeing this preliminary budget plan is last year's budget was sort of a COVID crisis budget of us all being in this really terrifying moment of crisis as a city and the city being locked down and what that meant. This upcoming budget is sort of the beginning of a recovery budget. And my hope is that we learn lessons from the past year that COVID has sort of laid bare the deep inequities that exist in health disparities and food access and the lack of childcare, as you mentioned. And what I want to see from this administration is a budget that is more forward-looking in responding, less in a crisis moment, but more in how do we rebuild in an inclusive and just way, given all the lessons that we've learned from COVID. And so I apologize for being verbose, but I just wanted to sort of get your thoughts on that, about how to think about the spending, how to think about the federal stimulus money that's coming in, how we prioritize it. And then lastly, given that we've drawn down nearly all of our reserves over the last 2 fiscal years, should we be socking some of this money aside that we're getting in federal stimulus money to put in the reserves to plan for our future? It's a big question, but I just wanted to get your thoughts on it.
No, and look, I personally think you're thinking exactly the right way. We can't just bounce from crisis to crisis. I do think this is a moment to take a deep breath and to put ourselves in the situation of the constituents we represent. Wall Street made $38 billion. Trump took care of all of Wall Street. They did fine. And that's in place. The people that we really have to focus on are the people who got killed by this pandemic. Families lost loved ones. Children lost moms and dads. My own 2 kids lost their grandparent without a funeral, without closure. And the stories get even worse for people who were barely making it in this town. And I don't think we can open the economy the same way we closed it. I don't think we can budget the same way we did a year ago. There's going to have to be a coming to terms with what happened to people of color who never had their health conditions solved. It was all about managing illness and managing people's poverty and criminalizing poverty and, putting dirty bus depot stations in communities 30 years ago that created the high asthma rates. I do think going forward, this is our moment to have the kind of city that will be for everybody, not just the top 1%, but for everybody. And the way to do that is to think about the building blocks we have. We have our stimulus money, which I do think is going to come. And then what do we do with that money? Put some aside, deal with the inequity and the crisis. And then we all have to be on the same page about the revenue we need to go forward. Imagine if we could really triple the number of kids who have childcare and send more women back into the workforce and the hundreds of millions of dollars in taxes we would get. I do agree with you, Speaker, that the issue of education, I'm nervous. I'm concerned. I see it. My kids are in your district, right? So, I just worry about the kids who are struggling, who are going to have trouble coming back. And we got to help them along. We can't give up on them. So I'm looking forward to working with the council during this budget moment to put up some real ideas, get the mayor to the table, and let's just be bigger and bolder and think differently with the money that we have.
And do you think that we should be setting aside, I mean, it's of course impossible to know the exact number at this point, but given how far we've drawn down our reserves, I think it's probably fiscally prudent for us to take a portion of that stimulus money and put it back into some of the reserves that we have drawn down, given the very significant out-year gaps that we have. I don't know what that amount of money is yet. We have to make sure we're funding critical needs and social services and all the things that we need to help people recover. But once we do that in a thoughtful and responsive way, do you think that we should be setting aside some of that money back into our reserves to plan for the future?
The answer is yes. And we've got to build up the reserves. And look, it's what we could never have imagined a year ago today or yesterday, that we would see this unforeseen crisis come our way. And I wish we had more reserves. And we have to always think about, and listen, I don't mean to be downer here, but something will always come our way. And whether it's, a 9/11 crisis, a 70s fiscal crisis, a virus, we need to be prepared with the resources to fight that challenge. And I would agree with you that we certainly don't want to deprive people of the emergency services they need. But depending on the amount of stimulus and how we apportion it over this year and the out years, I think we have to build up a healthy reserve.
Thank you, Mr. Comptroller. I'm going to turn it back to Chair Drum and Chair Rosenthal.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And now I have some questions for you myself, Mr. Controller, in regard to property tax assessments and property tax payment delinquency. I'm on, right? Okay. So fiscal 22 is an atypical year for property assessments, which fell by 3.9%, according to DOF's tentative assessment roll, driven mainly by large market value declines in Class 2 and 4 properties. This year, DOF employed a new methodology in determining market values for Class 2 and 4 properties because the usual method would not have been capable of factoring in the impact of the pandemic on market values. So what is your outlook on the future of the assessment roll beyond fiscal 22 and its effect on the city budget?
Well, I think you're right to be concerned about it. I can tell you what I told the speaker, which is the rate of property tax loss. Part of that loss has built in the delinquency. And I do think we will see some slow growth, resuming, but this is something that we're going to need to be laser focused on.
So how confident are you in DOF's predictions regarding, its effect on, the drop in the assessed values on the budget?
Look, I think most of the role that we see has captured the downside risk, but it's hard to say with certainty, Chairman. I'm not prepared today to give you a concrete affirmative answer one way or another. I think we have to take a larger look. If you'd like me to drill down on this as an issue of concern with the council, I certainly can come back to you.
Yeah, I think we should. And I think, my concern is how affected those assessments were by either vacancies or by the pandemic for other reasons. Mm-hmm. So definitely something I think we should be looking at as we go down the road. Just in terms of the overflow of businesses, the Wall Street Journal recently published an article noting that the Goldman Sachs Group is considering moving its $8 billion reserve generating asset management division to South Florida, potentially joining other financial giants who left New York for the Miami area. So what's your assessment of these anecdotes, and what do you see as the overall picture as it relates to business retention?
Look, I think we have a lot of businesses here, a lot of tech firms, a lot of firms that are going to want to stay in New York City. And look, we have to maintain the value proposition, which is we want everyone to do business in this city, to come to this city. And I've always believed that the reason people or businesses come here is because of our unique, diverse workforce, because this is where the talent is in the city. And this is where the amazing New York is. And part of attracting talent with firms is also locating in places that everyone wants to live. And I will tell you that as we come out of this pandemic, those that have left will come back, and we will see our businesses stay. Look, there's always going to be somebody who leaves, but as long as we're bringing new businesses back in, I feel that we will get there.
So you feel that the balance of new businesses will outdo the loss of businesses like Goldman Sachs moving to Florida?
Look, you know, some go, some stay. And if you look at the history of the city, through our different, for our different places, so BlackRock is staying, Goldman Sachs is leaving. I would say they're losing. The talent pool here is enormous. Our parks, our open space, our culture. I mean, think about what happens when Broadway comes back and you look at the diverse restaurants and markets and the 5-borough economy that we have. Oh, I'm going to be a cheerleader like none other. Every time everyone is written off New York, we end up coming back bigger, better than ever. And I remember this, Danny, as a kid in the 1970s when we were on the edge of bankruptcy and everybody was fleeing. But you know who wasn't fleeing? The pioneers in all our communities. We build back, and we will build back. And when Goldman Sachs calls up and says, hey, you got any room for me? We'll probably say, come on back. We're just not going to give them subsidies to come back. They're going to want to come back.
On their own. Thank you.
On their own.
Okay. I want to turn it over to our council, who I think is going to introduce my co-chair, Helen Rosenthal.
Great. Thank you so much, Chair Drum and Speaker. Welcome, Controller Stringer. Really appreciate your coming today.
Thank you.
The mayor announced capital spending this year of $17.6 billion. I think he announced that yesterday. How much of that have you already registered?
I don't know. I mean, he suspended the capital program.
According to Director Jihad this morning, something like over $3 billion had already been registered. I was just asking to confirm.
I don't know. I don't think it was much. I don't think it was much.
Do you think we'll be able to achieve the full 17 billion that he's proposing?
I mean, if he's going to spend it, I mean, I don't know why he stopped it. I think that's the larger question. The capital.
Well, the governor put the state on pause, right? I mean, no one could spend on capital. There was very limited, remember?
We could spend, that's not true. We could have spent on capital.
I don't understand. If you go to the New York State Governor's page, he says all the projects that have to stop. I think the only things that were let through were emergency healthcare projects.
There were plenty of projects that could have gone ahead. We should not have played it to that. And
You
also,
could not have followed the governor's orders?
you're asking me a question. I don't know from the governor. I know from the mayor. The mayor could have continued a capital program. There were many projects that could have gone ahead. I think we should have done that. And I said so at the time.
Do you think it's important for him to be able to spend the full 17.6 billion by the end of the year?
Look, I hope he can spend as much as he can, and hopefully he'll do that.
Have you seen any increase in capital projects coming over to your shop?
I told you, I don't know how much has been registered. Were you able to ask the mayor's office?
You seem to not be interested in this question. I can move on if it's not important to the control.
It's very important to me because I was the person who said we shouldn't cancel the capital project. So I do feel, I just don't have the number offhand, but I will get it for you if you want.
No, OMB just sent over the hundreds of projects that have been sent over to your office around January, and the next hundreds that will be sent over March 15th, and the next hundreds that will be sent over by the end of March. I'm just asking if your office is ready to deal with this, ridiculously high amount of capital spending. In its best year, the city was only able to do a little over, I think just under 13 billion. The mayor's talking about 17 billion. Are you at all concerned about that?
I can tell you this, I am concerned about everything. If you send me over the list, I will double check what we have registered. If they send it, we register, and then they do the spend. So I'll register the appropriate, the contract, but then, they do the spend, which is why I can't give you, the specific amounts. I do think
Controller, do you want to get back to me with the answer, which is fine. I just don't want you to have to be in an awkward position.
I'm not in an awkward position. I just can't give you the answer you want right this moment. I've already said to you, I will give you the answer. In fact, I'm going to call the office.
This is not meant to be bullying. These are
I'm not bullying.
Just basic capital questions. I talked to the OMB director about them this morning. He seemed ready to talk about it.
I'm ready, except I can't tell you
the projects that you've registered this year.
I could get you that list. I don't have it in front of me. I'm in my two-bedroom apartment.
Not in front of you. Your staff, I'm sure Preston can just send it right over. But you've reviewed it, right? Were there any that you pulled out because you were nervous about them?
Not yet. I'll let you know when we pull them.
Okay. And if I'm remembering right, there's something like, let's see, I just want to go over to the social services side. I think Max has indicated that the city council allocated roughly 400 million in discretionary awards. Max has cleared nearly 99% of those awards, but your office has registered about 75%. Do you have a sense of timing on how those will move forward?
I'll get back to you. We do our due diligence. We are pretty good at registering all the contracts. And even in the pandemic, we've gotten them out as quickly as we get them in, except for the COVID contracts. We're not, because of this emergency order we're trying to get rescinded, we don't see those contracts. So I hope you're aware of that as well.
I don't understand what you're saying, sir.
We don't register the COVID contracts because it's an emergency.
Of course. We had a hearing about that with BDC. It's been able
to here's what I can tell you.
Expedite projects by 9 months, which is actually fascinating and something that I think we should all be looking at. It's pretty important.
So
9 months.
We register them when we get them. The agency is very slow. The agencies are very slow to send the contracts. We've talked about that at different hearings. And when we get them, we give them back.
Let's see. So earlier in your testimony, you mentioned support of the call to cancel rent. And of course, thousands of New Yorkers are struggling to pay rent. We are trying to help so many of them in our district. But can you explain to me what canceling rent would mean from a just very practical level?
You would not make people pay their back rent, and you would make that up with stimulus money. I refer you to the legislation pending in Albany that would create that outline, but I also think we should look at mortgages of small landlords as well, and we should think about a way to bucket that with the stimulus package.
How much do you think is out there? Or how much do you think we would have to draw down from the stimulus package to help those tenants and small landlords?
You know, it would be considerable. There is the Ulene new Salazar bill. If you've seen that, sort of outlines an important framework. It's a lot of money, there's no doubt, and we clearly would have to devise a program to do as much as we can. It could be as high as $2.2 billion. But look, again, with federal money, with revenue raisers in Albany, you know, council member, I don't know how we don't make people whole. We would be facing massive evictions in the streets. People's mortgages would go under. And I would just urge you to work with me to make sure that we
Sir,
can
I'm
get
not
that.
questioning whether or not we should make sure that people, renters and small property owners can stay in their homes. And of course, people in single family homes. That's not the question. I was simply asking from a very practical point of view because renters are asking my office that question. I've got small property owners that I try to help all the time who just aren't getting rent and are, you know, faced with property bills and property tax bills, et cetera. And I'm just wondering, only because you were just talking about canceled rent, if you had an idea of how that would happen. But I'm happy to move on.
Let me just say two things. Let me say two things. So 2.2 billion is my estimate. I would ask you to review the new Salazar bill. And I think that in terms of local constituencies, I think you're right. I think we do have a lot of small landlords who are also suffering as it relates to the mortgages. So it is probably, to open up the economy, one of the tougher issues we're going to face.
You mentioned your support of the Invest in Our NY plan, New York plan. I do too. Has your staff figured out the impact of the financial transfer tax on the pension plans, on the pension amount?
I'm sorry, say it again one more time.
Sure. Has your staff figured out the impact of the financial transfer tax on the amount that you're responsible for in all 5 pension plans, over $200 billion?
Is that the stock transfer tax you're talking about, or?
If they've now expanded it, it's actually the financial transfer tax. So it's stocks, securities.
So we're looking at it. It's the bill is not clear. So we're not, we don't know yet. We're still looking at it.
Does it persuade you that State Controller DiNapoli has said that he will not oppose it?
Yeah, it influences me a lot. I think he's on the right trajectory. We just haven't made our conclusions yet. Sometimes he's first, sometimes I'm first.
Over the years, you've spoken about your implementation of divesting from fossil fuels. Has that resulted in any changes to the returns?
Well, we haven't. We're literally, as we speak, in the process of that divestment. But as you know, the reason we had 2 firms looking at all of these issues is to make sure that we wouldn't put the pension fund at risk. And I'm pleased to tell you that we were able to go forward with this divestment, and I don't anticipate that will hurt our returns. In fact, I'm very pleased to tell you that we have an over 7 years, a 9% assumption rate, which is pretty extraordinary.
And so in any of those 7 years, have you divested from fossil fuels?
No.
Okay. You talked a bit about the attrition plans. It means, I think, that in 2022, as you know, the plan baselines the reduction in positions, the attrition plans. And with a loss of an additional 5,000 people in fiscal year 22. How would you manage that? I mean, what do you think about that as controller? Can this city government function well with that loss?
That's a target, but my sense is we will be able to manage. If
I'm
I
sorry?
understand correctly,
There's an attrition plan built into the budget.
right? Let me get Preston on that. Preston, are you out there?
Yes, I'm here. And I'm sorry, Councilmember Rosenthal, your question exactly is?
Well, I guess, I mean, my first question is, are you aware that the attrition plan has been baselined?
Yes.
And what do you make of the loss of nearly 5,000 positions in the next fiscal year? Do you have any concerns about it?
I mean, as was noted earlier when Director Jiha was testifying, it's baseline, but it's not parceled out to the agencies yet.
Yeah, sitting in a single U of A, that's right.
Right. So, I think from our point of view, an attrition plan that isn't managed actively in terms of the needs is not a great one, so I don't know enough about how they came up with this specific number.
I think it was for every 3 that leave, 1 gets hired back.
Right. So in general terms, that's right, but I don't know whether they, took into consideration any issues that they feel they might have in terms of shortages in one area or surpluses in another area, rates of attrition, et cetera. So I just think it's always complicated to manage an attrition plan and to do it well. We did it, in 2009, 2010, there was, as you remember, about 15,000 positions that attrited out. And there were lots of areas where we ended up going back and backfilling vacant positions. So it doesn't always get you to the same target that you set initially. So, I think it will require a lot of active management by OMB and the agencies to sort of achieve the target without undermining service delivery in some areas.
No,
But Preston, let me just say, we'll try to get as much information to you on our assumptions and analysis as we get them. We're not trying to be vague. We just don't really have a full handle on what it means in the long term. But we'll get it for you as soon. We'll definitely follow up.
Sure. Yeah. And then lastly, I last year voted against the budget because I think we went 750 million too far in cuts to social service programs, organics, whole variety of slew of things like that. Do you have any thoughts about that? And would you have do you agree with the mayor's priorities of what he's put back into the budget? Like he put in SYAP, but do you have thoughts about human services contracts or?
Well, I've been one of the leaders, in making sure that we invest in our human services, both in terms of fringe that you and I worked on, in terms of giving them a better avenue to contract registration. I do think that our not-for-profits are the key to direct services. So anything we can do to invest in them, obviously I know there's the budget dance, he doesn't put things in, you put things back. I was talking to the speaker earlier, perhaps less budget dance this year and more, we all come to the table and deal with getting this economy going again. And I would ask all of you to take that as your priority.
So I don't know if you're aware, but last year, a commitment was made for indirect rates.
I know.
And then unexpectedly taken out.
Right. But now we have to make sure that we make that whole.
So you would have it as one of your priorities going forward?
It's my priority when we had it in. It's my priority when it was taken out. I do think we have to invest in our nonprofits. It's critical.
Right. My last question is, what do you think about what we learned at the hearing with the school safety agents? Sorry, I don't know if you're listening. We had a hearing where we learned about NYPD is going to actually put in the next class for 245 school safety agents. Has your office looked at that at all?
You know, we didn't, I didn't attend the council hearing on that, but I'd be very hopeful to hear your opinions on it.
I was taken aback that they had a class. I didn't, that wasn't part of the agreement. So I guess that's my opinion on it.
Look, again, I think we're on the same page when it comes to some of the decisions made at City Hall. As you know, I've audited and monitored City Hall and the budget and the strategies. We haven't always been aligned in my office and the mayor's office. And I look forward to working with you on our last budget as we go into this with the mayor. The thing I would say is that we probably this year should look more holistically about how we can really protect our children, protect the fisc of the city. And again, I point to the speaker's comment, which I think is critical, that we all get around this because the stakes here are going to be very high. And I'm very concerned about how we reopen our schools and keep them open and these kind of issues, as well as build the community.
And I know we have to move on because IBO is waiting. Last question. In last year, you recommended that the city cut $1 billion over the course of 4 years from the NYPD.
Yes.
And we ended up taking out $1 billion. We're working on that, of course, this year. It's why I asked the question about the school safety agents. But have your audits revealed any additional savings that could be had from the NYPD above the $250 million you recommended?
We said that 4 years, 265 million a year that could be redirected to mental health initiatives, interrupters who could help our kids and programs. I never thought that we should be cutting youth programs and cutting city workers. I thought that was a false choice, as you know. We worked with advocacy groups to come to those numbers. That was the baseline for some of the decisions the council was able to make. And look, it's a baseline. I think we have to continue to crunch the numbers, and we're going to for this budget cycle. And as soon as I have them, I'll certainly share it with you as I did last time.
Sure. So you would use attrition over the 4 years?
I think we would say we would use a number of different ways to look at it. I don't have the plan in front of me, but we did sketch out, different costs, capital costs. There was a whole host of ways we got to the 265.
Oh, it included capital. I didn't realize that. All right. Thank you very much. Thank you, Chair Drum. Appreciate the time.
Thank you very much. We have a few council member questions, and I just want to remind them of the 3-minute time limit. Council, would you like to call those council members for their questions?
Yes, but first I'll make a few announcements. If any council members have questions for the controller, please use the Zoom raise hand function. You'll be added to the queue. As a reminder, council members, you'll have 3 minutes allocated for questions, including answers. Please wait for the sergeant at arms to tell you when your time begins. The sergeant will then let you know when your time is up. We will now hear from Councilmember Koo, followed by Councilmember Barron.
Time starts now.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Mr. Controller, for coming to testify before us. Mr. Controller, can you provide a breakdown of how many city contracts were awarded to Asian American-owned businesses, and how many were specifically Asian American female-owned?
I can't right at this moment, but I can certainly get you that information.
Okay. So what about, do you have any idea how much revenue our city's small businesses have generated for New York City over the years, and what the impact of the pandemic has had on these small businesses?
Well, look, the small businesses are the backbone of our city economy. And I can tell you that we've lost 2,800 small businesses during this pandemic, and we've lost about 500,000 jobs along those same lines. As I mentioned in my testimony, I think I think the reality is that some of our bigger companies did really well. Our small businesses suffered, especially those in your district. But the economy of small businesses is in the billions, Councilman Koo.
But how big a share, like among the total revenue, create in the number, the half or 40% or 50%?
I would say our small businesses are truly the backbone of the city. I could get you. I don't. I could ask Preston if we have any specific information with us today. Preston.
Hi, council member.
Hi.
I don't have the numbers right off the top of my head. I mean, the small businesses that are under 50 employees roughly constitute about 95% of all firms in the city. So they're a very large number of firms. And they employ, I'm going to say off the top of my head, about 2/3 of workers in the city. So but we can come back to you with, firmer statistics on it.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Controller.
Thank you, council member.
Council, would you call the next council member?
Yes. We now hear from Councilmember Barron, followed by Councilmember Powers.
Time starts now.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you to Chair Rosenthal as well. Welcome, Mr. Comptroller. And I just have a very few pointed questions.
Yes.
At NYCHA, specifically at the Carter G. Woodson houses, there were a series of murders that took place, which were eventually attributed to a suspect who is now in custody, who in fact was living in the building itself. After we realized that there had been a second occurrence of what was apparently a murder, although it was misclassified at the beginning, we took steps to have surveillance cameras installed. We went, the mayor assisted, the council member, also Councilmember Malik Ampey Samuel, and Assembly members Barron and Assembly member Latrice Walker, as well as myself, put money to make sure that these cameras would be installed. There was a pause, as it was called, and we were told that we're now resuming the contracts and moving forward so that these security cameras will be functional. The mayor's office said that it has been approved on their end and moved to your office for registration. Do you have any specific timelines as to when these cameras will be able to be installed? What more has to happen at your office for this contract to be registered so that the work can begin and then we can set a reasonable timeline for it to be completed?
So if the mayor's office sent the contract today?
No, they sent it probably a week ago.
Then it will be registered within a matter of weeks. And if you give me the exact information, I can give you where we are in the process, but it won't be longer than a couple of weeks. One thing that sometimes happens with the mayor's office is they say that they've sent us contracts and then we find out they haven't sent us contracts. So I always say with a proviso, let me see if I really have the contract, because they've been lying about this for years. But let me also say to you, barring anything that we flag, I will get that contract out. I know the tragedy and I know how important it is to get those cameras going, and I will work on it and see to it myself.
Okay, who is it that I should ask for in your office to follow up with this?
Scott Stringer.
Okay, great, thank you. And your Mr. Knight also raised his hand as well. So I've got two people.
You got two.
The first and the assistant to the first. Thank you.
If I can't get to the answer, there's something wrong.
Thank you. Secondly, in regards to NYCHA, we know that the city is moving away from its responsibility to provide public housing. It's being called RAD, it's being called PACT. I call it Rat Pack, but it's being called those two terms, as well as now something that is being considered on the state level, which they are calling a community land trust type of arrangement. My question is, for those developments that are being considered for RAD and for PACT, what is the arrangement that the city has with those proposed developers? What I mean by that is those are private entities who are coming onto NYCHA property and going into the homes of NYCHA residents and making certain kinds of assessments. So there has to be some kind of document formalizing what the relationship is between NYCHA and these proposed developers. So what is that document? Where can I find it? And what are the obligations for each of those parties moving forward should some cause for action be brought up?
Well, let me first say, I do believe that people in public housing want and need repairs. They don't want to privatize NYCHA. They just want their repairs. And we can make those repairs with reforms to the governance structure of NYCHA and a mayor's office that is actually focused on those repairs. And you know, I've done more audits of NYCHA than all previous controllers. And so what I can tell you is I don't necessarily have that information because we don't register the NYCHA contracts.
Oh.
So that's not part of my purview.
So I would have to go directly to NYCHA to find out what type of contract?
I believe so. And look, I'd be happy to work with you in gaining that information because we need more transparency. I think you're raising some good points. We should be scrutinizing those contracts and we just don't register it. Otherwise I would certainly give it to you.
So what is your opinion, and I want to thank the chairs for allowing me a little extra time, in terms of the possibility of a truly community-based organization doing those same things that are proposed by a private entity? What I mean by that, so the NYCHA residents themselves being trained into how to manage and operate and repair their own places where they live, and perhaps have some type of ownership if that's something that they would be considering. What is your position on that type of arrangement going forth so that we do not privatize NYCHA, where, as you have said, studies have indicated, they're not favorably looking upon having other entities come in, private entities come in to do the management that NYCHA has been so miserably effective at doing?
Look, we have to get people to work in NYCHA. And what a great way to work building your community and repairing buildings and to having a stake and, being able to come home at night and knowing as you put your kids to sleep that you're also making the repairs and being part of this. One of the things, council member, that got me with all the discussion of NYCHA divestment, we are owed $40 billion from the federal government.
Yes.
Multiple administrations. And what gets me is an audit I did on the playgrounds. 100,000 kids are in NYCHA. And the conditions are so deplorable, it doesn't take money, it takes will, right? A plastic swing set or a slide. How can you not replace that when you have a jagged edge on that slide that can rip a kid's back? And I've said to the mayor directly, do your own audit and inventory of the playgrounds and fix them. It's not a budget issue. Some of this is not just money. But one thing I would point you to as well, while we fight every day for federal NYCHA relief, I do want to push a plan to move $40 million over 10 years, $40 million a year from the Battery Park City Authority to bond that money to make the repairs of NYCHA, the boilers, the windows, the stairwells, all the audits I've done. We actually came up with an idea for a revenue stream. You need the controller of New York City to approve that, the governor of New York, and the mayor. Let's get that done at the Battery Park City Authority, move 40 million a year. And then it's a stopgap until we can figure out the federal money. But we do need resources and we need to put NYCHA residents to work. NYCHA residents I talk to want to be part of the solution.
Great, thank you so much. Thank you to the chairs.
Thank you, Councilmember.
Okay, we'll go to our next council member, I believe our last.
We will now hear from Councilmember Powers.
Time
Thank you.
starts now.
All right, thank you. Hi, Mr. Controller. I hope you've defrosted from this morning. But thank you for the testimony.
Thank you. It was cold.
It's cold. I'll
Cold
be out
out.
there. I appreciate your enthusiasm around the sort of importance of New York City and the bounce back, and I share it. And I do believe that long term here, the health of the city will be back and will be. And I think I appreciate people's optimism about that. But, really in the short-term recovery, I think it's going to be so important to invest in those things that keep people in New York City, the hospitality industry, restaurants, arts and culture, tourism, not that I don't think they'll be back, but to make sure that we have a short-term recovery that is quick and powerful. Can you share us just with the federal money that's coming in, with the city budget now, potential state revenues, just to talk about some of the solutions or strategies you think that the city should be employing to help invest in those areas where that will really help that bounce back. We know the hospitality industry in particular looks like it's going to be a long way back with the jobs and everything. And I'd just be curious to hear if you have thoughts on what we can be doing.
Well, Councilmember Powers, you're right to focus on this because so much of our total recovery has to happen through our restaurants, our retail, and it all has to be coordinated. When people say we have to bring Broadway back, I always say, well, we got to bring back our hotels. We got to bring back the 62 billion tourists that are not coming here. So it's not just a matter of bringing a specific industry back, but one hotel and hospitality is worth to us billions, but it brings back the people who are not coming here. We have to have a strategy for that. I think the fastest road to that is a vaccination program that is fast and furious and is just relentless. And that's going to take coordination between the city and the state and the federal government. But we should already start thinking about where we're going to be in 60 days. What I would offer as a suggestion is as we slowly vaccinate, I'm not sure we're going to see everybody indoors as quickly as we would like, but one of the things we learned with open streets and with the hospitality industry, let's move everybody into the streets this summer. Let's move Broadway and off Broadway. Let's take advantage of our open space, our park space, our schoolyards, and start, creating programs that will allow actors to work. Stagehands can work. There's so much that we can do to jumpstart that economy, but I think we're waiting too long to think about the summer and the spring. And, we will get federal money in these buckets, including our own, but we have to have an urgency of moving everything out. One of the things that struck me is after 9/11, and obviously this is not analogous, but the sentiment is the same. There was real move to open Broadway right after 9/11. It was a signal that New York was back, that we weren't defeated, even in the midst of a great tragedy. Well, this is also a tremendous tragedy with tremendous loss. But we look at where the world is watching, and they want to see Broadway come back, arts and culture come back. And we've got to use every creative means at our disposal, talking to the industry about how to do that, get rid of the fines and fees, and stop the bureaucracy, do things that we've never done before. Think of cultural affairs not just as an agency that gives out or approves discretionary money or capital money, but think about it as the chief strategist to help move this economy forward, because I think it will bring many things back, hotels, tourism, and the multiplier impact on the economy is truly billions.
Yeah, thank you. My time is up, but I appreciate the answer, and I agree with you. It's an ecosystem that needs a lot of investment in the next couple of years to keep it all healthy. Thanks so much.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Controller. We appreciate you coming in and giving testimony, and we look forward to continuing to work with you as we move down the road to the executive budget and have you back at that time. Thank you very much.
Let me just say, Councilmember, Chairman, thank you to you over the years as I've come here with your thoughtful, sometimes tough questioning. I've always appreciated the courtesies and the ability to allow me to make my case. And I just want to say it's been a pleasure working with you. And it's a little nostalgic. I have a little nostalgia because today is my last testimony for this budget. And I think I just want to say thank you to you in particular for the way you've hosted me over the years.
Thank you very much. And the sentiment is mutual. Thank you very much.
Thank you, everybody. Thank you.
Okay. We are now going to go right into our hearing on from IBO. And let me just say, as I said before, my name is Daniel Drum, and I'm the chair of the Finance Committee. We are joined by Speaker Corey Johnson and the subcommittee on the capital budget chaired by Council Member Helen Rosenthal. We just heard from the controller, and we will now hear testimony from the director of the Independent Budget Office, Ronnie Lowenstein, after she is sworn in by council. Director Lowenstein is joined by George Sweeting, IBO's deputy director, and Jonathan Rosenberg, IBO's director of budget review. And we are joined by a number of my colleagues. I'm just going to look here to see. Of course, my co-chair, Chair Rosenthal. Speaker Johnson is with us. I see that we have Councilmember Anthony Samuel, Councilmember Barron, Councilmember Dharma Diaz, Councilmember Lewis, Councilmember Perkins, Powers. And I think I got everybody so far. So I'd like to just welcome IBO. Are they there?
Yes, Chair. IBO is present.
Okay, great. And council, do you want to swear them in?
Yes. I will now administer the affirmation, and you'll be called on to affirm. Do you affirm that your testimony will be truthful to the best of your knowledge, information, and belief? Director Lowenstein?
Yes, I do.
Mr. Sweeting?
Yes, I do.
And Mr. Rosenberg?
Yes, I do.
Thank you. Director Lowenstein, you may begin when ready.
Okay. First of all, I'd like to thank you for the opportunity to testify. We too have testified a number of times, and we've always appreciated the opportunity. I'm going to start with my main point, which is that although the COVID pandemic has decimated the local economy, it has not led to the full-fledged fiscal crisis that many were concerned about. Let me start with economics. Shutdowns have left tens of thousands of New Yorkers out of work. During the first wave of the pandemic, roughly 2 months from February through April, the city of New York lost fully 1/5 of all of its jobs. There were job losses in every major industry, but the worst of the losses were concentrated in the leisure and hospitality sector, a category which includes restaurants and hotels, arts and entertainment. And I should add, employs generally low to moderate income New Yorkers, largely the same population that's really borne the brunt of the worst of the pandemic. Although jobs began to return this summer, progress has been slow and fitful. The city ended the calendar year with about 560,000 fewer jobs than it started with. And moreover, we're expecting that at the end of the financial plan period in 2025, we still won't enjoy the same number of jobs in New York City as we had before the pandemic began. So although the economic impact was really quick and severe, the fiscal impact has been more gradual. Let me start by talking about surpluses and gaps. IBO expects the current fiscal year to end with a surplus of $3.6 billion, which is roughly $260 million more than OMB projects. We're also expecting a modest $500 million or so surplus for next year. But looking further ahead, of course, we're looking at gaps. We're forecasting a budget gap of $3.9 billion in 23, which is about 5% of city-funded spending. It's sizable. And gaps in roughly the $4 billion range for the next several years after that. On paper, these gaps are very similar to the gaps forecast by OMB, but there's a difference. There's more of a difference than it first appears. Unlike OMB's gap estimates, IBOs don't reflect the administration's proposed $1 million a year in labor savings, $1 billion a year in labor savings, which we've excluded from the count because no specific savings have been identified as yet. Finally, the city has budgeted reserves of $1.25 billion a year from next year through the end of the forecast cycle to help address the gaps, and still has a little over $2 billion remaining in the Retiree Health Benefit Trust. The $3.6 billion surplus that we project for this year occurs despite the fact that we're forecasting tax revenue is going to decline by $1.2 billion, nearly 2% from last year. If our forecast is correct, this would be the first year-over-year tax revenue decline since 2009. We're projecting declines in every major revenue source except for the property tax and the unincorporated business tax. But in general, taxes have held up better than many, including IBO, had anticipated. We're projecting that tax revenue growth will resume next year, but at a relatively tepid pace of 2.7%, which is well below the average we've enjoyed in recent years. Revenue growth in particular will be constrained by a $1 billion, which is a 3% year-over-year drop in the property taxes, which are attributable to a steep reduction in the finance department's estimated values, particularly for commercial properties, including apartment buildings. Okay, and there is both upside potential and downside risk to our forecast. Let me start with the good news. As you've heard, one potential source of revenue has already been realized. The Biden administration has approved FEMA reimbursement of 100% of COVID-related expenses, which means that the city will receive roughly $1.2 billion in additional reimbursement. And it is increasingly likely that a new round of federal aid will be enacted, which could provide the city with an additional funding, roughly in the vicinity of $5 billion in direct federal aid. More good news here because the state also will be getting direct federal aid under the stimulus package, which makes it far less likely that the state will be turning to the local governments in order to deal with its own gaps. By far the largest downside risk to the forecast, of course, is the course of the pandemic. We're assuming that as more people get vaccinated, infection rates will decline and the economy will gradually reopen. But it's also possible that many New Yorkers will refuse the vaccine, or that new variants of the disease will prove more resistant to the vaccine, or just spread more rapidly. Any of these possibilities could lead to another wave of infections and shutdowns. Another huge risk to our economic recovery is the fate of the MTA. The city economy simply can't recover without a robust system of subways and buses. Finally, I'd like to end by saying that we're expecting the city's recovery to lag behind the US as a whole. One reason is that tourism has become a major contributor to our local economy. But it's going to be years before arts and entertainment get back to anything like the levels they were before the pandemic. And it's going to take leisure travelers, particularly international travelers who bring a great deal of benefit to the local economy, to get them interested in what's going on and allow them to feel that the city is both a safe and attractive place to be. The second reason we expect our recovery to lag is that many employers and employees have experienced the benefits of working remotely. The shock of the pandemic has accelerated a structural change that was already happening. As more people work from home, the demand for office space has declined, demand for business travel has declined. As these changes take hold, it's not that all of the people who shifted to remote work 10 months ago will remain remote, but not everyone will come back. And as that occurs, I think it's reasonable to expect that the city's economy isn't going to look like it looked a year ago, even if and when the city's employment returns to its pre-pandemic levels. So on that, thank you again for the opportunity to testify, and we'd be very happy to take your questions.
Thank you very much, Ms. Lowenstein. It's always good to see you, and thank you for coming in. Let me just talk a little bit about the pandemic's impact on the low-wage sector. The brunt of the COVID-19 impact has been felt locally by low-wage sectors that entail person-to-person contact, including restaurants, hotels, entertainment, non-essential retail, health, social assistance, and schools. So what is your office's outlook on the immediate future of wages and employment in these sectors in society? I know you spoke a little bit about the hotels and the entertainment industry, I believe, and the theater. So what is your feelings on the other areas?
I do not have numbers on that in front of me. George, is there anything that we can point the chair to?
In our report in January, I believe we went through sector by sector, but we certainly have some numbers on that we could get for you.
Would you go ahead? I'm sorry.
Let me just one correction there. We had the history sector by sector in January in our snapshot, but in the report we released yesterday, not for every sector, but in particular for leisure and hospitality, we do have projections going out to the end of the forecast cycle. We don't have any of the other sectors broken out, but we'll happily get that information for you and send it over.
Okay, great.
Okay.
What do you consider, maybe you can answer this, the most significant long-term implications from the pandemic on low-wage New Yorkers?
Implications. You know, as a New Yorker, I'm feeling a lot more vulnerable than I've ever felt. and I have none of the disadvantages that accrue to people who don't have the same resources that I have, that don't have the same networks to assist me, that don't have the income, and people who have to travel the subways, even if they're concerned that that's not the safest way to be, and who have to get on the job every day. So I think the pandemic has made us all feel vulnerable in a way that we hadn't before, and certainly for the most disadvantaged amongst us, it's got to be particularly bad.
You know, I represent the district of low-wage earners, and we mentioned earlier in the hearing the impact upon food accessibility, and just even that, something that basic, you know, is really, really difficult. I just see, you know, bread lines all over the neighborhood, right outside my window from my apartment, you know, and they're 2, 3, 4, sometimes 10 or 11 blocks long. They've gotten a little bit better since the start of the pandemic, but still there's a great need out there for food.
I should say that we're accompanying our longer report that George referenced with individual short 2 or 3 page reports looking at specific topics. So I referenced the one on economics yesterday. One came out on tax revenues today. We will have one forthcoming, I believe, on the city's food programs, emergency food.
Right, it's great. The population growth and its impact on the city's financial plans. COVID-19 has exacerbated an exodus of city residents. According to a study conducted by Unicast, it's estimated that in 2020, the city lost approximately 70,000 residents as a result of the pandemic. What impact, if any, would this exodus of residents have on the city's future financial plans?
Let me start by saying that the city has actually been gradually losing residents. Population, that's the right word for it. The city has been gradually losing population over the last several years. It's too soon to tell exactly what's prompting that, but one reasonable hypothesis is that much of the inflow of immigration that the city typically gets each year has been shut off under the Trump administration. That's going to ease. But we don't know to what extent the people who initially fled the pandemic will return. It's still too soon to know that. Certainly, if they don't return, and if they don't continue to pay local taxes, which is another huge question, then there will be a grave impact on the city's finances. Is there anything anyone wants to add?
I would add one other point, that to the extent that people adjust their lifestyle to working from home and home, in a place further, outside of the New York State, there will be real issues about the ability of New York State income tax regime to reach those people. And there's actually a court case underway right now between the states of Massachusetts and New Hampshire that's arguing essentially over the same issue, whether Massachusetts can tax people who used to work in Massachusetts, who now are residing full-time or they were always residing in New Hampshire, but now they're also working in New Hampshire, and whether the state of Massachusetts can tax that income. If New York State were to lose the ability to tax non-resident income, that accounts for about $5 billion out of the state's roughly 47 or 48 billion that it gets from the personal income tax. So that's a significant amount of money that the state has at risk, depending on how these taxing relationships get worked out. New York City, I guess this is a small silver lining. We lost our commuter tax more than 20 years ago now. If we still had it, we would be concerned about losing some of that revenue now. But so it doesn't affect directly the New York City budget, but of course the New York City budget is very much impacted by whatever happens to the New York State budget. And losing $5 billion would be a significant blow to the state, which might very well have consequences for the city.
It's very interesting, Mr. Sweeting, because I'm term limited and getting near the age of retirement, and I was looking at whether other states tax the retirement. New York State, we don't tax the local and state taxes on your pensions, and the issue of the states, having a mutual agreement between them. So if you move to a state that has an agreement with New York, like Massachusetts and New York do, for example, you don't have to worry too much. But outside of that, you do have to worry and consider it. So it's an interesting question about how working from home would also affect that. I had not thought of that before.
Just to continue, it also influences some of those decisions about if states had agreements before the recent changes, it was on a pretty small amount of money relatively. So like New Jersey could afford to offer a tax credit for New York State taxes paid by New Jersey residents. If there now are people who if the number of people residing in New Jersey and not actually coming into a New York City office is going to grow significantly, it's going to be harder for New Jersey to tolerate paying that credit, and they may very well be interested in looking at that relationship between New Jersey and New York.
Very interesting. Thank you. I appreciate that. I think my co-chair may have questions. Is co-chair Rosenthal there?
Yeah, thank you. Thank you so much. And it's always great to see you, George and Ronnie. Your insights are always so helpful. I just have a couple of real quick questions. Although I have one quick one based on what you were just talking about, George. you know, everyone's thinking about this notion of people staying home and not coming into the city for their job and what impact that would have. Would there also be an element to which it would make the office building space more desirable for affordable housing? Is that sort of part of it at all, or no?
It could be. I mean, that's making the assumption that there's no longer sufficient demand for the office space, which I think is a possibility, but certainly not a certainty. I think, you know, it remains to be seen exactly, you know, how employers, organizations, public sector, private sector, you know, what they take from the experience of the last year. And, you know, I'm sure there will be some reduction in office space by current tenants, but certainly not all of them, certainly not going to zero. So we don't know what that's going to be. But yes, if you wind up with surplus office space, one of the things, you know, that may well be on the table would be incentives to convert to residential use. I think some of the initial poking at this, and this is not an area we've done any work on, but I've been reading some of this, that, you know, it's not clear that, you know, exactly how cost effective it is to convert, you know, very large office buildings with very large floor plates and not, you know, and if you build out around the periphery of the building, you know, you're going to leave an awful lot of apartments inside that have no windows and those, you know, so exactly how you do it is not clear. The city had some success with offering a tax exemption to incentivize conversion of old office buildings in Lower Manhattan. It was the 421G program. But there you were dealing with a stock of buildings that were much more amenable to conversion to residential use than certainly, you know, a new modern office building in Midtown.
I agree with all of that, but the other thing to say is that looking to the hotels,
right.
You know, if all of the hotel stock is not necessary, that would be more amenable to conversion.
Yeah.
Thank you. And I think the city's pursuing that. I think they are. I'll follow up with you another time. It's a really interesting thing to try to think through.
Yeah.
Let me ask you, actually, would you be interested in doing a study on this, looking at like to what degree companies might choose to have at least a portion of their workforce working remotely on a permanent basis, and whether or not the city could target areas in the way that you just described, George, with the 421G program, where it's, you know, the type of real estate that would be convertible?
I think we've yet to see to what extent. I'm sure there's going to be more work from home, more work remotely, but whether it's 10% or 20% or 50%, not at all clear. As soon as these trends begin to shake out, and they will shake out not just for the city of New York, but for cities across the country, particularly high-cost cities like New York, then we can take a look at that and look at New York City's own industrial mix and try to get some feeling for that. But jumping in now, I think would be premature.
Yep, makes sense. Thank you. Last question. The mayor's preliminary budget included the hiring control plan that we've been talking about, only allows the hiring of 1 employee after the loss of 3. Can you give us your thoughts on how successful you think this could be in terms of programs, and what kind of pitfalls should the city be aware of on implementing the program?
Let me say broadly that this is a blunt instrument, and how effective it will be in making the city of New York more efficient, which is a very good goal to have, is going to depend on how it's done. I think Jonathan has, may have more insight into all of this than I would. Have we lost Jonathan or?
He's here, luckily.
He's here. Okay. I don't see him.
Muted.
but-
He's muted.
Yeah.
Okay. Is there anything you'd like to add?
No, I mean, I think some of the stuff that's kind of been said by prior people today is holds true. Obviously, it and as you would know, Madam Chair, having been at OMB, you know well that the way that the management of this is very important. Right now, OMB gives the line that they are taking this on a case-by-case basis, and that agencies can come to them and ask for some sort of dispensation from this, from the rules. So it really kind of matters how they manage this and how well it's managed. I think, as a general rule, anything that's taken so generally used and across every single instance won't work well. So they have to take it, as they've said, they have to take a case-by-case basis. I was actually not totally aware of how they were exempting certain agencies and certain groups of people prior to their testimony earlier today. That wasn't clear, so we weren't looking at it as that. But definitely, they did make statements about public health and safety were being considered. I didn't know that was a blanket consideration for all, but so I think that a lot of that stuff, a lot of people, a lot of positions could be considered type like that.
Yeah, I mean, I think Councilmember Drum asked about that. So I guess it was the health agencies and maybe NYPD that, I don't know if it was NYPD, definitely the health agencies were going to be allowed to hire right back. And then I think they said for DOE, the attrition was in place and they were not, DOE was not exempted. I was surprised to hear, when we were talking about the capital budget, that, they sort of have these two competing goals. On one hand, they want to get those certificates to proceed out the door really quickly for the capital investments, but yet they're gonna endure the attrition plan as well, which could very much get right in the face of being able to execute that capital plan. And I just am always, and part of the reason I was asking was, the mayor says this is a priority, and not just a priority, he announced he was so excited that we would be spending over $17 billion in capital projects. And, trying to understand today the reality of it, I was concerned.
I can understand that.
Fair. All right. Well, thank you all so much. Thank you, Chair Drum. Really appreciate having this time with you. Always great to chat with IBO. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Same here. And I want to thank you for coming in, for giving testimony. We do not have any further member questions. I do have a formality to follow the text, but we're going to go right into the public session. Again, thank you to IBO for coming in. So just let me find where I am. Okay. This will conclude this portion of today's hearing. Thank you, Director Lowenstein, for being here. Next, we will have the public portion of the hearing. I ask my colleagues who will be joining us for the public portion to remain in this Zoom with your microphone muted, and we're going to go right into it. So with that, this portion of the hearing is gavelled out, and we will now begin the next portion of it. Thank you again to IBO.
Thanks.
Okay. Well, welcome to the public portion of this hearing. Again, good afternoon. My name is Daniel Drum, and I chair the Finance Committee. I just made my dogs jump. We are joined by Speaker Corey Johnson and the Subcommittee on Capital Budget chaired by Council Member Helen Rosenthal, and we will now hear from the public. I believe we are joined by a number of my colleagues. Yes, I see that we are joined, of course, by Speaker Johnson, by Councilmember Amphrey Samuel, Councilmember Darma Diaz, Councilmember Perkins, Councilmember Powers. Just double checking for any others of my colleagues. Okay, not seeing any. I think others will probably join us shortly. As a reminder, each of you will have 2 minutes to deliver your testimony, and we will request that out of respect for other people who are waiting to speak, that you please stay within your allotted time. If there's anyone who would like to submit written testimony for the record, they may do so by emailing their testimony by this Thursday to testimony@council, council.nyc.gov. I will now turn it over to the committee council to go through some procedural items, and then we will call up the first panel. Council?
Thank you, Chair. Panelists, as a reminder, you will be on mute until it is time for you to testify, at which time your name will be called on and you'll be unmuted by the Zoom host. If you mute yourself after you've been unmuted, you will need to be unmuted again by the host. Please wait for the Sergeant at Arms to tell you when your time begins. The Sergeant will also let you know when your time is up. As a reminder, you will have 2 minutes for your testimony. After that, after you are done finished, you'll be removed from the Zoom meeting by the host, and you may continue watching the hearing at www.council.nyc.gov/livestream. We will now proceed with the panelists. First, we'll hear from MJ Okma, followed by Ralph Palladino.
Time starts now.
Hey, good afternoon, Chairs Drum, Kalos, and Rosenthal. My name is MJ Okma with the Human Services Council, a membership organization representing over 170 human services providers in NYC. Last year, I testified at this person in hearing, and a lot has changed since then. Mistakes were made by city government when they had to make life and death decisions about what to prioritize in the face of COVID-19. The fiscal year 22 budget is a chance to address those mistakes. The human services sector has lost 44,000 jobs since this time last year. That's a net loss. City contracted human services workers, the majority of whom are women of color, were abandoned by the city. They were not provided PPE. They were not given a COLA in the fiscal year 21 budget. And their jobs were not protected when New York City and New York State withheld funding for human services. The city cannot call human services workers essential while refusing to pay them fairly and not fighting for their jobs to be preserved. The city cannot praise the work of human services nonprofits while balancing the budget on their back and retroactively clawing back indirect funding. In fiscal year 20, the council saw this crisis and fought hard for the indirect cost rate funding initiative and for the human services workforce. Since then, the ICR funding initiative was dismantled and retroactively cut before it was ever implemented. And the crisis facing the human services sector is now much larger. So I'm here to once again to ask for you to fight alongside the sector and demand that the fiscal year 22 budget include the following. 1, the restoration of a COLA on the personnel service line of all human services workers at a rate of at least 3%. 2, comprehensive emergency pay for human services workers retroactive to March 23rd, 2020, when non-essential workers were ordered to stay at home. And 3, sufficient funding to fund and honor the indirect cost rate funding initiative for fiscal year 20, 21, and going forward. None of these needed investments should come as a surprise to the mayor and OMB. Last June, leaders from across the human services sector and the mayor's own task force advised the administration to provide comprehensive pay parity and renew the COLA, among other recommendations. And human services providers, advocates, and our allies in council have been raising the alarm about the cuts to indirect funding. The time to act is now. New York City's continued COVID-19 response and recovery, which relies heavily in the human services sector, is in great risk. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. I think we're there with you. I know the council member and chair, Helen Rosenthal, has been a champion of this cause. And council member, Chair Rosenthal, would you like to say something?
Thank you, Chair Drum. I mean, just MJ, we count on you. Thank you for those statistics that lay bare the injustice that's happened on this community. And we have to keep talking about it, keep raising it until the city gets it right. So it's just thank you. Appreciate you, Chair Drum.
Thank you. Thank you again. And let's go to our next witness.
We will now hear from Ralph Palladino, followed by Nora Moran.
Time starts now.
Good day, Ralph Palladino, Local 1549. Thank you for having us. And I'm going to start by talking about our savings plans, which we have for the city, which we've had for a number of years now. And we call on the city to do what was promised to do 8 and 4 years ago. That's to civilianize the NYPD and remove higher paid uniformed officers from performing the duties of police administrative aides and clerical associates. If this was done 7 years ago, the city would have saved over $210 million by now. Civilianization goes hand in hand with the social justice movements. It's about decent jobs, and it's about more civilian faces in the NYPD. If you really care about the out-year budget gaps, civilianization makes sense. We ask you to join us in getting DCAS, the city, and all the agencies, especially ACS and HRA, from stopping its attack on the civil service system by reducing the number of civil service positions and replacing them with higher paid, non-competitive, and managerial personnel. Doing so will save millions of dollars. By the way, my testimony in writing documents and has a lot of statistics and information which you can get into. We want to increase staffing in certain areas. It's important. In the New York City Police Department, we want 911 and PAAs to be increased. PAAs have been severely reduced in the police department in favor of uniforms doing our work. HRA, SNAP, HACA, and Medicaid research severely understaffed. 311, where the call volume was jumped 10% and texting 68% with the same staffing, needs it. Finally, we ask you to support our public hospital system and to fight like hell in terms of the state budget and the position of the Invest in New York program for taxing the rich. And I want to thank the City Council, for the staff, by the way, and needs to be commended for showing interest in recently and having a discussion with us about HRA. And it was very enlightening for them and enlightening for us. And HRA is in rough shape and it's mismanaged. So thank you for that. And hopefully we'll move forward with a successful budget this year. Thank you.
Thank you, Ralph. We always enjoy hearing from you and providing information that you give us. It's always productive. Thank you.
Thank you.
And next witness, please.
We will now hear from Nora Moran, followed by Gerson Fernandez.
Time starts now.
Good afternoon. My name is Nora Moran. I'm the Director of Policy and Advocacy at United Neighborhood Houses. We are a membership organization working with New York City settlement houses. There's a lot that we are looking at in this budget and are concerned about. I'm going to just uplift a couple of key things for you all. Certainly want to echo the comments that MJ raised from the Human Services Council about our deep concerns about the fact that there's no resolution right now for the indirect cost rate initiative. That is something that providers put a lot of money into and spent time trying to make sure that their rates were up to date, and we still don't have a commitment for this fiscal year when there's only 4 months left as to what will happen there. Also very concerned about the lack of a COLA for human service workers in this budget. They've done so much to keep programs running over the past few months. Pivoting for a minute over in a similar vein to youth services, there are some bright spots in this budget around, compared to where we were last year. We do know that funding for the Summer Youth Employment Program has been restored, as well as a summer camp for elementary school students, but we are still back in yet another budget dance where summer camp funding for middle school students was completely eliminated in this budget, in addition to an extra $5 million being cut from the baseline. That has not happened before. It's really unconscionable to think that our middle schools have been closed for all this time, and now we're saying we're not going to provide any sort of enrichment activities for these middle school students over the summer. We definitely need that funding restored in the executive budget so that providers have time to prepare and plan. in early childhood education. We've spoken about this some recently, but are worried about the lack of slots in center-based programs, particularly in gentrifying neighborhoods as a result of the DOE's Birth to 5 RFP, and would love to see greater investments in center-based care for infants and toddlers, as well as extended day and extended year programming. And on senior services, the last thing I'll say is that we are deeply concerned about the Department for the Aging moving forward with an RFP for to rebid its senior center programs when we still don't have a commitment to fund the previous model budget. And when centers really are focused right now on COVID relief and getting older adults connected to vaccines instead of bidding for a new RFP. So I'll stop there. Thank you so much for your time, and my written testimony has more comments.
Thank you very much. Very informative, and I appreciate you coming in to give testimony. Thank you.
We will now hear from Gerson Fernandez, followed by Mohammed III.
Time starts now.
Good day, Chair and Co-Chair. I'm Gerson Fernandez. I'm a taxi driver and owner of a yellow taxi. I'm with the New York Taxi Workers Alliance with Ms. Bhairavi Desai as our leader. We are just asking for debt forgiveness for us owner drivers so that all our loans come down to $125,000 with a monthly of $757. This proposal was prepared by Ms. Bhairavi Desai. You can get it to the table and she can discuss more. So that way it becomes practical for the city and also for all of our drivers. She has a good proposal so that way even the city doesn't lose, but we owner drivers can get back on our feet and the yellow taxi industry is back to normal. So that's all I'm asking. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And I'm very familiar with the issue. I have a number of taxi cab drivers who live in my district. I have a very big South Asian community, and I think it's just horrible what has happened to our drivers in terms of the mortgages on their medallions and the value of those medallions. So look forward to fighting with you to find a solution here. And thank you for giving your testimony.
We will now hear from Mohammed III, followed by Wayne H. Chin.
Time starts now.
Hello? Hello?
We can hear you.
Yeah. Thank you, everyone. My name is Mohammed Haq. I'm taxi driver and medallion owner, driving since 2007. I want to thank you, the committee chair, Mr. Don, City Speaker Corey Johnson, and the controller, Mr. Stringer, because they know all about our situation. They have a heart about our loan, our livelihood. We have a request, we have a proposal already submitted to the controller office or the mayor's office. The loan restruck about 125,000. Then we can try to survive. We have a horrible life, In my story, you can see New York Times, May 19, 2019, June 25, 2019, day after the last hearing, and September 16, basically you can see Mohammed Haq, my medallion number is 8boy23. It was seized by broker Omega, March 18, 2019. Around 2 years, I'm out of my medallion, out of my car, and I spend here close to 200,000. And now my loan is 915 more or less, because they change the figure every now and then. And I have 3 kids, 10 years, 5 years, 2 years. And I spend 7 years my income, and I'm gonna try to make the payment around 5 years. So all of my immigrant life, I put in this business, and now I have no work even. So again, we have a request, the whole industry, we want to serve the city, restructure our loan 125, and that proposal also with every table put our the union leader, Ms. Bhairavi Desai. So thank you so much, and we expect you guys help us. We work in the city, we pay the tax in the city, so we are begging, we are crying. Please help the driver. We want to serve the community back again. Thanks.
Thank you very much. And as I said before, my heart goes out to you and the way that you find yourselves in these situations. I know of people who, are even losing their homes because of the mortgages that they have to pay on both the medallion and their home. So we must come to a solution on the taxi cab driver situation. Thank you so much for coming in.
Thank you so much. Same to you.
We will now hear from Wayne H. Chin, followed by Muhammadu Aliyu.
Time
Hi.
starts now.
Hi, Honorable Speaker, Council, City Council Member and Chairman. And my name is Wayne Chin. I'm owner driver and also member of New York Taxi Worker Alliance. Even before COVID, right, all the driver owner are struggling with the financial burden because of lost businesses. And during COVID, we had lost business like 80%. So most of the owners are able to pay the mortgage, car expenses, insurance. Most of them are putting in storage already, more than 50% of the taxi cab in the storage already. So in order for us to survive or to save the industry, the city, we need the city help, and also have negotiate with the lender, to bring down the debt and so we can make affordable payment, so most of the owner driver family can survive. And also, so we had no more foreclosure and no more bankruptcy, and people are afraid of losing their house. So in the last few years, we had a close friend of mine, Kenny Charles, as you all know, have a suicide by Gracie Mansion, so we need help. So we had to stop further foreclosing, further bankruptcy. We need help from the city to restructure the loan, okay? So we can make affordable payment on the mortgage, so we all can provide our family and also serve the city of New York, because we want to serve the city of New York. I've been driving for more than 20 years. So we still want to drive in the city. And also, so we need help to survive. And also, so we're driving to Washington, D.C. tomorrow to ask the federal government to fund the city. We're driving in motorcade to Washington, D.C. to make funding for the city. So all the industry, hotel, restaurant, yellow cab industry, also we need a museum or the Broadway show back to the city. So we ask the city to help us to survive. Thank you.
May I ask if you're driving now?
I'm not driving, sir. My medallion in storage now.
Okay. When was the last time you drove?
Back in, I think back in March, last March.
Back in March. So you didn't even really get an opportunity to participate in the food delivery program at all?
No, sir.
No. Okay. Again, we want to fight for you and help you. So hang in there. Okay.
Thank you for your help, sir.
Thank you.
We will now hear from Muhammadu Aliyu, followed by Rashni Ahmed.
Time starts now.
Hello, good afternoon, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon, the Speaker. Good afternoon to everyone. And thank you for giving us the opportunity this afternoon to come to this testimony. My name is Muhammadu Aliyu. I'm a New York City Yellow Cab driver and a member of New York Taxi Worker Alliance. I believe by now everyone knows what really happened to us. And then I really don't want to go back to it because everyone knows our story. The question is the relief. When is it coming? We have been begging for relief. We have been crying for relief. We have been begging for help. We have been crying for help because we are desperate. We have been dying. It's a dying situation out there. So the mayor goes, he say he need the money. We know soon the money will be there. We need immediate relief because we lost everything we owed, and now we want our life back. We have a campaign out there, a beautiful campaign with a New York Taxi Worker Alliance, which will help us get our life back. And that's about debt forgiveness. It's going to reduce our debt to 125, about 757 a month, and we can get our life back because everyone by now know what's going on in the city. There is no enough business. There is no enough money out there. We can no longer pay whatever we owe unless we have a debt forgiveness. And I cannot imagine the city going back to recovery without a yellow cab. Everyone knows the yellow cab is the icon of the city. So many have been saying, I think it's time to get to action. So many promises we have been promised for so much. We need action. We need immediate action now because we are dying. I think with this debt, with the stimulus, if we don't get no help, we finish. We will. That's over. So that's what I was about to say. Thank you for giving me this opportunity, and then thank you one more time.
Thank you, Mohamedou, for coming in and for explaining to us what the situation is. You really put a highlight on it, and I want to work with you, and I know others will work with you as well. So thank you for coming in. I appreciate it. Are you in your car now?
Yes, I'm in my car right now, sir.
So you took a break to come in for the hearing.
That's right. Because this is very important to me. I've been not listening since 10 o'clock. So because I've been going to City Hall, back and forth to City Hall, ask for help, begging for help. I think this is the best chance for us to get something done. If with this stimulus, we do not get nothing, I think for me personally, it will be waste of my life, my 4 kids, myself. I've been on this thing for 22 years. It's just going to be horrible. I cannot imagine us not getting help with this stimulus because this is the last thing the mayor said he's been waiting for. Everyone is on board to help us, except the mayor, because he said there is no money. I believe now the money is coming. We're begging City Hall and the mayor office, please help us, give us our life back so we can be part of this great city as we always do.
Yeah, I agree. And I think that to a certain extent, the city was complicit with selling those medallions at the price at which they were sold. So the city owes it to our taxi cab drivers to right this situation. Thank you, Mohamedou.
Thank you, sir.
We'll now hear from Rashni Ahmed and Phoebe Flattery.
Time starts now.
My name is Roshni Ahmed, and I'm the Advocacy and Outreach Coordinator for Women for Afghan Women. Thank you, Chair Drum, Co-Chair Rosenthal, and members of the Committee on Finance. As part of the 15% and Growing campaign, I'm here to share the needs of the Asian Pacific American women and families in the city, which have grown exponentially during this pandemic. Our coalition of 45 Asian-led and serving organizations advocates for budget equity to ensure that the New York City's budget protects the most vulnerable in our community. Women for Afghan Women is the only social service organization specifically supporting the Afghan community in all of New York City. It's estimated that more than 1/3 of Afghan families in New York City live below the poverty line, with the median household income of $15,000 a year. 85 to 90% of women that come to WA for services are illiterate in any language. Years of conflict and displacement has made it nearly impossible for most to access formal education. WAS serves as a lifeline for the community we work with. This is the place where many learn to hold a pencil for the first time in their English class. As the rate of domestic violence is 80 to 90% among WAS clients, all 15 of our programs seek to prevent and disrupt systems of violence. Our ESL and citizenship classes build community for women to break away from isolation, where they're also educated on issues such as mental health, their rights and resources available to them. Our senior program has also demonstrated an immense need for older women to have support during this time. One participant who has been in the US for 30 years has said that WAS programs have helped her, quote, feel human again. Asian-led and serving organizations received only 4.65 of City Council discretionary dollars, though we make up more than 15% of the city's population. We call for restoration and enhancement of critical funding such as DOVE, immigrant survivors of domestic violence, college and career readiness, support our seniors, and immigrant
Expired.
initiative. Thank you for your time and consideration today.
Thank you so much. It's good to see you again. We just had our conference last week as well. And as you know, I've been a big proponent for increasing the budget for Asian and Asian-led organizations. I remember back to the day when it was 12% and growing, and now it's growing, it's at 15%. So we really need to examine our budgets, and we really need to make sure, as Peter Koo said earlier today, you might have been on when he was advocating with the OMB director for more funding to Asian-led organizations. But it is something that's very important to me, and we will hopefully get other council members to look at their budgets as well and to up that amount of funding. So thank you.
We will now hear from Phoebe Flattery, followed by Dipal Shah.
Time starts now.
Hi, good afternoon. Thanks for the opportunity to testify. My name is Phoebe Flaherty. I'm an organizer at Align, the Alliance for Greater New York. Align is a community labor coalition dedicated to creating good jobs, vibrant communities, and an accountable democracy for all New Yorkers. And we coordinate the Climate Works for All Coalition, a coalition of environmental justice groups, labor, and climate organizations working aggressively on climate policy and good green job creation for New York City. As we all know, we're still in the midst of this pandemic, and New York's Black and brown environmental justice communities are bearing the brunt of the impact of the virus and the economic downturn. We're seeing record high unemployment concentrated in BIPOC environmental justice communities. Our city's capital budget priorities this year must prioritize investment in job creation for the communities that have been hit the hardest by this pandemic. The Climate Works for All Coalition created an equitable recovery report, a roadmap to creating 100,000 good green jobs for New York City's Black and brown communities that have and moving us out of this pandemic and recession and towards our climate goals by investing $16 billion over 3 years. This is a comprehensive plan that we need to move our city through the crisis and towards equity and climate justice. However, we know that the city budget is still reeling from the crisis, and we've developed interim climate budget priorities that will lead us on the same path towards investment in communities and green job creation, while acknowledging the reality of the budget constraints. Within the city's upcoming capital and expense budgets, we need to see the following realistic and achievable investments: $80 million to retrofit public buildings, $50 million for solar on schools and environmental justice neighborhoods, $17 million for public waste management, including $4 million for the implementation of commercial waste zones, and $13 million to expand organics collection, and $3 million towards clean transportation expansions via electric school buses. This total of $150 million is what's necessary to invest in New York's BIPOC and frontline environmental justice communities, address the inequities of the pandemic, and move us out of the COVID crisis while addressing the climate crisis. We believe these investments will move us forward on the path towards an equitable recovery. Thank you for your time and consideration today.
Thank you. It's been important for me, and I'm glad to work with Align on a number of issues, from green roofs to solar power to now the e-bus situation as well. So we look forward to continuing to work with you. Thank you for coming in today.
Thank you.
We will now hear from Dipal Shah, followed by Ashra Hamid.
Time starts now.
Good afternoon, Chair Drum, Chair Rosenthal, Speaker Johnson, and so many other members that have been so supportive of the work of the Center for Court Innovation. I'm Dipal Shah. I'm Director of Strategic Partnerships here at the Center, It's great to see you virtually. I hope in person someday soon when this is behind us. I've submitted written testimony and I hope it helps fill in some gaps. Just want to flag that we are also very concerned around the indirect cost rate. We hope that council takes a look at this. It's very important to keeping nonprofits like us afloat and the smaller ones too. Getting to the core of our work, with the populations we serve facing ongoing police violence and a public health crisis that are disproportionately impacting Black and Brown communities, the uptick in domestic violence, and we want to thank Councilmember Rosenthal. Thank you for that beautiful certificate you sent us. The realization of justice reform through community-centered efforts is more important now than ever. We've been doing it here for 25 years. We've been working with other organizations, but we are seeing now that there are people in need more than ever around this work. We need to lift them up, the most vulnerable of them. And so we're asking council to renew 4 key initiatives: our Brooklyn Felony Alternatives to Incarceration Court, our Bronx Project Reset programming, which is incredibly important to the people of Bronx. It's been serving thousands of people, served hundreds already this year, even despite COVID. Our driver accountability program, which is keeping people from having to have police interventions, and it's keeping people actually, it's keeping the streets safer. And we're hoping that we can sustain it in those 4 boroughs and also expand it to the borough of Queens, actually, Chair Drum. And then finally, our renewing our center's core council-funded innovative justice programming. That was cut last year. We're hoping to renew it to the full amount. We're doing that work in all 5 boroughs. It's incredibly important to the communities that we serve there. And we're hoping that the work we do continues unabated. And I'm happy to answer any questions you may have.
What is it? Just to give me a brief description of the Alternatives to Felony Convictions program that you mentioned.
Sure. So the Alternatives that's operating out of Brooklyn, and we're hoping, actually, it's a pilot, and we're hoping that it actually is something that we can replicate elsewhere in the city, but it's providing those that may have been charged with felonies and mandated based on their felony conviction to immediate services through social work, mental health interventions, and in community, and also through the courts. And so we're providing them similar services, but actually deeper therapeutic interventions to prevent recidivism. We see that in the justice reform setting, felonies is actually the next level where we need to dig deeper if we're going to really see reductions in incarceration and cost savings through the jail systems.
It's great. So it's the first I heard of it. So I got to learn more about it too. So thank you. Appreciate it. Okay. Thank you for coming in. And we'll call our next witness.
We will now hear from Ashram Ahmed, followed by Tiara Labrada.
Time starts now.
Tia there?
They are present, but it appears that they need to be unmuted. Ashra Ahmed.
Let's go to the next witness, and then if he gets unmuted, we'll come back.
Yes, Chair. We will proceed with Tiara Labrada, followed by Jane Seldom.
Time starts now.
Hi, everybody. Hello, Chairperson Strum and Rosenthal, and members of the New York City Council Finance and Capital Budget Committees. My name is Tiara Labrada. I'm the Senior Policy Analyst at the Supportive Housing Network of New York, a membership organization representing the nonprofit developers and operators of supportive housing, their staff, and their tenants. Throughout the past year, supportive housing frontline staff provided services in the face of a global health crisis, all while being paid low wages under city contracts. The supportive housing community adapted rapidly and was innovative in their service delivery and methods to keep tenants and staff safe. Our providers maintained the highest levels of sanitation, distributed personal protective equipment, assisted with prescriptions, connected people to meals and mainstream benefits, and took on additional caseloads to assist their colleagues who were impacted by COVID-19, all the while also maintaining their normal service deliveries and grappling with the pandemic in their personal lives like everyone else here. Yet, our government contracts drastically underfund the cost of implementing their mandated services, stretching our providers so thin that it's next to impossible to ensure our workforce receives the pay increases and emergency pay they deserve. Throughout the last year, the city allowed the COLA for human services workers to expire in the middle of a pandemic by not renewing it in the FY21 budget. failed to provide comprehensive emergency pay for city contracted frontline workers, and created chaos in the sector by retroactively cutting the indirect cost rate funding initiative. In order to rectify this, the FY22 budget must include the following: a COLA increase of at least 3% on the personnel service line of all human service contracts, comprehensive emergency pay for human service workers retroactive to March 23rd, 2020, and funding to fully honor the ICR funding initiative for FY20, 21, and beyond. In regards to the indirect cost rate, our members spent time and financial resources to comply with the cost manual in determining the ICR, only to have the city retroactively cut it for fiscal year 20, after providers had already spent their funds. Not to mention that there is no clear decision on funding for FY21, which began 9 months ago. One of our providers had an approved ICR of 19% on July 1st, only to have the rate reduced by the city to 11%, resulting in a $360,000 hole in their budget. That is not acceptable or sustainable. It's very clear that many in the council understand our plight, so we do urge the city to reinstate the COLA, fully fund the ICR to ensure nonprofit solvency, and pay our essential workforce the emergency pay that they deserve. And our written testimony will elaborate on some of these issues. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that testimony. Appreciate you coming in. Thank you.
Can I jump in? Sorry, real quickly. Is that all right, Chair, with a quick
Sure,
question?
absolutely. Yep.
Oh, thank you so much. Really, as always, appreciate you. And thank you for that clarity. You're spot on right. And I just did not hear an answer from the administration on it this morning. I think it's going to become the budget dance.
Yeah.
Which is just unacceptable given the amount of work you all did with the pandemic. I have a specific question though. The $300,000 shortfall. So did that nonprofit have to go to a bank and take out a loan for that and pay interest on that loan?
I'm not entirely sure, but I can get back to you with that information. This was, when we put out the call to our providers on how this impacted them, just that significant decrease of 8%, it hurts. So we can figure out how they're going to cover that gap in the meantime, and I can certainly get back to you with that.
Yeah, it just is a nice flip on the story.
Yeah.
Because, you're doing the work, you have to pay the workers. And so of course you have to use a line of credit.
Yeah.
And of course there are interest rates. I don't care how low. So anyway, thank you very much for that. Thank you for the hard work of all your agencies. It's really.
I'll get back to you with that information. I'll let you know.
Thank you so much. Take care.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Let's call our next witness.
We will now hear from Jane Seldom, followed by Margaret Hurst, 350 NYC.
Time starts now.
Thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak today. My name is Jane Selden, and I'm here on behalf of 350 NYC, a grassroots environmental group focusing on New York City climate issues. 350 NYC is a member of Climate Works for All, a coalition of labor, community, climate, and environmental justice organizations advocating for policies that address reduction in carbon emissions and income inequality. We strongly support the coalition's call for including $13 million for composting in the 2002 budget. 350 NYC recognizes the vital role organic waste recycling plays in confronting the climate crisis. Organic waste makes up 1/3 of the city's waste stream. If it's composted, it becomes a way of sequestering carbon. On the other hand, if it ends up in landfill or incinerators, it adds more greenhouse gases to the atmosphere. For example, landfills emit methane, a greenhouse gas 30 times more powerful than CO2. Last year's draconian cuts to the DSNY's composting programs also meant that even more waste was trucked to the city's waste transfer stations and incinerators located in environmental justice communities where residents were already subjected to unhealthy levels of air pollution. Exposure to particulate matter produced by diesel exhaust from heavy truck traffic has resulted in some of the country's highest asthma rates and is now linked to more serious cases and higher death rates from COVID-19. A budget allocation of $13 million will divert tons of organic matter from waste facilities by increasing neighborhood organic drop-off and processing sites, supporting school composting, and establishing recycling programs in municipal buildings. This money can also be used to subsidize studying and piloting organic recycling programs in multifamily buildings, to help us move closer to our goal of a citywide composting program. And importantly, at a time of soaring unemployment, especially in low-income communities, these programs will create good green jobs. This past year, we have seen popular support for organics recycling, and we ask that this be reflected in the fiscal year 2022 budget, and that the council seriously consider the many benefits expansion of composting will mean for our city and for our planet. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Important issue, and we appreciate you coming in. Thank you.
Thank you.
We will now hear from Margaret Perkins, 350 NYC, followed by Caitlin Andrews.
Time starts now.
Good afternoon, everybody, and thank you for organizing the budget hearing. My name is Margaret Perkins. I represent 350 New York City, and we're here to urge the Subcommittee on Capital Budget to fully fund the 2022 budget for all the projects necessary to guarantee the rollout of Local Law 97. This is the buildings bill that is under threat now from Governor Cuomo's budget. There can be no delays in implementing this local law. The equitable path to achieve New York City greenhouse gas emissions and create 40,000 jobs, which we desperately need by 2024, is to fund the priorities detailed in the Aligned Climate Works for All plan, the equitable recovery, which I'm sure the council members are familiar with. Just briefly, this will invest $80 million in retrofitting public schools and retrofitting to install solar in public schools. These will create good paying jobs, which the New York City desperately needs. And at the same time, they will reduce our emissions, our carbon dioxide emissions, to fulfill the goals of 2030 to have 70% of our energy coming from wind and solar and other renewable sources. Thank you very much.
Thank you also, and for spending this time with us. Thank you.
We will now hear from Caitlin Andrews, followed by Cristobal Gutierrez.
Time starts now.
Thank you for the opportunity to testify. My name is Caitlin Andrews, Director of Public Policy at Live On New York. Live On New York's members include more than 100 community-based organizations that provide core services to make New York a better place to age. For years, we have shared the importance of the Aging Services Network. However, even with a growing, increasingly diverse older adult population, the chronic underfunding of the Department has yet to be redressed. In fact, in recent years, providers have been promised millions of dollars in funding for senior centers that never came to be allocated, while also experiencing significant cuts to the indirect cost rate initiative. Amidst this, providers have confronted a pandemic that put older adults at greatest risk, not only to the virus, but to the negative health impacts of isolation. In response, providers have changed their service models virtually overnight, shifting to reach clients via phone or web, navigating new vaccine and food systems, and more. These are workers who provide services and are essential, but our budget does not reflect this. Given this, we're advocating for the following. First, I'll echo the concerns of UNH and HSC that we desperately need sufficient funding to fully honor the ICR funding initiative for FY20, 21, and going forward. As a note, the cuts to this program have been particularly severe within DFTA contracts. Like other providers, they received only 60% of their indirect cost rates in FY20. However, DFTA providers only received this amount for 7 months of the contract, while the other 5 months were neglected. This fact, in addition to FY21 and FY22 funding, must be redressed. We also request $16.6 million be added to the funding available for home delivered meals in order to increase capacity to meet new demand that occurred since the pandemic, as well as increase the per meal rate to the national average. Finally, the city must allocate the promised $10 million in funding for senior center staff that were promised in previous model budget negotiations and were never included in the budget. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And Margaret Chin was right up there today, presenting those issues to the OMB director as well. And of course, we're very supportive of that. So thank you.
Thank you.
Let's call our next witness, please.
We will now hear from Cristobal Gutierrez, followed by Towaki Komatsu.
Time starts now.
Good afternoon. I'm Cristobal Gutierrez, from staff attorney, not a cat, from Make the Road, New York. And I am a proud resident of the Upper West Side, and I work in Elmhurst, near Elmhurst and Jackson Heights. Make the Road is submitting this testimony to the New York City Council on behalf of the citywide Immigrant Legal Empowerment Collaborative, SILEC, in support for stabilizing and increasing the low-wage worker initiative funding for fiscal year 2022. We strongly urge the council to demonstrate its commitment to low-wage worker, immigrants, and essential workers, and stabilize this critical funding at the baseline of $7.5 million for the low-wage worker initiative. The low-wage worker initiative has had in the previous years 2 million, in the 2021 had 2 million, in 2019 and 2020 had 2.5, and we're asking for 7.5. That's a significant increase, and you know why that is. I assume we serve mostly undocumented workers who haven't received unemployment insurance, who are owed months and months of rent, who have been risked their lives in health hazards and ordered back illegally to work on their works with poor health conditions. And we have represented Amazon workers who had been retaliated against for asking for more security. We are representing people who are having their hours reduced, who are not getting paid the minimum wage and not getting paid overtime. Our need is dire. Thank you. And I urge the council to fund the $7.5 million for the low wage worker initiative. Thank you.
Thank you also for coming in. We admire the work that Make the Road does, particularly with the low wage earners. So appreciate your testimony. Thank you.
We will now hear from Towaki Komatsu and Dana Alanu.
Time starts now.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi, Mr. Drum. You live in Jackson Heights. We've talked before. I told you that I was illegally evicted from my apartment on 81st Street by Queens Housing Court Judge Clifton Nemhart. There's someone who's running for the New York City Council. His name is Shekhar Krishnan. He used to live in my building, in my apartment. I'm now in what's technically supportive housing that's actually a shelter. Since I testified at City Council public hearings, there were 2 deaths in my building. Rafael Perez, who's in today's meeting, he illegally prevented me from attending a public hearing. So the question is, when I testify in these public hearings and I tell you that the nonprofit provider, Urban Pathways, is essentially doing a bait and switch, they're taking taxpayer money, they're not providing the services. When I beat HRA in litigation, they don't comply with the judge's order. Why is the city of New York still doing business with Urban Pathways when you have 2 deaths? I got 15 punches to my left temple. I mean, the question is, how much more violence needs to occur before the city of New York will properly cancel Urban Pathways business altogether? Also, with regards to wage theft, the first time I testified to the New York City Council was on, I think, February 3rd, 2016. You guys voted yourself a 32% pay raise. I told you that I was suffering from wage theft from a company called NTT Data. It's a business partner of HRA. So HRA keeps renewing its business with NTT Data. I talked to Ms. Rosenthal before about this. I talked to her about Urban Pathways too. However, today, I'm again testifying to both of you, and that business is still intact. 2 deaths in my building. I got 15 punches to my head. I would not be in that building if I wasn't suffering from wage theft by NTT Data. The same person who fired me from my job back in 2012, he signed a business deal with HRA. So the question again, how many more public hearings do I need to testify in before you guys are going to do your job? I talked to Scott Stringer about that too, to no avail. And last point is this, again, I have litigation, I can't rely on you. So I'm going to be filing a motion in court this week to cancel that business decisively. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much for your testimony. Let's call our next witness.
We will now hear from Dana Altnew, followed by Beverly Tillery.
Time starts now.
Good afternoon. My name is Dana Altnew, and I am the Assistant Director of Government Contracts at Good Shepherd Services. Thank you, Chairs Drum, Kalos, and Rosenthal for the opportunity to testify on nonprofit contracting during today's preliminary budget hearings. Throughout the past year, Good Shepherd Services continued to provide the most vital of New York City services in the face of a global pandemic because of our committed workforce, all while being underfunded by city contracts. Staff showed up day and night, 20 to 24-hour residential child welfare programs, set up needed grab and go food hubs, started regional enrichment centers and learning labs to provide safe spaces for youth whose parents and guardians worked. During this time, the city eliminated the cost of living increases and retroactively cut the indirect cost rate initiative that was promised. In order to address the current crisis faced by nonprofits, the FY22 budget must include the restoration of COLA on personnel service lines at a rate of at least 3%. In addition, we need to fully fund and honor the IRC funding for FY 2021 and going forward. These investments are needed while workers, advocates, providers, and elected officials continue to work together on a more comprehensive solution to ensure that human service workers finally earn the fair pay for their essential labor. The lack of support for the human services workforce is unacceptable. Since the start of the pandemic, Good Shepherd Services has had to lay off over 300 staff. This is on top of the massive net loss of jobs in New York City. City contracted human service workers on average make less than half of compared to those outside of the sector with similar credentials and experience. Many staff have to work 2 to 3 jobs just to afford the basic needs to live in New York City. Cuts to the ICR funding in FY 20 and 21 budgets pushed human services providers on the front lines of New York City's COVID-19 response and recovery to the brink of failure. As Michelle Yancey, our executive director, testified back in November, for Good Shepherd Services, this specifically meant $500,000 loss that was promised to our agency in FY 20 and then again in FY 21. We had to quickly find ways to fund this internally, all while making sure that things like IT and facilities during the midst of a pandemic were covered. It is impossible to ignore that our services and workers are invaluable to the health and well-being of the city, and the FY22 budget must reflect this. I am also submitting written testimony, and I thank you for allowing me to testify during this time.
Thank you very much. Who's that joining you in giving testimony?
It's my little 6-month-old. It's her first city council hearing. She's very exciting.
Sure. Well, thank you for giving that testimony, and we appreciate hearing it. And we're going to work on that issue as well.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
Thank you.
Okay.
We will now hear from Beverly Tillery, followed by Andrea Bowen.
Time starts now.
Good afternoon, Chairs Drum, Rosenthal, and Kalos. My name is Beverly Tillery. I'm the Executive Director of the New York City Anti-Violence Project, or AVP. We appreciate the Council's past support of our work with LGBTQ and HIV-affected survivors of violence. During times of crisis, economic instability and many forms of violence increase. Right now, AVP's work is more important than ever. AVP is the only LGBTQ-specific victim service agency in the city. We operate a bilingual 24/7 hotline and provide legal services, counseling, community organizing, and advocacy. And all of our services are free and confidential, and right now, fully remote since last March. We work with community members who are among the most marginalized and vulnerable in this city and who have become more so during the pandemic. Trapped by increased economic and housing insecurity, some of our clients are sheltering with people causing them harm, including intimate partners, family members, roommates, landlords. Violence against LGBTQ New Yorkers has not stalled during the pandemic. And in fact, 2020 was one of the deadliest years for hate violence, especially against Black trans women. As these crises grow, so do the needs of the community members and the time and effort required by our staff on caseloads. AVP is seeking FY20 level restorations in general operations funding, DOVE, the outreach work to connect persons involved in the sex trade with supportive services initiative, the Initiative for Immigrant Survivors of Domestic Violence, and the Legal Services for the Working Poor initiative. We are also requesting a restoration of the Hate Crimes Prevention Initiative, which was cut completely last year, despite rising violence against marginalized communities, and that violence is increasing every day. We know this city is in a challenging financial position. We strongly urge the city council to restore funding to at least fiscal year 2020 levels. We appreciate all the past support and look forward to working with you all to, as Speaker Johnson stated, build a new, more equitable future. Thank you.
Thank you. Beverly, you know, I'm a little disappointed with some of the responses I get from AVP. We had some cases where my assistants, Michael Mallon and Sebastian McGuire, had reached out to AVP and we never got a response. So are you still working with Queens groups, or what are you doing in Queens?
We are. We're definitely working with Queens. We partner with Make the Road regularly. Councilmember Drum, if you ever have any trouble, reach out directly to me and I'll make sure you get whatever you need. Okay, it's just that it concerns me that, you know, that these questions were not returned. It shouldn't have to be that I have to go to you. You know? Yeah, no, it shouldn't be. I'm not sure what the issue is, but I can make sure that we clear it up, because we are there. The hotline's still there 24 hours. If somebody, you can always call the hotline and that will get directly to somebody. So I'm not sure what the issue was, but definitely let me know and we can also talk offline more about it.
Okay, thank you.
Sure.
Can I ask a quick question, Chair Drum?
Sure.
And this might be a follow-up, Hillary, but to what the council member just raised, and that is you're mentioning an increase in demand for your services during the pandemic. And we've talked about this before. I'm guessing you can document it in some way. And I'm wondering, I guess a couple things I should start with. I don't even know, do you have a contract directly with the Office to End Gender Based Violence? Or is the only contract with the city the one that you get through the city council?
The initiatives that I talked about, but no, we don't have a direct contract with the gender-based violence.
Is it that there are not RFPs out there for your group to apply for, or is it that there are no RFPs being issued despite the unbelievable increase in demand over the last year?
Well, I know for a fact that there was one RFP in the last, I would say, year and a half that we applied for that we didn't get, but there aren't that many, to tell you the truth. We're not regularly seeing RFPs to apply for city funding. And, I think, the whole industry the whole community is under-resourced. And, again, I think sometimes because we are LGBTQ specific, we're seen as not serving the whole community. So sometimes we're overlooked in that way. But what we know is that for LGBTQ survivors, they are not always getting, affirming services from other providers, even providers who want to. They just don't have the knowledge, the resources, the information to do that. And so that's why it's so essential that we're there for people, so they, always have a safe place that they can go.
I see Councilmember Diaz has her hand raised, but I'm not sure. I think she may have stepped away. Chair Drum, do you want to let her come back after the next person testifies? Or should I just ask a random question? There she is. Okay.
Yeah, and I have an additional question.
All right. Thank you so much, Ms. Tillery. Really, you know
Sure.
how much I admire the work you do. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you. I was just fussy with my mute button. I'm definitely disheartened by your testimony, Ms. Beverly, and I'm hoping that we can get to know each other more so after today's conversation. Coming into this position, I've learned that there's some funding, $60,000 that was made available to deal specifically with the transgender in my community, and I'm not seeing it. I'll share that to say that, wherever I can, however I can, I want to be of assistance. It's not acceptable. Thank you, Chair Rosenthal, for the conversation and the follow-up on it, because it's a need and it's a travesty that you're not receiving the resources that are needed. So please,
Thank you. We appreciate
you have
it.
offended me, and let's make it happen. It's not okay, and enough is enough. Thank you.
I look forward to it.
Same here.
And Beverly, can I ask
Yes.
you also, is the DOE working with you in terms of their LGBT liaison and the youth conferences, the summits that they have? Is there coordination there with your organization?
Not with the youth summits. We did a little bit of work with them. I feel like it was about 2 years ago now, specifically around trans employees within the DOE. And we did assessment, bringing together some trans employees to help them think about how they can make the DOE more affirming so that they can attract more trans employees. But in terms of the youth work, I have not heard from them. Of course, it could be somebody else in our agency, but we haven't really been working with them around the youth summits.
Okay, great. I'd like to make that happen more.
Yeah, we'd love to.
Yeah, okay, definitely. Yep. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, I think that's it. We're gonna go to anybody else have a question? No? Okay, we're gonna go to our next witness. Thank you, Beverly, for coming in.
We will now hear from Andrea Bowen, followed by Veronica Long.
Time starts now.
Thank you, Chairs Drum and Rosenthal, Speaker Johnson, council members and council staff. I'm Andrea Bowen, Principal of Bowen Public Affairs Consulting, and I'm here to discuss some of the asks of my clients who all work on causes that I really believe in. Thanks to Chair Rosenthal for your leadership on supporting the Worker Cooperative Business Development Initiative, or WCBDI. Worker cooperatives are businesses owned and managed democratically by people working there. WCBDI, which received $3.06 million in FY21, provided many times that in grants and loans to cooperatives in light of the COVID crisis, while helping other businesses get off the ground and receive technical assistance in various ways. WCBDI partners, building off of council support and working with the mayor's office, created a new website, Owner to Owners, it's a number 2, Owner to Owners at NYC, as well as a helpline to provide assistance to owners seeking to convert their businesses to worker ownership. We seek a restoration of $3.06 million in FY22. Meanwhile, the Sex Workers Project at the Urban Justice Center, or SWP, provides client-centered legal services to individuals who engage in sex work, regardless of whether they do so by choice, coercion, or circumstance. We're seeking a restoration of $100,000 in Speakers Initiative funds cut in FY21, which Speaker Levin has been very supportive of. Or Councilmember Levin has been very supportive of, and a continuation of $50,000 of our FY21 support for persons involved in the sex trade initiative funding. We want to fill a gap in city legal services around workers' rights for those in the legal sex trades. These folks are at disadvantage in wage theft, sexual harassment, and many other problems, and don't have their workers' rights really seen to or worked on. And we also seek the elimination of funding for the Vice Enforcement Division, approximately $18.2 million, with reinvestment of that in human services that can actually support sex workers in surrounding communities. You may have read the ProPublica article that explains in depth how they target communities of color. Thank you so much, and I am happy to answer any questions you have.
Any questions? All right, always good to see you, Andy. Thank you for coming in, and always happy to work with you. Thank you.
Always a pleasure. Thank you, sir.
Okay.
We will now hear from Veronica Wong, followed by Chicago Crosby.
Time starts now.
Good afternoon. Thank you for the time to speak. My name is Veronica Wong, and I'm the Advocacy Director for University Settlement, a 135-year-old settlement house with holistic all ages family programming across Manhattan and Brooklyn. University Settlement echoes other human services organizations and nonprofits to call on the city to fully honor the indirect cost rate funding initiative for fiscal year 2021 and going forward. We are currently working out our budget this year and for next year, and without this funding, we could be forced to make significant reductions to our programming. We risk losing $875,000, which is the equivalent of nearly 240,000 meals for older people, or providing 875 tenants with rental arrears. Every year, we serve over 40,000 New Yorkers with programming that ranges from early childhood education to exercise classes for our elders. For the last year, our older people programming has moved virtually, and we hear over and over from our older neighbors that they are eager to return to in-person programs, to be with friends, to be able to be back enjoying a city that they love. We run after school and summer programs, which our children will need to help them recover from this necessary but difficult year of separation from friends and in-person school. We also offer housing counseling and eviction prevention programming. And as we draw closer to the end of the statewide eviction moratorium, we anticipate an increase of neighbors needing housing support. In short, emerging from COVID will be a time when the city will rely on nonprofits even more. And nonprofits like University Settlement act as bulwarks in times of economic uncertainty and catalysts to spur economic recovery. Fulfilling its indirect rate commitment is the bare minimum of what the city should do to support nonprofits. We are asking the city to honor a commitment for reimbursement that it made so that we, along with so many other community-based organizations, can focus on providing the services that we know our neighbors need. We're asking the city not to value the care and service that we give. Looking forward, we also ask that any future RFPs respect the labor, expertise, and dedication of nonprofits by including a reimbursement rate that more accurately reflects the cost of running community programming. Underfunding human services contracts come at a direct cost for communities most impacted by COVID-19 due to income inequality, structural racism, ageism, and ableism. It hampers our ability to bridge any gaps of care or education that has been exacerbated by this crisis. And it will lead to a more unequal New York at a moment where we can choose to remake the city into one where all, no matter income or assets possessed, can thrive. Thank you so much for your time and your support for nonprofits and human service organizations.
Thank you very much. And don't forget homophobia too, and its impact during the pandemic. I appreciate that. And I was forgetting now what I was going to say to you. Anyway, thank you for coming in. I appreciate it very, very much.
Thank you. It's been a long day.
It's been a long day, yes.
We will now hear from Chicago Crosby, followed by Eileen V.
Time starts now.
Good afternoon. My name is Chicago Crosby. I'm a canner. That means I collect and redeem bottles and cans to earn income. I'm also the co-chair of the board of directors of Sure We Can, New York City's only nonprofit organization dedicated to serving the canning community. Our mission is to uplift and empower marginalized people by providing services, support, and opportunities that many simply aren't able to access otherwise. We also serve the needs of the broader community and the planet. In 2020, we distributed over 100,000 face masks in Bushwick, the Bed-Stuy, and Williamsburg areas, and diverted more than 10 million bottles and cans from the waste stream that otherwise would have ended up on our streets, in our landfills, or in our ocean. COVID-19 has been an unprecedented trial for all New Yorkers and has had a disproportionate impact on already marginalized people. I'd like to praise the dedicated, determined, and passionate elected officials and government officers and workers who have done so much to keep our special city alive during this terrible crucible. Thank you all. But you can't do it all alone. Now more than ever, New York City needs organizations like Sure We Can. We are here and ready to work with the city government to support communities in crisis. During the pandemic, Canner's incomes were decimated. Sure We Can has been a refuge for the community's hardest hit, low income, minority, and immigrant groups, in partnership with the City Test and Trace program. We distribute PPE, provide multilingual education material about COVID-19, and serve as a testing site in addition to distributing food and warm clothing to those in need. Through it all, Sure We Can has been and continues to be a pioneer in the circular economy, merging environmental awareness with economic empowerment. And yet we find our work and livelihood under threat by the gentrifying forces with which most New Yorkers are all too familiar. At our center, where we have worked for over a decade to build trust, community, and the capacity to serve, we face eviction if we cannot purchase our lot. As a small organization built from the ground up by Canners, determined to transform their situation, we don't have resources or connections to purchase the lot outright. So we are asking the city for help. We've heard that capital funding cannot be provided without 3 consecutive years of over $50,000 in direct city contracts. And yet there is no existing city contracts for the crucial work that we have been performing for over a decade. Though other organizations have received exemptions to this requirement, we have been refused without justification. So we ask, will the New York City government allow us to collapse and simply for the sake of bureaucratic red tape? I thank you. I appreciate the opportunity and thank you for listening.
Thank you very much. And I think Sure We Can is a great organization. How much is the purchase of the land? I can't hear you. You're on mute. I still can't hear you.
2.6 million, and we have applied.
Okay. All right. And okay. Thank you. I would love to follow up with you on that. Okay.
Would be ready and willing to. Thank you, sir.
All right. Thank you very much. I appreciate you coming in.
Thank you.
We will now hear from Eileen Ree, followed by Lakshmi Samuganathan.
Time starts now.
Hello, my name is Eileen Vicencio. I'm a resident of Astoria, Queens, and a member of New York City DSA, the Democratic Socialists of America, which has more than 7,000 members in New York City fighting to defund the NYPD, tax the rich, and build an economy organized for public good instead of private profit. I am here today to testify that the preliminary budget falls seriously short of my needs, the needs of my loved ones, my community, and my city. Budgets are moral documents and are clear statements of our city's priorities. In a time where millions are facing the pandemic's combustion of existing social issues like food, housing, and healthcare insecurity, the preliminary budget proposes to cut even more lifelines to residents that are going through indescribable pain and suffering in this very moment, while the NYPD gets more money to continue to police poverty and brutalize communities of color. Instead of adding cops to subways, we should be investing in mental health services that address the roots of this unfortunate violence. Instead of hiring more SSAs, we should be investing in our children's futures by providing them with the internet access that they need and the tech necessary for them to continue their education. From a personal perspective, the police have never helped me. When I was a teenager and an early driver, I got stopped by a traffic officer and had a gun pulled to my head when I tried to get out of the car to talk to the officer. I thought he wanted to talk to me and he thought I was trying to hurt him. That is the first time I realized that police only see threats and not people, and certainly not kids. I will never forget the feeling of horror and confusion that that moment caused me. When George Floyd was murdered, I knew why, and I had to protest. And when I marched this summer alongside tens of thousands of my fellow New Yorkers, they beat and arrested us for simply exercising our First Amendment rights. Every single time it was the NYPD who escalated. Every time it was the NYPD who introduced violence. Police don't see us as people, police see us as threats. And at the times of greatest need, they continue to put us in danger and kill us. Seeing firsthand of the NYPD's hatred, fear, and contempt has taught me that the police cannot be reformed through trainings, body cameras, or diversion. Thank you so much I implore you to consider what the city needs. The city needs to be focused on its people. The city needs to invest in its people. That is, it needs to be invest in its city workers. It needs to invest in its students. It needs to invest in its parents and our communities. Thank you so much, council members and Chairman Drum, for your time. And I'd like to thank my city council member, Jimmy Van Bramer, for his work. I really support him and I thank him for his work. And I hope his successor follows along the same road. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, let's go to our next witness.
We will now hear from Lakshmi Samuganathan, followed by Basia Aswaski.
Time starts now.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Lakshmi Shamaganathan. I'm the Policy Fellow from the Coalition of Asian American Children and Families. I want to thank Chairman Drome for his time and the members of the Committee on Finance for holding this important hearing and giving us all the opportunity to testify. Since 1986, CACF has been the nation's only Pan-Asian children and families advocacy organization that leads the fight for improved and equitable policies, systems, fundings, and services to support vulnerable community members in need. CACF also leads the 15% and Growing campaign, which is a group of over 45 Asian-led and serving organizations across New York City that works together every single year to ensure that New York City's budget protects our most vulnerable Asian Pacific American New Yorkers. Our campaign members employ thousands of New Yorkers and serve hundreds of thousands of New Yorkers every single year across all 5 boroughs. Currently, the Asian Pacific American community in New York City is also by percentage the fastest growing population, nearly doubling every decade since 1970 and making up more than 15% of the population. Unfortunately, current levels of public funding remain disproportionate to our community's growing population and expansive needs. For example, last year we only received less than 5% of city council funding and less than 1.5% of social service contract dollars, despite our community's vast growth and needs. COVID-19 has also left a devastating impact on the Asian Pacific American community in New York by exacerbating systemic challenges that were already plaguing our communities prior to the pandemic. For instance, Asian Americans have experienced the largest increase in joblessness of all major racial groups in New York City, with an unemployment rate of 25.6% as of May 2020. Nearly 50% of all APAs in New York City have lived in the hardest hit areas during the pandemic. Asian Americans are also 2 times more likely to test positive for COVID-19 than their white counterparts in New York City, yet less likely to be tested at all. And of course, over the past year, Asian Americans have experienced a 1,900% increase in hate crimes in New York City. So with that in mind, what we're asking is for City Council to commit to expanding funding to our community-based organizations that have been critical lifelines to our most vulnerable community members amid the pandemic.
Thank you for that powerful testimony. I really appreciate it. It's an issue that's been very close to my heart. And I think since I've been in the council, all 12 years now, or the 12th time, I've been supportive of what was then called 12% and growing, now 15% and growing. So thank you for that testimony. And we need to continue to raise people's awareness about support for Asian and Asian-led organizations. Thank you.
We will now hear from Basia Osowski.
Time starts now.
Is Asia there?
They've been unmuted, but it appears that they might have stepped away from the device.
Okay, let's come back if they come back. I'll go to the next witness.
This is our last panelist, Chair.
Hello?
Oh, okay.
Hello? Can you hear
Yeah,
me?
you there?
Yes, this is Basha.
Okay, Basia, you want to go?
Yes, hi. Good afternoon, everybody. I just would like to know that I came a long time ago and from oppressed country, and I did see opportunity to help my family overseas. So I gave up on my career as a registered nurse from Poland, and I saved my money to buy the medallion. And unfortunately, because of the crash and the predatory loans, which was approved, I think, by the city, in 2018, my medallion was seized. And, I am not anymore young chick. I am senior citizen. And, you know, we didn't have for the all time, we didn't have any retirement plan. That was our retirement plan, you know. I pay till last time I pay in 2018 in April when they sized the medallion, and now they try to go after my house, and I am really on the edge, totally on the edge. You know, hopefully the city gonna help us to go from that problem with the loan which our union proposed, because actually you don't have, the city do not have any risk because most of the guys are planned to drive. But these days, the last time where the mortgages was like $3,500, especially now with the pandemic time, it's almost impossible to make maybe $100. Plus you have insurance, plus you have expenses for the car. So hopefully somehow we're gonna be heard. And the city will start to look into that problem, why such a great industry become cadre. Thank you.
Vasya, are you a member of the Taxi Drivers Alliance?
Yes, yes, I am.
Okay. Okay, very good.
And go for the protest here and there, but unfortunately that, you know, we don't sleep at night, especially the older generation, you know, because we're just waiting when they're gonna knock at the door and put the sign on the house for sale. And this is not like we are real millionaires, for God's sake. You know, everybody who came from the other side, that was the American dream, to help a family, to raise family here. You know, I put through college my daughter, she became successful, and now she's gonna be with me on the street. So hopefully we're gonna get there.
Well, I don't know if you heard me earlier, but I do want to work with you and support your efforts. And I think that what has happened to our cab drivers here in the city is very, you know, very horrible. And my heart goes out to you. And we look forward to supporting you and hope
Thank
that you
you.
can sleep better at night. You know, we don't want
I don't know, but you know, it's really hard, and all of us got the same problem. So
Yes.
we'd be nice if the agency can work with our credit and with our union.
Absolutely. Well, thank you
very
very much for coming in.
Very much. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Council, am I correct that that is our last witness?
Yes, that's correct, Chair.
Okay, thank you very much. And I want to thank everybody. I want to thank our Sergeant at Arms for the fantastic job that they've done. I want to thank our Finance Committee team for the work that they have done. This has been a great opening to the budget season, so to speak. And I look forward to continuing the work as we move down. I want to thank also my co-chair, Helen Rosenthal. I look forward to continuing to work with you. And we will see you all at the next budget hearing. And with that, this meeting is adjourned at 4:38 p.m.